déclaration d'intérêt pécuniaire. Pardon. Est-ce que tu veux que je répète? Oui? OK, excusez-moi. Alors, adoption de l'ordre du jour, motion d'adopter l'ordre du jour tel que présenté, and that was moved by Councillor Armstrong, seconded by Councillor Deakin. All in favor? Thank you. Déclaration d'intérêt pécuniaire, seeing none. We're going to move to item number 4, presentation of the 2025 budget. Before we start, a couple of words. So first of all, welcome to everyone, anyone that's listening to us via the webcast. I'd like to acknowledge that today's discussion will be a challenging one with a double-digit or a prospective double-digit increase, which would be a first for me since sitting on council since 2018. I'd like to thank staff for their efforts, and although it looks like a large budget, I have witnessed firsthand the meetings and the discussions that went into this budget. Definitely it's a challenging one, but I know that staff put in a lot of effort to come with a responsible budget in front of us. In terms of context of these increases, you've all received the paperwork. Obviously, the OPP service cost is beyond our control. Our inflationary pressures, especially in construction and municipal services, if you looked at one of the charts that was included, it clearly shows that we were not keeping up pace with inflation, and in many cases with quite a significant gap. I'd like to make council feel or clear for anybody that's listening in my discussion at United Counties yesterday with the mayors of all other local municipalities. Everyone is facing the same pressure. So the double-digit increase is something that most of the municipalities in the United Counties certainly are facing. So it's not something that we missed in this inflation gap, but it's something I think generally was missed by all, and we can see that in the OPP increase as well. Having said all that, I think it's important today as we go through that we can't afford to in trying to stay at a certain number or just come in with a certain number in our head and try to reach that. We have to really be critical in looking at the challenges and what we're trying to accomplish here today. We don't want to punt the problem down the road to the next council dealing with the challenges because we didn't want to, make a difficult decision around certain aspects. So I ask you to keep that in mind as we go through our deliberations and discussions today. So our goal is to make hard decisions now to avoid deeper financial issues in the coming years. These discussions will ensure that we maintain critical services without compromising the township's financial integrity. I encourage you, council members, to ask the difficult questions, and please feel comfortable in doing so, and make sure that you're comfortable understanding the responses. If you're not comfortable with the response, ask again. I'd like to make sure that we all feel comfortable going through this process and have all questions answered. Explore solutions that balance fiscal responsibility and with the need to support our residents and infrastructure. So let's stay focused on constructive solutions. Today, decisions will ensure the township remains resilient and prepared for future challenges. Merci beaucoup. And on that note, I'd like to pass the mic over to Monsieur Godin. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur Maire, and good morning, council members. So we're meeting today to discuss the 2025 budget. I want to start by acknowledging that the 10.6% tax increase is significant. The administration does not make this recommendation lightly. Each department will work diligently over the past few months to reduce the rate to its current level, and I would like to recognize and thank them for their hard work. Today you'll hear directly from department heads about the budget details and the steps we've taken to balance the need for essential services with financial responsibility. I look forward to a productive session, and we're all available to answer any questions you may have during today's discussions. At this time, I'll turn things over to our treasurer, Sébastien Dagenet, to say a few words and to guide us through the specifics.
Bonjour, chers membres du Conseil. Nous sommes réunis aujourd'hui pour discuter du budget 2025. Afin de vous expliquer le déroulement de cette rencontre, Nous passerons en revue le budget ensemble avec la participation de chaque chef de département qui sera responsable de présenter et d'expliquer sa section respective. Cela nous permettra d'aborder de manière claire et précise les enjeux et les priorités de chaque département. Au cours des derniers mois, nous avons travaillé avec rigueur pour élaborer un budget équilibré qui reflète notre engagement à maintenir et à améliorer les services dans l'ensemble de la municipalité. Alors que certains départements conserveront leur niveau de service actuel en 2025, d'autres verront des améliorations visant à accroître la qualité des services offerts à notre communauté. Après avoir intégré les ajustements de chaque département, l'augmentation de la taxation suggérée pour équilibrer le budget s'élevait initialement à environ 13 %. Face à cette situation, nous avons décidé d'entreprendre une ronde de coupures budgétaires afin de réduire cette hausse autant que possible. Ce processus a impliqué de nombreuses rencontres entre les chefs de département ainsi qu'avec le CEO, afin de revoir chaque demande budgétaire, qu'il s'agisse d'ajouter une nouvelle ressource ou de lancer un projet capitaux. Chaque élément a été scruté et de nombreuses options ont été considérées. De nombreux projets ont été reportés à 2026, tandis que d'autres ont été ajustés pour limiter l'impact sur la taxation. Grâce à ces efforts, nous avions réussi à réduire cette augmentation à environ 7,7 %. Cependant, le 4 octobre 2024, nous avons reçu l'annonce d'une augmentation de plus de 20 % des tarifs de l'OPP pour 2025, ce qui a eu pour conséquence directe d'ajuster un 2,9 % la taxation. Bien que nous soyons conscients que l'augmentation proposée de 10,63 % est plus élevée que celle des dernières années, il est important de noter que la hausse généralisée des coûts dans tous les secteurs nous rattrape et nous devons maintenant ajuster nos finances pour continuer à offrir la même qualité de service à nos résidents. Ce budget répond à plusieurs défis financiers auxquels la municipalité sera confrontée en 2025. Un certain nombre de projets d'infrastructure devront être réalisés dans les années à venir pour répondre à la croissance de la population ainsi qu'à l'entretien des actifs qui se détériorent. Nous prévoyons une nouvelle étude sur les redevances d'aménagement, donc les DC, en 2025, afin de les ajouter en fonction des réalités actuelles. De plus, nous adoptons une nouvelle stratégie de gestion des actifs qui sera détaillée dans la présentation à venir, qui nous guidera vers les besoins de financement annuels requis dans les 6 prochaines années. Le budget est également aligné avec le plan des ressources humaines qui a été adopté en 2023, qui vise à fournir au département les ressources nécessaires pour répondre aux besoins croissants de nos résidents. Une autre priorité clé de ce budget est l'amélioration des services d'incendie, répondant ainsi aux demandes des résidents et du Conseil pour renforcer la sécurité de notre communauté. En résumé, cette première version du budget 2025 propose une augmentation globale de 10,63 % de la taxation. Une hausse de 1 % des taxes représente environ 183 490 $ de revenus supplémentaires pour la municipalité. Pour un ménage moyen, avec une évaluation foncière d'environ 350 000, cette augmentation de taxes se traduira par environ 226 $ de plus par année en taxes. Dans le... juste un instant, là. Dans le budget process, nous avons décidé de, comme qu'on fait dans les années passées, on a fait un sondage. Fait que j'ai fait un résumé, j'ai fait un sommaire du sondage dans le budget brief. Je vais vous le repartager aujourd'hui. Pour un peu indiquer là, c'était quoi la stratégie en arrière de ces questions. Donc, dans le cadre du processus budgétaire de cette année, il était essentiel de recueillir l'opinion des résidents sur la manière dont les services municipaux devraient être financés. Pour ce faire, un sondage a été ouvert du 3 au 30 septembre 2024, permettant aux résidents de partager leurs perspectives sur qui devrait assumer les coûts des services offerts par la municipalité. Avec 476 répondants, représentant environ 3 % de la population adulte, les résultats du sondage révèlent une évolution significative des opinions. De plus en plus de résidents considèrent que les utilisateurs de certains services devraient contribuer directement à leur financement, plutôt que de faire reposer l'intégralité des coûts sur la taxation générale. Cela démontre une prise de conscience croissante quant à l'importance d'équilibrer la répartition des charges fiscales. Par exemple, les bibliothèques et les services d'incendie, actuellement majoritairement financés par la taxation, sont au cœur de ce débat. Selon les résultats du sondage, près de 30 % des répondants estiment que les utilisateurs des services d'incendie devraient contribuer à une partie des dépenses de ce département. Pour les bibliothèques, plus de 50 % des répondants sont favorables à l'introduction de frais d'utilisation. Concernant les services récréatifs, qui sont déjà en grande partie financés par des frais d'utilisation, l'opinion des résidents est un peu plus partagée, mais la majorité semble pencher vers un financement équitable à hauteur de 50 % par la taxation et 50 % par les frais d'utilisation. Un autre constat intéressant concerne les services de garderie, actuellement financés à 100 % par les user fees. Plus de 50 % des répondants se disent ouverts à ce que la taxation couvre une partie des coûts, signalant ainsi un changement potentiel dans la manière dont ces services pourraient être financés à l'avenir. Enfin, sur la question de l'implication des résidents dans le processus décisionnel, les réponses les plus populaires mettent en avant des outils de communication en ligne, comme des boîtes à suggestions, des forums en ligne, ainsi que des mises à jour via nos newsletters et les réseaux sociaux. Ces canaux offrent aux citoyens des moyens pratiques et efficaces de s'engager dans les discussions budgétaires. En résumé, les résultats du sondage montrent une plus grande ouverture des résidents envers un financement basé sur l'utilisateur pour certains services, une orientation que l'administration prendra en compte dans le cadre du budget 2025 et des futurs budgets. Bien que ces changements ne puissent pas être mis en place du jour au lendemain et que l'opinion d'environ 3 % des résidents ne soit pas représentative de toute la population, ce sondage fournit tout de même des indications précieuses sur les tendances à venir et sur les stratégies adaptées pour répondre à cette nouvelle réalité. Par la suite, dans le budget brief, on a quelques différents tableaux. J'ai fait un texte là, qui résume un peu là, mon sommaire de ces tableaux. Donc, dans le contexte actuel, où les coûts augmentent dans tous les secteurs, il est crucial de comprendre pourquoi une hausse de taux de taxation est nécessaire pour notre municipalité. Cette année encore, nous avons le deuxième taux de taxation le plus bas des 8 municipalités des comtés unis de Prescott-Russell. Avec le taux proposé de 10,6 %, nous sommes convaincus que nous pourrons maintenir cette position. En effet, les autres municipalités seront également dans l'obligation de procéder à des augmentations similaires. Pourquoi cette hausse est-elle inévitable? Tout d'abord, nous ne sommes pas les seuls à faire face à une augmentation des coûts. Partout, les municipalités sont confrontées à des pressions financières accrues dues à l'inflation, à l'augmentation des coûts de construction et des biens de consommation. Depuis plusieurs années, nous avons réussi à maintenir les hausses de taxation au minimum pour protéger nos résidents des augmentations généralisées. Cependant, il est clair qu'aujourd'hui, nous avons atteint un point critique et nous devons de nous ajuster en conséquence. En examinant le tableau comparant nos augmentations de taxes avec certains indices, il est évident que les hausses fiscales passées n'ont pas suivi l'augmentation des indices de construction et de la consommation. En 2022, l'indice de la construction était plus de 10 fois supérieur à notre augmentation de taxation, tandis que celui de la consommation était 3 fois plus élevé. Cela démontre clairement que nous avons sous-estimé ces hausses et avons dû puiser dans nos réserves pour compenser. mais celles-ci sont désormais épuisées. Pour maintenir le même niveau de service pour nos citoyens, une forte augmentation de taxes s'avère nécessaire. Pour illustrer cette situation, j'ai décidé d'apporter un pot de beurre d'arachide. Je pense que tout le monde connaît ce produit. Avant la pandémie, un pot de 2 kg de beurre d'arachide coûtait environ 5,99 $. Aujourd'hui, ce même pot coûte 10,99 $, soit une augmentation de plus de 80 % en seulement 4 ans. Pour une famille comme la mienne, avec 4 enfants qui mangent proche d'un pot par semaine, cela représente un coût supplémentaire de 240 $ par année, juste en beurre de pinot. Si je prends ce pot de beurre d'arachide et que j'applique les augmentations limitées que la municipalité a imposées ces 4 dernières années, il ne coûterait que 6,80 $, soit une hausse de seulement 13,5 %. Pourquoi une telle différence? Il est évident que Kraft, comme d'autres entreprises ces dernières années, n'a pas seulement augmenté ses prix pour maximiser ses profits, mais également en raison de la hausse des coûts de matières premières, des coûts de production et des frais de transport. Ils ont dû effectuer ces ajustements pour continuer à offrir les mêmes produits à leurs clients et nous devons faire le même.
Merci beaucoup, M. Dagenet. Une belle illustration. Moi, pour ma famille, c'est les œufs. La même chose. C'est vraiment, ça fait une grosse différence. Je voulais juste rajouter, clarifier au niveau administratif, as we go through this process, if members of council have questions throughout, ideally, we'll go with the flow on questions. If it's problematic, we'll wait till the end of presentations. But if staff is comfortable with it, I wouldn't mind being able to ask questions as they come up. Is that okay with you, Monsieur Godin?
Oui, merci, Mr. Maire. So I was going to suggest that. So as we go through the presentations, if there are any questions or comments, and we want to have some dialogue, it's welcome and it's encouraged. And just to give council just an idea of the day and how the development of the day will go, we're going to go through that budget brief. So essentially, Mr. Dagenet does have a few specific topics to brief council on to start off. And then each department is going to go into their specific departments to present council with their highlights, as much on the operational side as on the capital side. So if you do have questions on those, I would encourage council to ask them as we go through them. And at the end of that budget brief, we'll have a moment to talk about the next steps as far as how we can move forward with a budget adoption in a couple of weeks.
So what time are we planning lunch?
At 12.
It's at 12? And so we'll just plan for a break somewhere halfway through and just to give us an idea where that halfway through point is. That'd be great at some point when you get there. Okay, merci. Any questions, comments from members of council? We're good to proceed. Merci beaucoup.
On peut passer au plan des ressources humaines. Je pense qu'il est juste plus bas. Bon. C'est ça. Il est crucial de suivre un plan de ressources humaines structuré et d'embaucher les ressources prévues, même en période de contraintes budgétaires. Cela permet d'assurer la continuité des opérations, de maintenir la productivité et le niveau de service désiré, tout en préparant l'organisation pour les opportunités futures. En plus de renforcer la stabilité organisationnelle, cela améliore la rétention des talents et réduit les coûts associés aux pénuries de la main-d'œuvre. Avec la reprise économique observée l'an dernier, nous ne pourrons pas répéter les reports effectués en 2024 et décaler à nouveau l'ajout de toutes ces ressources prévues. Comme illustré au tableau 2023-2026 HR Plan Status, de nombreuses ressources planifiées pour 2024 seront embauchées en 2025. Toutefois, les nouvelles ressources prévues en 2025 seront quant qu'à elle, repoussée en 2026. Avant l'approbation de l'ajout de ces ressources au budget par le CEO, les discussions ont lieu entre les chefs de département pour explorer les synergies possibles et éviter les chevauchements de tâches. Ensuite, chaque département a tenu une séance avec le CEO pour valider ses besoins. Les chefs de département fourniront une explication plus détaillée de ces postes lors de la présentation de leurs départements respectifs. Pour le COLA, étant donné que nous n'avions pas encore l'information sur l'augmentation de l'indice de consommation de la région en septembre 2023 jusqu'en septembre 2024 lors de la préparation du premier draft, nous avons utilisé le taux d'août 2023 à août 2024, qui était de 2,6 %. Maintenant que nous avons ce taux exact, qui est de 2,4 %, cette baisse du rajustement du COLA nous permet d'économiser environ 30 000 $ dans le budget 2025. Nous avons aussi débuté une nouvelle stratégie dans le budget 2025 qu'on appelle la Top Grid Strategy. Chaque année, nous devons ajuster notre budget pour tenir compte des mouvements de la grille salariale de tous les employés qui n'ont pas encore atteint le sommet de leur échelle salariale. Ces ajustements varient d'une année à l'autre et peuvent être assez complexes à suivre. Pour 2025, ces ajustements représentaient une augmentation du budget de 336 000. Pour minimiser l'impact de cette augmentation sur le budget 2025, nous avons réalisé une analyse pour estimer l'effet d'une augmentation hypothétique de tous les employés au niveau maximum de leur grille salariale, en répartissant les coûts associés sur 5 ans. Le coût total de cet ajustement serait de 1 011 506 $. En le répartissant sur 5 ans, l'impact annuel sur le budget serait de 202 301 $ au lieu d'un impact de 336 000 pour 2025. Veuillez noter qu'il s'agit strictement d'un exercice budgétaire pour estimer l'ajustement. Nous n'avons pas élevé tous les employés au niveau maximum de leur grille salariale. Ils continueront à progresser à travers les niveaux de salaire comme d'habitude. En conclusion, cet ajustement réduit l'impact des mouvements de la grille salariale de 134 000 en 2025, le faisant ainsi passer de 336 000 à 202 000. À l'avenir, nous pourrons budgéter toutes ces nouvelles embauches au niveau maximum de leur grille, simplifiant le processus, réduisant le besoin de suivi constant et offrant une vue plus claire de l'impact budgétaire direct de l'ajout de nouveaux postes.
Une question, s'il vous plaît, M. Dagenet. Ce que vous nous expliquez, dans le fond, c'est que si on engage quelqu'un à un salaire de, je ne sais pas, 80 000 $ mais il commence à un salaire de 60 000 $, tout de suite, on budgète le 80 000 puis on met ça en réserve pour s'assurer qu'il n'y a pas d'impact dans le futur. Quelque chose comme ça?
C'est ça.
OK,
C'est ça.
merci.
Aussi, tous les coûts reliés au salaire qui seront présentés, qui sont dans le budget, puis sont présentés dans le budget brief, ça inclut les coûts des bénéfices et des prestations de retraite. Là. Fait que c'est vraiment à 100 % du coût pour l'employé.
Question, Councillor Lord?
So you're budgeting top of band, but you are when you show your actuals, you're going to be under, and that delta between is what you're going to put into your HR reserve. Is that my understanding?
Yeah.
So we will always be budgeting at the maximum levels. That's the plan that you're putting forward?
Yes, because right now we were budgeting at the starting level. So every year we had to do an adjustment because every employee were increasing. So instead of doing this and seeing like 25, like the adjustment was 335,000, and next in 26 the adjustment was 100,000. So instead of having these peaks, we're gonna level it up in 5 years at 200,000. So in 5 years, you won't be hearing us saying, okay, well, there's a grid phase-in, or not a grid phase-in, but un mouvement de grille, là. Un ajustement au budget à cause de la mouvement de grille.
So just
Thank you.
clarification, quand vous faites ça, vous allez jusqu'au plus haut, puis vous prenez pas la moyenne comme une moyenne, parce que il va y avoir des employés qui s'en vont, des nouveaux qui arrivent, fait que ça va pas toujours être au maximum. Fait que ça serait pas mieux de prendre comme une moyenne de la grille pour avoir comme une balance?
Ben, c'est qu'on aurait pu faire cette stratégie-là, mais nous, on était avec l'option de la stratégie d'aller au plus haut de la grille, à cause que ça fait que quand on met une nouvelle ressource au budget, on voit l'impact à 100% de cet ajout de cet employé-là. Parce que l'employé, quand on l'engage, on planifie de l'avoir plus que 5 ans. Fait que, tu sais, un moment donné, va se rendre au 5e échelon de sa grille. Fait que c'est juste... Oui.
Conseiller Armstrong?
Just to inform you again, are most of our employees at the top band in their salary grids? Or is it a minority?
Right now, I don't have the exact number, but I would say about 60, 70% of the employees are at their top grid.
Okay, so budgeting at the top grid is probably closer than taking the middle grid. Okay, that's fine.
And it's to see the impact on this year's budget. Like, because right now we're showing 10.6. If we would be doing the real adjustment that we were seeing at the beginning of this budget exercise, we would show almost another % of increase, because it would be 335,000 increase for this, instead of 200. So it's 130,000 we save, because we're using the HR reserve to balance it so we can average it out on 5 years.
OK, merci. Question, Councillor Deakin?
I just want to say I think that's a great strategy, that top grid strategy, and I like the long-term thinking that's behind it. One of the things that was difficult for me to see in the HR section here was that there won't be a hiring of a data and performance manager this year, but that would be pushed to 2026. It's becoming more and more clear that data is the way to go, and evidence-based strategic planning and measurement is essential for an organization, especially one that's been growing as quickly as our own. We're doing so much work. The township is doing so much work and making so much headway as all this growth has been happening in tandem. And one resident put it to me, you know, we really don't want to be confusing motion with progress. So just to say that I was disappointed to see that the HR, the data role will not be coming online this year, and that will be an absolute priority for me in next year's budget.
Thank you, Councillor Deakin. Any additional comments on that, Monsieur Dagenet, Monsieur Godin?
Merci, Monsieur Maire. And thank you for the comments, Councillor Deakin. And I agree. I also am looking forward to having a position like that in place to be able to make those data-driven decisions and recommendations. And just to let you know, we did remove the position from the budget. We didn't feel we were quite ready with exactly the priorities and responsibilities to allocate to that resource. But we did, in minimizing that increase, shifted some of that towards professional fees to be able to at least look at that question and to have those consultations in 2025 to be able to develop that position and to be able to have a very specific vision and plan as far as maximizing that resource.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments on this? Monsieur Dagenet, je vous remets la parole.
OK, bien on peut passer d'abord à Asset Management. OK, juste un peu plus bas. Tu peux juste continuer. C'est ça. L'année 2024 marque un moment clé pour notre département de gestion des actifs, car nous avons réalisé une nouvelle étude cette année. Cette étude révèle que nos besoins annuels en gestion des actifs ont considérablement augmenté depuis 2017. À l'époque, ces besoins étaient estimés à 5,2 millions de dollars. Aujourd'hui, avec une valeur totale en actifs de plus de 396 millions, ce montant avoisine les 9,2 millions de dollars de besoins en besoins annuels pour le remplacement de nos actifs. Il est évident que nous ne pouvons plus espérer maintenir nos actifs au même niveau sans ajuster notre stratégie. On a l'appendix A qui pourrait être présenté au tableau. C'est un autre attachement. Donc, ce document, il démontre, là, mais il fait un comparatif entre l'ancienne stratégie avec la nouvelle. Comme nous le présenterons lors de la rencontre du Conseil du 12 novembre, le besoin actuel de 9,2 millions de dollars est probablement sous-estimé. Le plan de gestion des actifs de 2025 nous fournira une estimation plus précise de nos besoins réels et ce chiffre sera certainement encore plus élevé. En nous basant sur la stratégie adoptée en 2019 qui consistait à augmenter notre contribution de 5 par année, tout en prenant en compte les besoins annuels des nouveaux actifs, nous atteindrons notre besoin annuel en gestion des actifs dans 15 ans, soit d'ici 2039. Ce délai est beaucoup trop long et le fait de ne pas placer suffisamment de fonds chaque année pour couvrir nos besoins annuels crée un backlog qui ne fera qu'augmenter d'année en année. Lors de la soirée où nous avons approuvé la construction du REC Complex, l'administration vous avait indiqué qu'il serait essentiel de mettre en place des stratégies pour répondre aux besoins futurs en infrastructure. Aujourd'hui, nous vous présentons une de ces stratégies. L'objectif de cette nouvelle stratégie est d'atteindre nos besoins annuels en gestion des actifs dans un délai de 6 ans. Pour y parvenir, nous recommandons d'augmenter la taxation de 2 % par année pendant les 6 prochaines années, tout en continuant à ajouter les besoins annuels des nouveaux actifs chaque année, conformément à l'ancienne stratégie. Nous proposons également d'appliquer cette approche aux services financés par les user fees comme l'eau et les égouts, où nous visons également à combler nos besoins annuels dans les 6 prochaines années. Cette stratégie est ambitieuse, mais elle est indispensable car nous compensons actuellement ce déficit en gestion des actifs avec les subventions OCIF et CCBF que nous recevons chaque année. Cependant, ces montants diminuent. En 2022, nous avons reçu 1 833 000 de ces deux subventions. En 2025, nous estimons recevoir 1 445 979, soit une diminution de 21 % en seulement 4 ans. D'ici 5 ou 10 ans, cette subvention pourrait même ne plus exister. Il est donc impératif de prendre les devants et de sécuriser notre avenir en augmentant nos contributions dès maintenant. Une erreur a été identifiée dans le calcul de l'augmentation annuelle des besoins en gestion des actifs dans le first draft pour les besoins de eau et égouts. Les besoins annuels ont été surestimés, ce qui a entraîné une réduction des coûts proposés pour les user fees en 2025. Le nouveau coût proposé pour les utilisateurs des services d'eau est désormais 343 $ au lieu de 368, soit une diminution de 25 $. De même, le nouveau coût proposé pour les services d'égout est de 372 $ au lieu de 391, représentant une diminution de 19 $.
Question, Councillor Lowry?
Oui. Quand tu dis une diminution, tu veux dire une diminution du premier draft du budget et non pas une diminution au total qu'ils payent aujourd'hui.
C'est ça.
Okay.
Fait que-
Just pour être,
Oui.
être clair quand on dit une diminution. Can you tell me the amount difference right now from what they're paying now to those for those two amounts?
With the diminution?
Yes.
Well, with the new, sorry.
With the new proposed amount?
We'll see it in the budgets for John Bourgon. I have identified.
Oh, okay, I didn't know if you had it.
Yes.
Any other questions? Councillor Deacon?
Thank you, and this might be related to language more than anything, but in the third paragraph of this asset management plan strategy, I just want to be sure that that I understand exactly where we are in understanding the need here for the strategy, because it says the current 9.2 million need is likely underestimated. Is that referring to a report that will come to council?
Yeah. Yeah.
And
we
it's
pre-
likely underestimated?
Yes, because when we did our AMP 24, we realized that there was missing some assets in it. Like just for stormwater, our assets are probably double than what's in our asset management right now. So we're working right now to update this. So that's why I'm saying
Okay.
our 25 asset management plan will reflect our real needs. But
Okay,
for sure, it's
so,
higher
folks-
than what we're showing here.
So can you
Okay.
just clarify, you're saying double of what we thought we had? How is
Yes.
that possible? C'est quoi notre processus, puis comment qu'on sait that the new number is going to be accurate if the other one was off by half?
Merci, Mr. Masso. I'll let Mr. Bourgon maybe give more information on the storm sewer piece. But just to talk about the process for asset management, we've been investing a lot. We're doing a lot of studies, a lot of condition assessments, and as we move forward with these, more information is being gathered, and we're learning more about our assets that have been there for tens and like over 50 years for some cases. Just to provide council with context as far as asset management, we've started this, I think it was 10 to 15 years ago, where it became a requirement from the province to investigate in those. And to start off, we started off by building an asset database by just walking around. We had some staff walk around and take some notes and to build that initial inventory. We've been continuing work to update and to refresh that inventory and not only to ensure we have a complete, accurate database of assets, but also to make sure we have the right asset management strategies to minimize the life cycle cost of these. But as far for storm sewer and for the house of assets, I'll give the floor to Mr. Bourgon.
Merci, Monsieur Godin. So to add on that point, for storm sewer, that's probably our system that the oldest, and the one that we had less information in the sense that most of those assets are not visible from the ground itself. So we've been doing lots of camera work. We're more in-depth investigation to determine exactly the type of manhole that we have, the catch basins, size of pipe. So by updating that database with that extra information and plus the cost of replacing it's been increasing a lot. So that's why unfortunately, we know that the replacement cost of that full system will be higher than what we have with the database that we currently have. So we're in that process to updating all those little details to meet our 2025 target for the AMP.
So is there a possibility that when we're saying that it's increasing, are we looking at a 40% increase requirement down the road? Is it like a 30%? Monsieur Godin?
Merci, Mr. Masso. Maybe one of my colleagues might have more to add, but for myself, I don't think we want to commit to saying a certain number now. And this has all been, it's been part of the process and plans to have an AMP done in 2024 and another one done in 2025 because the requirements are changing and are increasing, where we need to really look at the levels of service that we deliver and to kind of officialize the council's desired levels of service. So we can kind of see the 2024 asset management plan as a stepping stone towards that. where we are presenting some information to council, which provides a bit more context as far as where we are in asset management, but also is going to detail where the path moving forward as far as the next steps.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Deakin?
Yeah, I just have a couple of questions, but a comment first, just to reiterate that we're not alone in this. This is happening across the province to many municipalities facing these infrastructure issues, and the province needs to step in, frankly, on supporting these infrastructure pieces as the asset management requirements have increased. A couple of questions that I have. So the 2% strategy, that's the best that we can do right now in terms of starting to tackle this issue, but we don't know quite yet just the degree of the challenge here. So, okay, maybe I'm just acknowledging that. My question was around natural assets. So my understanding is that the province of Ontario is starting to include natural assets in asset management. I'd like to hear if there's any, if that's part of 2025's study, or if that's already incorporated into some of the work of the township.
Thank you, Mr. Godin. Mr. Dagenet?
I'm not aware of natural asset. I can look into it to see if that's part of the 25 AMP. I'll have to get back to you on that.
Thank you. Follow-up? No? Mr. Bourgon?
Well, part of our, like, just our land and like our stormwater management as an example, that's already part of our assets. If we have more in mind, like the trees as an example, they're not at this point not captured part of our our full asset list. But again, to touch on Monsieur Dagenet's point, like if it's a requirement by the July 2025, it will be done in that exercise.
Thank you. Follow-up?
I'll send the OREG to staff that I was referring to. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong?
Yeah, just a few comments. And no, we're not alone in that. Even in national defense, when I was working there, we had a great problem trying to keep track of what assets we actually owned. The next thing is, I read the Act. What is it? Infrastructure for Jobs and Prosperity Act, and the regulation that comes out of it. And reading in that, it seems clear to me that the province back in 2015 had a desire to get out of recapitalization of municipal assets. And they wanted to eliminate grants, et cetera, for recapitalization. And I think the reduction in grants that we see in this report is just about in line with what was in that act. Amazingly enough, it was a previous Liberal government that actually introduced and passed the act and the regulation, and it's been carrying on with the current Progressive Conservative government. So I think maybe your strategy of 2%, if anything, we're going to find that may be a little low in the long run, because the OCIF and CCBF grants could very well disappear in the short term, and we'll have to fund everything out of our own resources, user fees or taxation or whatever. But I think this is a good strategy in the long run, and I want to be absolutely certain that at least our core municipal infrastructure, roads, bridges, culverts, water, and sewer are all fully covered, because that's what we absolutely have to do in this.
Thank you. The 2% per year strategy is looks at catching up within how many years?
6 years.
6 years, but we're guessing because we don't know what we're trying to catch.
Well, it would catch our 24 requirement.
Okay.
But yeah, like you're saying, this could change. with the 25 AMP that we'll be doing in July.
Okay, Monsieur Godin?
Sorry, I just wanted to add also, we're not, I wouldn't call it guessing. It's the number, the most accurate number we have to date, knowing that we have some more work to do to develop that number. And like Councilor Deacon said, we're not the only ones in this boat, and this is speculative, so I don't front this information necessarily, but just based on discussions with our colleagues, I think Township of Russell is the leader in asset management practices and those strategies.
I agree. I've certainly seen that at many of the conferences I've attended in the fall. A lot of municipalities are in the same boat, as you were mentioning, about being severely underfunded in infrastructure and in much dire straits around that piece. So I'm very happy that we are leading the charge on that, and so thank you very much. Councillor Lauren.
Is this 2% strategy to get us to, in over 6 years, back to where we should be, does that incorporate the 400,000 shortfall you're expecting in 2025 for the provincial grants? Or is that in addition to, which is about another 2% of that amount that we're missing for this year? I just want to make sure that I'm not double counting the percentages here.
Monsieur Dagenet?
Well, the strategy is to get us to what we need. So, but for the 25 budget, we'll still have a gap because the 2% is going to be increasing our amount we'll be able to allow to this expense every year. So the money, like, the budget right now is balanced, so all the capital projects that we want to do are budgeted and will be financed properly, but we're not doing all the project that we should be doing in 25 because we don't have the necessary funds.
So
to
let me ask it this way. With the 2% that you're suggesting that it's going to take to implement this plan starting in 2025, is that taken into account 1.8 million or 1.4 million from the province?
It's not taking into account the grant from the province.
It's not taken into account.
So,
Monsieur Godin?
So we would be looking at over a 2% shortfall from the province, which will add the additional amount that we're required.
Okay. Monsieur Godin, clarification?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to clarify one thing, because just to make sure we're understanding the same things. The plan to eliminate the deficit within 6 years would put us in a position where we don't need to rely on those grants, right? So the province and the feds could just cancel those programs altogether, and we would be self-sufficient on our own. That's kind of what we're working towards, is to be able to cover our asset management at this level, to not rely on the unpredictability of those grants.
Councillor Lauren, follow up?
Yeah, so then, well, when we get that funding, if you're not taking into account the funding that you're going to be receiving, then is that funding going to be applied to a reduction of taxation? Because you haven't budgeted for it and you become self-sufficient?
well, that's a good question, and right now, because we're not sure of our annual requirement, that we think il est sous-évalué. I think this could potentially fix this gap in the future. But as we go forward, if we our assets requirement are just going to grow, so I believe when we'll get into 6 years, maybe we'll still need that to reach our
Okay.
our annual requirement.
But
So,
for this-
but for 25, it's in, we've allocated those grants for our assets
At
requirement.
1.4.
At 1.4.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just a further clarification. So 6 years, 2%, but it's like it's still kind of just a forecast because we don't know the true value. And so that 2% based on what a 1% is worth is looking at a total of how much? 300,000? What is 1% of tax?
1% is 186,
Okay,
83, so it's about 366,000.
Okay.
And we know we'll need more, and we'll know the number in 25. So we think it's good for us to start the strategy now instead of wasting a year until we know the real number. So that's why we're bringing up this strategy. And then for the 26 budget, we can adapt this strategy with the real number we need.
C'est bien compris. Merci. Councillor Armstrong.
Yeah, just to be clear here, our asset management reserve is funded from both taxation and user fees.
Yes.
Okay, so it's actually an increase in asset management reserves is not of 2 or 3% does not come directly necessarily out of taxation, but it will show up in our user fee schedule at the appropriate portion.
Yeah, and
Okay.
that's why earlier I said there was a mistake that was done. It's because we overvalued that expense in the user fee, and now by rebalancing it, ça diminue l'augmentation là, qui était prévue.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
OK, merci. Merci. Any other comments on this? OK, merci. On vous remet la parole.
Bon, ben là, on arrive au département. Donc, tu peux commencer.
Before we go into each department's presentations, there is something I wanted to add when we're in the HR plan that I forgot to intervene. And I want to mention it right now because it will impact different departments' presentations. I just wanted to touch on certain changes to the structure of our organization or what's being proposed. So I'd just like to take a brief moment to update you on the vacant position of Director of Planning, Building, and EcoDev, which has been open or has been vacant since the month of April. So over the past 6 months, the director's responsibilities have been shared among 3 of our current directors. So this budget, along with the updated organizational chart that's going to be presented with the approval of the budget in the coming weeks, it reflects a permanent shift in this structure. So the director position is being proposed to be eliminated, and is in its place, we're adding 3 positions. We're adding a new organizational planner. Additionally, we're proposing to repurpose the junior EcoDev officer position, which is already approved in the 2024 budget, into more of a community development officer role. And lastly, we're introducing an office coordinator position to provide additional support to the team. And this position, while we're linking into this shift, it was already included as well in the HR plan. So I wanted to give that kind of context to council before we go into the departmental section, because each department will be talking about these new positions and providing more context and able to answer your questions on those.
Merci. Questions, comments on that? So these were positions that were already pre-approved. We're just realigning them. Merci.
Le département des services corporatifs. Donc moi, ça fait presque 1 an que j'ai rejoint la municipalité et cela a été une année extrêmement chargée pour le département des services corporatifs. En plus de toutes les tâches et projets qui étaient initialement prévus, voici une courte liste de nombreux projets que nous avons dû entreprendre ou sur lesquels nous travaillons actuellement qui ne faisaient pas partie des plans initiaux. Le projet de relocalisation de la bibliothèque, la relocalisation de la gare d'Embrun, le projet de bâtiment d'entreposage du communautaire du Kin Club, les by-elections, le logement abordable, la politique d'engagement public, la réévaluation de tous les rôles et responsabilités de nos comités, l'analyse financière du nouveau complexe récréatif, la mise en œuvre du Police Board, etc. Cela montre clairement que nous avons besoin de nouvelles ressources dans notre équipe pour continuer à offrir nos services existants et répondre aux besoins de tous les nouveaux projets. Nous devons également nous adapter à la croissance que la municipalité a connue et anticipe à venir. Actuellement, nous travaillons sur de nombreux projets simultanément, ce qui exige une gestion de plus en plus importante des informations et des délais de réponse de plus en plus stricts. Pour faire face à cette nouvelle réalité, il est essentiel de mettre en œuvre un processus de fin de mois au sein du département des finances. La mise en place de ce processus est cruciale pour plusieurs raisons. Tout d'abord, il fournira des données financières précises et opportunes, permettant ainsi une meilleure prise de décision. En ayant des informations à jour sur les réserves, les créances et les dettes de la municipalité, ainsi qu'une prévision de flux de trésorerie, la direction pourra réagir rapidement aux défis et aux opportunités financières. De plus, ce processus améliore la transparence et la responsabilité, garantissant que les rapports financiers restent cohérents et fiables pour les parties prenantes, tant internes qu'externes. Enfin, un suivi financier régulier aidera à identifier les tendances, à améliorer la précision budgétaire et à réduire le risque d'erreur, ce qui conduira inévitablement à une santé financière plus robuste et une prestation de services publics plus efficace. En 2023, lors de la mise en œuvre du plan des ressources humaines, il était prévu d'ajouter un commis aux finances à l'équipe des finances en 2024. De plus, durant ce même plan, l'administration a décidé de transférer les responsabilités de la paye à l'équipe des ressources humaines. Pour ce faire, la ressource actuelle, qui consacre 50 de son temps à la paye et 50 aux tâches financières, se fait reconfier de nouvelles responsabilités, de sorte que 100 de son temps sera dédié aux tâches financières. Nous étudierons également la possibilité d'utiliser des logiciels qui pourraient nous être utiles, car à l'heure actuelle, de nombreuses tâches sont réalisées à l'aide de tableaux Excel ou de logiciels devenus un peu dépassés. Il serait idéal de trouver un logiciel capable de suivre en temps réel tous nos projets capitaux et nos réserves. Pour l'équipe des ressources humaines, nous prévoyons d'embaucher une nouvelle ressource pour prendre en charge les responsabilités de la paye, ce qui représentera 50 de son temps. Pour optimiser pleinement sa capacité, des tâches supplémentaires en ressources humaines seront attribuées pour occuper les 50 restants. Nous recrutons chaque année plus de entre 80 à 100 employés pour combler des postes existants ou nouveaux, ce qui exerce une pression significative sur l'équipe des ressources humaines. Ils souhaitent également introduire des améliorations au processus actuel. Parmi les exemples, on peut citer la révision des rôles et des responsabilités de tous les postes, la mise à jour des descriptions de postes, l'évaluation des conditions de travail des employés, la révision de la politique de recrutement et la mise en œuvre d'un programme de formation et de développement du personnel. De plus, nous explorons un nouveau système ARH et paye qui automatisera les processus, réduira les tâches administratives et minimisera les erreurs de paye. Ce système simplifiera également le processus d'intégration, permettant une intégration plus rapide des nouvelles recrues et améliorant l'engagement des employés. Nous souhaitons également procéder à une révision de la politique de recrutement afin de garantir que nos pratiques d'embauche soient conformes aux exigences légales actuelles, aux objectifs de diversité et aux besoins organisationnels. Cette révision vise à améliorer l'efficacité et l'équité du processus de recrutement. Ce projet est budgété à 50 000 $ et sera financé par la réserve dédiée aux ressources humaines. Comme mentionné lors des discussions de la gestion des actifs, nous prévoyons également de réduire l'étude, de refaire l'étude sur les DC en 2025. Pour cela, nous allons allouer un budget de 100 000 $ qui serait financé à 100 % par les réserves de DC. Pour le département de la greffe, Un ajout de ressources était initialement planifié dans le plan ARH pour 2025. En examinant les statistiques des interventions avec les résidents, on constate qu'en 2021, près de 600 demandes ont été traitées. Si le département continue à recevoir des demandes au rythme actuel, il pourrait atteindre près de 1200 demandes en 2024. En plus, il y a une augmentation des demandes d'accès à l'information. Ce qui est particulièrement regrettable avec ces demandes, c'est que nous ne pouvons pas facturer les véritables coûts encourus par le département pour effectuer ces recherches. Un rapport sera présenté dans les prochains mois avant de démontrer ces faits et les défis que posent ces demandes. Depuis 2021, aucune nouvelle ressource n'a été ajoutée au département de la greffe et il est clair que du renfort devient désormais indispensable. Cependant, après des discussions internes, il a été décidé de repousser cet ajout en 2026. Pour aider le département à court terme, nous avons prévu de former la nouvelle ressource à la réception afin qu'elle puisse effectuer des affidavits, ce qui allégera la charge du département de la greffe. Pour les assurances, lorsque nous avons commencé le processus de renouvellement, nous nous attendions à une augmentation significative en raison des évaluations de propriété effectuées au cours de l'année 2023-2024. La valeur de nos propriétés a augmenté à 121 281 000, contre 98 650 000 avant les évaluations, ce qui représente une augmentation de 22 600 000. La première soumission que nous avons reçue reflétait une augmentation de 57 960 $, soit une hausse de 17 % des coûts. La majorité de cette augmentation était attribuée à la valeur plus élevée de nos propriétés et de l'équipement, avec une augmentation de 22 % spécifiquement pour cette catégorie. Pour atténuer cette augmentation, nous avons demandé une hausse du montant du déductible pour l'assurance responsabilité municipale, la faisant passer de 20 000 à 50 000.
Monsieur Desjardins, une question, conseiller Lorrain.
Oui.
So just so I'm clear with this, with what you're saying here regarding the insurance cost. So the original estimate was $58,000 for increase for 2025.
Yeah.
We increase our deductible from 20,000 to 50,000. So the increase goes down to 21,440. That's an amount of $36,000 difference between the two. If I read this correctly, and maybe I'm hearing this wrong, what you're saying is we're still going to budget 58,000 and take that amount and put it into a reserve?
Yeah, we'll put the 36,000 in our insurance reserve. So if ever we have in demande, well, we'll have the deductible in place to cover the 50,000.
The higher deductible, so it's a reserve to cover the higher deductible, but it seems more than what that deductible
So
is.
probably we'll see some savings next year, but for this year, we're using that savings to grow our reserve.
How much is in our insurance reserve today?
So
Lucy's gonna look into it.
we're self-insuring, essentially. We're looking at self-insuring, which is a good strategy as long as we're not overfunding that reserve. I think that's what Councillor Lauren's point
Yeah.
is.
Well, my point is we're at 10.63% of an increase as of right this moment. We could save $36,000 by not increasing that amount and budgeting the $21,000 increase instead of the $58,000 increase,
Yeah, that could be a possibility.
right? Because we're going to put it into a reserve. So it's like, again, it's like doing the top of band reserving when you're not spending that money. You're putting it into reserve. I get reserving, but at this point in time, we've got to also look at amounts where we could kind of come down a bit in our budget process. And to me, that's a low-hanging fruit one.
Thank you. So if we can get that number at some point. Councillor Deegan?
Our insurance costs over the past few years have been going up incrementally around this percentage, and I don't see that changing. So again, I think the longer-term SMART strategy is the one that the administration here is presenting.
Yeah, my only point, I think it's a good idea to look at the incremental increase, and if our asset or our reserve strategy is good, then we shouldn't put more than we need to, although it's prudent to do that because we can have more than one insurance claim per year. But I mean, at this stage, I agree with Councillor Lauren as well. We need to look at every dollar and see where we can make a difference. Councillor Armstrong?
Yeah, just for information, approximately how much do we pay out on average over the years for insurance deductibles? When we have a claim that we're within the deductible limit, or we have a claim and we have to pay the deductible, how much is that approximately? And what would be the reserve for that at the moment?
Thank you. Good question, Councillor Armstrong.
So for the first question, with the 36,000, when it'll be in, if we put it in the reserve, we'll have a reserve balance of 53,000.
Okay, so our deductible is 50 now.
So we're covering that. As for your question, Mr. Armstrong, that's an excellent question. I did see we got some claims, a couple of claims this year, a couple of claims in '21. I could probably go through it and get an average of our payout, and I could come back with an answer on that.
Councillor Lauren?
Other than reserve funds, do we have a line item that covers us off for insurance deductibles?
No.
So the only way to fund the deductibles is through this reserve?
Thank you. Monsieur Godin?
Sorry. On that, so we do, a lot of times the deductibles is used for legal fees, and we do have some operational lines for legal fees. So those can be used towards those when we do have claims against us, and we have to, like for example, currently with the $20,000 deductible, that kind of gets used up pretty quickly just on legal fees. So we do, when we have those claims, use those fees or those GL lines to cover those costs.
For legal costs,
On top of
not
what we
necessarily.
have- For the legal costs, yeah.
Okay.
On top of what we have in reserves, but I think with what's being proposed here, if we're increasing to $50,000, those deductibles, it only takes one claim that it goes up to that 50,000, and the 36 savings, the potential savings there would be wiped out.
Swiped out. Okay. Thank you. Follow-ups, anyone? No? Merci.
I will
Oh,
come back
sorry.
with
Councillor
this
Deacon
analysis.
has a question.
Thanks. Moving on from the insurance piece, but touching on this section, is that okay?
Yeah.
The public engagement initiative, $5,000 allocated to develop a public engagement policy. If I'm not mistaken, did we not already approve that? And this is coming in to reflect the approval that council did a couple months ago?
Monsieur Godin, Monsieur Dagenet?
Yes, there was a portion for '24 that got approved, but to finalize this study, we needed. There's another 5,000 needed in '25, so that's why it's in the budget.
Follow-up?
So is the total cost, again, this is a few months ago, my memory's hazy. I believe that it was around $20,000 that council approved for the work to develop a policy. Is this $5,000 in addition to that amount?
No, it's
Okay.
in the same.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And a newbie question, if I may. There are, under capital projects for this department, I'm seeing the fire training officer pickup and a truck for public utilities. I don't understand why that would be under this section.
Monsieur Dagenet?
Newbie question, maybe.
Yes, it's because it's under asset management. That's why it's in my department, but if you have questions concerning these purchase, well, we can refer to the proper department.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Lauren.
And when we get to those departments, they'll be talking about these capital projects and where they're funded from?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, merci. Moving on.
Okay, we can go to développement économique. Hey, I'm almost done. OK. Développement économique. Les revenus de taxation des propriétés zonées commerciales et industrielles représentent plus de 10 de la taxation totale de la municipalité. Comparativement à 2024, nous prévoyons une croissance des revenus de plus de 15 en 2025 grâce aux nouvelles propriétés zonées commerciales ou industrielles. Cet essor témoigne des efforts soutenus du département de développement économique qui commence à porter fruit. Il est donc essentiel de continuer à renforcer ce département pour maximiser ses bénéfices. L'année 2025 sera marquée par des changements significatifs au sein du département de développement économique, avec l'ajout d'une branche dédiée au développement communautaire. Au fil de mes expériences au sein de la municipalité, j'ai constaté un important écart en matière de relations avec nos comités et organisations locales. Ces comités et groupes ont souvent besoin d'aide pour faire avancer leurs projets ou obtenir des octrois pour les financer, mais actuellement, personne à la municipalité n'est en mesure de les accompagner dans ces démarches. Plusieurs projets, tels que la relocalisation de la gare d'Embrun et le projet de la construction d'un bâtiment d'entreposage pour le Kin Club, ont montré qu'il est crucial d'avoir un contact municipal capable de servir d'agent liaison entre les comités et la municipalité. Avec plusieurs projets en tête pour l'année 2025 et la création de cette nouvelle ressource, nous sommes confiants dans notre capacité à les réaliser. De plus, il est prévu de réviser le plan stratégique du département à la fin de l'année 2024, ce qui nous permettra d'adapter notre approche à la nouvelle réalité de notre département et de maximiser notre impact dans la communauté. En conclusion, l'expansion du département de développement économique pour inclure le développement communautaire est une étape stratégique qui permettra non seulement d'augmenter les revenus fiscaux de la municipalité, mais aussi de renforcer les liens avec nos comités et organisations. C'est un investissement dans l'avenir de la municipalité qui profitera à l'ensemble de notre communauté. J'aimerais apporter une précision concernant l'augmentation du budget opérationnel qui est annoncé à 5,4 millions de dollars dans le budget brief. Cette hausse n'est pas véritablement représentative car elle inclut les ventes de terrain que nous prévoyons de réaliser en 2025, lesquelles seront ensuite transférées à la réserve. De plus, je trouve que le tableau intitulé « Average Municipal Portion of Tax » est quelque peu trompeur en ce qui concerne le département. Il y est indiqué qu'une augmentation de 8 $ en taxation sera nécessaire en 2025 par rapport à 2024 pour le parc industriel sur la base de l'évaluation d'une maison moyenne. En réalité, cette hausse découle de la mise en place d'une stratégie visant à réinvestir la nouvelle taxation des propriétés situées dans le parc industriel directement dans ce département. Nous allons travailler sur une nouvelle façon de présenter ces chiffres prochainement. Une mise à jour du programme CIP. Nous avons récemment mis à jour le programme d'amélioration communautaire pour le village d'Embrun et Russell qui sera présenté le mois prochain au Conseil. Cette nouvelle version est beaucoup plus simple pour les commerçants, offrant une flexibilité dans les demandes, une somme d'argent plus élevée et élargissant la zone éligible. Grâce à ces améliorations et à la récente baisse des taux d'intérêt, nous prévoyons une augmentation significative des demandes par rapport au passé. Pour soutenir cette initiative, nous avons décidé d'augmenter le budget, le portant ici à 100 000 $. Bien que cela ait un impact sur le budget opérationnel, le retour sur investissement des subventions est excellent. Chaque commerçant peut obtenir un maximum de 20 000 $ au travers de ce programme. En tenant compte de l'augmentation de la valeur des bâtiments, nous pouvons récupérer notre investissement en 2 à 3 ans. Ainsi, un programme de cette nature bénéficie à tout. Pour les projets capitaux, pour le parc, une mise à jour du parc industriel. Depuis le début de la vente des terrains dans le parc industriel en 2024, nous avons enregistré des résultats prometteurs avec plus de 30 acres déjà vendus et un autre 30 acres proposés à des investisseurs figurant sur notre liste d'attente. Cependant, il est crucial de prendre en considération certains défis auxquels nous faisons face. La vente des terrains restants dépend de l'achèvement du reste du chemin est mort et l'extension des services tels que l'hydro, la fibre optique et le gaz naturel, ce qui nécessite une planification et une coordination adéquate. De plus, il est planifié de revoir notre politique de vente en 2025. Cela nous permettra de mettre à jour les critères d'évaluation des projets ainsi que le prix par acre demandé. Actuellement, la réserve du parc industriel est négative, ce qui entraîne des frais d'intérêt non négligeables. Il est donc essentiel d'intégrer ces frais d'intérêt dans notre analyse financière afin d'évaluer la viabilité de ces projets. Je peux aussi faire une mise à jour sur la relocalisation de la gare, vu que c'est un projet qui va faire partie du développement communautaire. Le projet capital de la relocalisation de la gare de train d'Embrun est actuellement prévu avec un budget de 140 000 $. Ce projet sera financé par plusieurs sources. Tout d'abord, nous disposons d'une réserve existante d'environ 10 000 $. De plus, la Société historique d'Embrun contribuera également avec un 10 000 $. Nous avons demandé un octroi de 60 000 $ de Patrimoine Canada ainsi qu'un octroi contrepartie de 60 000 $ de la municipalité. Il convient de noter qu'une opportunité existe pour obtenir un octroi supplémentaire de Desjardins. Pour soutenir ce projet de relocalisation, nous avons également ajouté une allocation de 20 000 $ au budget opérationnel, comme demandé par la Société historique d'Embrun. Cette contribution supplémentaire vise à assurer le bon déroulement du projet et à garantir que notre gare de train d'Embrun soit relocalisée de manière efficace et durable.
Conseillère Deakin.
Just two questions. Actually, a question and a comment. The first is, with the updated CIP program, I'm really glad to see that program is shifting, and I'm hopeful that we can see more uptake of that program from local businesses. I believe strongly in supporting local businesses and how that will be part of our community's wealth and prosperity in the coming years. So I'm glad to see a shift in the program that perhaps would include making it more accessible to the Main Street businesses and small businesses in our community. I do find it in this fiscal situation a bit difficult to bump that up to 100,000, and so I would prefer to see it stay at 75,000. Give this shifted program a year to be rolled out and socialized with local businesses and see what impact that has on uptake. A year goes by in the blink of an eye, so just looking at what we can do to save our residents some dollars, hopefully dollars that they would spend locally as well. I think that might be the prudent thing to do there. And what you said on the operational budget side is very important. I was wondering if you could say that in English for anybody at home that might be watching that can only understand the English part of that, because the operational budget there is going from 2.3 to 7.8. Would just like to hear you explain that in English for anyone who might be watching at home.
Merci, Monsieur Dagenet.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Yes, the reason it's showing this increase, it's because we're showing the revenue we'll do by selling the land in the industrial park. But at the same time, when we receive those amounts, we're gonna be reinvesting them in our reserve so we can pay back the reserve, because we did, the reserve right now is negative. We use those funds to be able to purchase those lands at the beginning. So it's an in and out, it's not really an operation expense, so.
Yeah, I think on the line item, it does show the expense side of that up to 5.2 million as well. So I think that's, yeah, it is strictly in and out. Councillor Deacon?
I just had one more question as well, because you mentioned it on the industrial park lands. Those revenues have been, those sales, I guess, have been deferred for a couple of years now. So I'd just like to hear from administration what the reason might be behind that they're deferred, and how confident we can be that those will be coming through this year.
Monsieur Dagenet?
Well, right now, we have 30 acres that are sold. Well, there's 20 acres that are sold. The other 10 is closing in a couple of weeks. We have another 30 acres that we have advertised. We have reached potential candidates, or that they are part of our list to purchase, that they were looking to purchase land. But the remaining land that we could sell, we need to finish we need to know what's gonna happen with the Emma Street before we can start selling those lands, because right now there's no access, yeah. So we're planning, well, maybe in the plans is we could have we could build, when we'll know what we could do with this road, could be done in 25, so we'll be able to start selling the remaining of those lands in 25, depending on what we do with that road.
Councillor Lauren?
So the sale of land amount that you're budgeting for in this budget, is it the 10 plus the 30, or is it additional lands not yet available for sale?
In 24, there's the 30 that are sold. In 25, we're showing more than, it's because in the 24 budget, we were showing 10 million in the land sale. So we've pushed the 7 million to 25.
So it's,
Deferred, sorry, yeah.
what's that?
Deferred.
Defer the revenue.
Okay.
But
Councillor
it's an
Deacon?
in and out, so like we could reduce this, but right now, maybe we'll have an option to sell them in 25. It depends when we'll know when we can sell them.
So just clarification, it is in and out because it goes right to the reserve. Are there added expenses attached to that that would not be there? I mean, some small legal costs, but other than that, there's nothing that we're doing project-wise or operationally that's contingent on selling that land or getting the revenue from that land at this stage. It's strictly going into the reserves, correct? Okay. Councillor Deacon?
Not to belabor it, but just, again, building on what Councillor Laurin said, so the 7 million in deferred revenues expected for 2025, there is road access to those lands now?
Mr. Deschnet?
30 acres out of those 70 acres have road access.
30 of, okay, thank you.
Did you want a value on that? That 30 out of 70, what's the
Well,
value?
it's 100,000 an acre, so
3
3
million.
out of that 7 million.
Okay. Councillor Lauren?
Can I just ask the strange question of why would we be budgeting for, even if it's deferring revenue from last year to this year to the next year, when we know there is absolutely no way we're going to be able to sell that land in 2025 because there's no road access?
Monsieur Dagenet? Monsieur Godin?
Merci, Mr. Mayor. So just to add to that, though, there is a plan to build that road. The road construction is in the budget of 2025. The timing of that, I mean, there's still some decisions to be made as far as the exact format of that road. So could that go over to 2026? That's a possibility. But right now, what the budget is reflecting is the plan. But when we do bring back a report, like reports to council on the EA for the road, but also on the update to the sale of land policy, we'll have a better idea of the specific timelines of 25 versus 26, how many acres we'll be able to sell in each of those years.
Okay, thank you.
I just have a procedural question. In terms of our accounting question, I think it was in EcoDev that I saw that we took 75K from reserves as revenue, but then we add 24K back in the plan. Is there a reason why we take from reserves to put back in reserves after? Just a procedural piece on the accounting side.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So there is a reason why they're separated. They could be netted in one line, but the reason is it's for two different things. I think the 75 was related to a specific expense on the CIP front, and did you say 24?
Yeah, 24.
The 24 is kind of to balance the budget. So this department here it's not considered a user fee department, but we do balance it out so that the goal is for the development of the industrial park to be self-sustainable and not use taxation to fund it, right? And so we're using the industrial park reserve to be able to balance that out so that the additional taxation coming from the new properties in the industrial park are kept in there to be able to address asset management, so the replacement of the roads and whatnot. So there is that exercise done to be, so that the increase of taxation coming out of Department 821 is reflective of the new assessments, the new revenues coming in from those specific properties.
Je comprends.
So we separated them so we can track those two numbers separately.
Okay, that's good. No, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Councillor Lalonde?
Thanks. I just want to go back to page 19 and where we have those two nice images for the first time that show two different sort of initiatives with economic development and community development. And it shows some of the bullets, the key activities under each. This is a bit of a side question or indirect. I look at the first bullet on economic development that talks about workforce, and I look at the bullet on the community development side on social services. I wanted to know if, to what extent some thinking is going on and in which department would it be on the issue of public transit in terms of whether this now is under consideration, and if so, to what extent. And I put that in the context of also the rec complex coming up in 2026 and how we move seniors and other residents to and from, and how we move our workforce, recognizing that the industrial park is growing. We see the sales continuing with lots of potential and exciting times ahead for that park, that we have laborers that are going to be coming in at close to entry-level salaries that may not have vehicles. So on both those sides, where do we see, and are we considering at this point the notion of public transit?
Monsieur Godin, Monsieur Dagenet?
Merci, Mr. Mayor, and great question, Councillor Lalonde. On public transit, I think there's a lot of dimensions to look at as far as that goes. I would definitely see this role as far as the social services or services to our residents having a role in there. I think there's a significant role from the transportation team as well, and planning when looking at all those. So it's definitely for transit in particular, for the question of do we need to have transit come back to the township, and what that looks like. That there's not one person in the organization that's going to figure that out on their own. It's really going to have to be a team effort. But I do see some efforts coming from this new position definitely in there. And we've already had some initial discussions over the year as far as ideas and how that could work. As far as the transit piece, I think there's probably going to be some mention of it in the transportation master plan as well. But as far as saying which department will that come from, it's going to come from a bit of a teamwork from multiple departments, definitely.
Merci, Monsieur Godin. Follow up, Monsieur Conseiller Lalonde.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad to hear that because I think in the coming year, I don't see how, when we look at the industrial park and the growth that we're hoping, expecting to get, and the kind of revenues with the rec complex that we'll be hoping to generate in 2026, that it can be separated from the real need to get closer in terms of time and effort in studying sort of intra-transit service piece to support both of those important initiatives. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Lalonde. Councillor Lauren?
Well, that's where my question was going, and I think Councillor Lalonde just said it, but I want to make sure when the word transit is coming up, are we talking within the township transit structure, or are we talking Ottawa to township structure? Because we had the Ottawa transit process and we know what happened with that. So I just want to understand what the request from transit perspective is, and I would assume if it's inter-municipal transit service that we're talking about, that would be a significant discussion under our DC study, because obviously as growth happens, we would want growth to pay for growth. Transit is part of growth, moving people around, and we would want to make sure that we're allocating proper resources to the purchase of any type of vehicle that would be required to move people around, and the cost of those vehicles are substantial. So I just want to make sure I understand properly of what we're talking about, because I think there is currently a transit going to Ottawa from the township right now, privately done, which is how, in my opinion, it should be done. So that's what I wanted to make sure of, is we're talking inter-municipal transit.
Merci. Anything, Monsieur Godin, to add to that?
Merci, Monsieur Mas. Well, I mean, from an administrator, from the administration's perspective, right now there hasn't been any very serious discussions moving forward about transit and what it could look like. We'll be interested to getting council's feedback on that, but it is being touched on and looked at throughout the transportation master plan. So I don't know if Mr. Bourgon has anything to add on that topic.
Mr. Bourgon?
Well, to add, we will be exploring both type of transit. Master plan would not look in depth of type of service that can be offered, but at least it will be addressed to start a discussion with our master plan.
I also think on the community development piece, I think it ties in really nicely into that. As
And to add to, and to confirm what Monsieur Godin was saying, like it will be a joint venture from several departments if any type of option for transit would be explored in the future.
Merci. Councillor Deakin?
I don't want to get carried away on transit, but I'm really excited about this conversation. Just wondering if the counties are putting together any sort of a fund with regards to transit as well, or if that is solely under DC collection that we're doing here, that a reserve is being accumulated for that?
Monsieur Bourgon?
To my knowledge, the county are not doing any type of program for the transit. What they had in the future was 100% financed by MTO, and that program was stopped, I believe, last year. For us, at this time, there's nothing in our DC under the current DC study. So it's something that could be, once we have our master plan and we start looking in our DC study next year, that's maybe there's opportunity. In the past, we did receive some funding as well from the province. So again, that could be something to reconsider when we open that full file of transit.
Thank you, Councillor Deakin. No. I think in the end, we did go through in this council the external transport piece into Ottawa. And I think we did a lot of financial analysis on that, came to a difficult decision on that. But certainly on the internal transportation piece, on the community development piece, and I think as the industrial park grows, there might be even a willingness with that community development position to help with funding something like that. You know, I mean, if it brings their employees there, why wouldn't they, right? So. All right, are we done with this particular section? Any additional comments on this section? Because I'm going to propose a break here. Monsieur Godin?
Merci, Monsieur Maire. So just before we take a break or before we move on from this section, I just wanted to emphasize, because we've done this differently in the past, sometimes on the capital project side of things. Sometimes we've done it separately, just going through the whole capital project. Sometimes we do it department by department. We're proposing to do it department by department, the way they are presented in the budget brief. So if there are questions on capital projects that are being presented here, now would be the time to go through it before moving on to another department.
Merci. So speaking to which, so I have one quick question. Monsieur Dagenet, when you talk about 140,000 for the train station, do we have 140,000 in the budget or do we have 20,000 in the budget? Like the goal is to have 140 for some funding through some grants, but we're not budgeting 140.
No, we're budgeting 20,000.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Deakin?
I appreciate that reminder, just looking again at the 1.7 million for the extension of MR, just to return that is funded by a grant that we received, if I'm not mistaken, in its entirety, or are there township taxation funds going into that?
Monsieur Godin, Monsieur Dagenet?
Yes, there is a grant, but it does not cover 100% of the 1.7 million. What we're using the revenue will do by selling those lands to pay off that road.
Okay, merci. Any other comments, questions on this particular section? So we're coming up to 20 to 11. Let's take a 10-minute pause for the cause and come back at 10:02 then. Thank you. OK, oui. Alors, M. Godin, juste pour confirmer, on a le dîner qui arrive à midi, c'est ça? Oui, alors on va continuer. Alors, merci beaucoup. Alors, on passe à Public Safety. Madame Bourdeau.
Good morning. Public safety services encompasses numerous services which include the police services, the establishment of the new Russell County OPP Detachment Board. It also includes services such as municipal law enforcement, animal care and control, municipal emergency response and planning, corporate security, and other programs such as health and safety, school crossing guards, and numerous other responsibilities and projects such as the Russell Sign Project and community watches, grant application, etc. So I'm just putting emphasis on this because it's been mentioned that public knowledge is not that municipal law enforcement only do by law enforcement as other cities, and we do numerous other functions with this department. The total operation budget is in the amount of $4,320,558. So the highlights is an increase in the policing cost of $533,563. So this increase in cost is mostly due to calls for service, property counts increase, and increase of the cost for services per property. The information received from the OPP is that the collective agreement was signed in July and apply for the period of January 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2026. So the agreement includes increases of 4.75 in 2023, 4.5 2024, and 2.75 for 2025, and the same for 2026. So the increase that we see with police services is mostly for salaries and fuel costs. So the total amount for 2025 is $2,832,428. OPP will, I've asked for a presentation to council from the OPP, and I'm awaiting a response. Is there any questions about this?
Questions, comments? Councillor Deakin.
Yeah, I'm glad that Madame Bourdeau mentioned the increase in salaries, because here in the report it says calls for service, property counts, and that's what, was kind of reflected in that billing that we saw a week ago or 2 weeks ago. I would like to know, and I don't think we can find the answer today necessarily, but Bill 124 had a 1% cap on salaries for public employees, including the police. It was in place for 3 years before it was deemed unconstitutional, and I'd like to understand at some point how much of that back pay is hitting us here in this 2.8 million, or I should say the $500,000 increase. And it's really important for us to understand to what extent that provincial legislation that was deemed unconstitutional is affecting us.
That's a great point, Councillor Deakin. I can tell you that in my past life in the college, the same thing happened. There was kind of a retroactive process, and everyone got readjusted from those 1% minimum ones. So yeah, there's probably a major impact there. Councillor Deakin?
Thank you. I do have a couple more comments. Ways that I hope that we can mitigate police increases year over year. I think that we have work to do as a council to advocate to higher levels of government for a strong and coordinated implementation of the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, which is meant to be an upstream solution, reducing our reliance on policing, in addition to having just more positive community outcomes. And I'll point to one thing that appeared in the billing here was 47 calls for trouble with youth. So we know that investing in engaging youth, helping them to make healthy decisions, is cheaper and better for their outcomes long term than sort of the downstream responsive policing services calls. So I wanted to make that comment. And I was also looking into the types of calls that came through. I'm sure that there are some calls happening that relate to calls that could have been made to bylaw that would have fallen under our local public safety mandate. Traffic bylaws was one line, noise complaints was another. So to Mr. Mayor, who's sitting on the local policing board, I do wonder about some effort, perhaps with the other municipalities sitting at that table, some sort of a campaign, a communication campaign, to again try to reduce the calls going to OPP that should be going to our local public safety and bylaw officers.
Duly noted. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Armstrong.
Just one thing, following on from Councillor Deacon, in the city of Ottawa, if you have difficulties for many things, there's a one number 311 to call, and something like that somehow implemented, and yes, there's a cost for that, which will have to be examined as well, could be a way to move people away from calling 911 and giving OPP response versus having somebody from the municipality show up and resolve the problem a lot cheaper than what we're having with the OPP. Thank you.
Thank you. Madame Bordeaux, what is the process now if a call comes and it's deemed to be a bylaw requirement as opposed to police services requirement? Is there some sort of communication that comes to our offices?
Presently, I must say that we've been working to bring together the two enforcement fields, so there's a better working atmosphere, not atmosphere, but understanding. And we did do presentation to each platoon of the Russell County OPP, informing them of what availability we have, what work we do. So officers and sergeants on the road are aware of the possibilities and how to contact us after hours. There is also the communication center that is now screening calls, so if they can forward the calls to us, they do, and they know how to reach us. So the communication and the work atmosphere and the work process is better, is improving, and continue to improve. I often have meetings with the inspector just to ensure this is proceeding, and we've also trained our employees to be better able to assist in, for instance, major accidents or fires or etc. They're all trained to do traffic control, so we don't have officers sitting there for hours, police officers sitting there for hours directing traffic. All our staff can do traffic at accident scenes, or so these types of calls that you see you have previous years, so hopefully in the coming years you will see less bylaw calls going to OPP and coming to us. The challenge that we have is that not every municipality works the same way, so I'm trying to be forthwith and getting people trained and trying to take as many calls as we can, because I know that the cost will be less for us in that sense.
So just to clarify my understanding, the OPP cost to our municipality is developed by the overall OPP budget across the province divided by the number of households, correct? So really, And calls as well, yeah. And so the impact of the calls is where we can make a difference. Outside of that, I mean, we're gonna still get that increase, even with a reduction in some calls at a certain percentage. We would have still been faced with a serious increase at this stage, right?
Yes, we
Yeah.
would still see an increase, but if we can reduce the number of,
The calls.
yes.
Okay, Councillor Deacon?
So just reiterating, I'm so glad to hear that there's closer coordination happening between OPP, bylaw, other enforcement, and emergency services. I just want to reiterate that it's also about doing that external communication to residents and making sure that they know who to call for what. And just to build on Councillor Armstrong's point, 911, we don't have a 311, but we do have a 211. So I think that would be part of a campaign as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Conseiller Lalonde.
Merci. Parce que c'est écrit dans le texte, et je me trompe pas, vous pouvez me corriger sur l'investissement qu'on faisait dans le speed radar. J'aimerais savoir justement, parce qu'on en parle ici, l'administration, est-ce qu'on a finalement acheté l'équipement? Où sommes-nous rendus avec ce projet-là? Parce qu'on sait évidemment, it's sort of a good news, bad news story. It's a good news that we need that sort of equipment in place. There's no question we have some very significant issues with vehicle traffic and speed in the township, and having spoken with the fire chief a month ago about some incidents and accidents, again, seem to be on the rise. So that's the good news, that equipment will help for sure, and of course there's a revenue that will come from its use. So if I could just, through you, Mr. Mayor, know where we're at with that, because it's something we talked about, I think, in the last budget.
Merci, Madame Bordeaux. Monsieur Bourgon?
Yes, we're on the waiting list. We need the processing center to be up and running. So basically, that's what we're waiting for. There's 2 processing centers right now, and they're capped out, so they can't take any more municipalities. So we're waiting. Rockland is a host of the future processing center. And until that is up and running, we can't move on. So we're waiting for this processing center to be running.
Merci. Follow-up, Conseiller Lalonde?
Maybe through you, Mr. Mayor, Madame Bordeaux could explain what a processing center is.
Madame Bordeaux?
Yes, that's where all the pictures of the vehicle license plates go to, and they do the research for that plate, and they do the issuance
Ticketing.
of the fine. And from there, so that's we did all we could do presently. We did our traffic count and through infrastructure. So everything that we could do to prepare, we have done. So now we're waiting.
Yeah. I think certainly our sister municipalities, and I'm thinking of Clarence Rockland, are anxiously awaiting as well, because they have a piece of the 17 on their territory as well. So second follow-up, and then I'll go to Councillor Deacon.
Just to know that, for instance, if that should all come through magically in the next 3-4 months' time, recognizing the cost of that equipment, do we have that carried over from a budget? Do we have the money to pay for that equipment when we get the green light?
Madame Bordeaux?
I don't have exact cost of the equipment. I know it's quite hefty in costs, and no, we don't have the budget right now.
Merci. Councillor Deacon? No? Okay. Any other questions, comments? Okay, and just on the policing piece, at our previous meeting, there was a discussion about our own police force, and when I say our own, I think it was alluded to United Counties. And so in doing a little bit of research, if I look, just a quick research, a lot of the municipalities that would fit in that size model are paying upwards of $500 per residence per year for a municipal police force. And if I look at this 2.9 million for OPP on a per resident basis, even at 20,000 residents for us, it's $145. So I think we're still far away from that amount of residents to look at something like that. But that information's available. I think I looked at Collingwood specifically, and I know Cornwall is paying through the roof right now for its own police force as well. So I just wanted to put that out there. So, any other questions, comments? Councillor Lauren?
Yeah, I think there were other options mentioned as well, whether there's other forces out there that would come out this way and do policing other than OPP. So we've got, what do we got? We got Ottawa close to us, we got RCMP and whatnot. So I don't know if those were reviewed or examined, but those were other options that were mentioned, not just doing it ourselves.
Okay, thank you. Noted. All right. Okay, Matt?
I would just
Honourable?
like to add to Monsieur Lalonde's comment that the equipment can be rented from the company. So if we don't have the funds in the budget, we can still rent the equipment from, I think it's an important factor.
Okay. Anything else on this particular side? C'est beau? Okay. Councillor Lauren?
Yeah, just on I know we're waiting on the processing center, and I'm assuming that we are not anticipating implementation in 2025 at that point in time?
They gave us no date, so we would like to have it implemented by the end of the year, 2025, but we don't have any dates presently.
Okay. And so I guess this will probably be a question for next year's budget, but in terms of revenue that would come in from that, would that then be considered municipal revenue or county revenue, like our other provincial offenses are?
It would be municipal revenue, because if I could continue my presentation, we're implementing the AMPS program, so all provincial offenses ticket given by law enforcement and speed radars would come directly to the municipality instead of going to the courts.
So if that's implemented for 2025, do you have increased revenue in your budget then, if it's coming directly to us? And then I'm assuming you have some sort of you're gonna have to implement some sort of a collection tracking process as well.
Yes, the way it's presently done is that residents the fines can be added to their taxes. If they're non-residents, then you have to go through a collection agency.
Under today's world, under the county?
No, under the AMPS program.
Under the AMPS program, there's the ability to add unpaid fines to
Municipal tax.
to their municipal property tax?
Those are bylaw-related fines. Like, can't be like your speeding ticket wouldn't go on there.
Not what's given by the OPP.
No, okay.
But the speed radar would fall under that.
Okay. Councillor Armstrong?
How does that work for residents that, in fact, rent? They're not necessarily property owners. Or the same way, if a resident that owns multiple properties within the township, how does that work? It's just part of the problem with the system in many cases is like speed radar. It doesn't go to a driver, it goes to a vehicle. So if the vehicle is registered to an address in the township, does that mean any lack of payment goes to the registered owner of that property? Or how do we determine that the individual who was in the vehicle committed the offense was in fact the owner of the property?
The invoice goes to it's an invoice and it goes to the registered owner of the vehicle. So if you're a tenant, then it goes to collection agency. If you're an owner, then it goes on your property tax.
Okay. Councillor?
Yeah, I'll just add, when you do get that process started, I would absolutely offer some assistance on the collection side of that piece, because that I have extensive knowledge and experience in that area, so.
Well, we'll be
Please-
talking soon because
please-
the program is about to be presented to council in the next few months, so,
Absolutely, let's set some time.
okay.
Okay, thank you. Madame Bordeaux?
Yes, so with, like mentioned, with the new Community Safety and Policing Act, we had to implement a police services board. So presently, there is $10,000 identified for this board, but with all the costs coming in, it's evident that that amount will not suffice. So until the board approves a budget, I'm not sure of the amount to put in. So, and this budget will be brought to council once determined. So I anticipate that the budget will be determined probably at the next meeting, which is November 4th.
Thank you. Conseiller Lalonde?
Yes, just wondering, clarification on that $10,000 related, costs related to Russell County. What exactly is that relating to? We have that increase in their, in what we pay for their services, and then this is another $10,000. I just like clarification on that.
Sure. So the Police Service Board, policy around the Police Service Board is every municipality pays their share of the running of the Police Service Board. It has nothing to do with the police services per se. So that includes any administrative fees for the Police Service Board. So we have a staff person that will be running that. We have meeting costs, education costs, and so on. So that'll be presented once it's approved by the Police Service Board. Madame Baudouin, anything to add on that?
Some of the costs will be, we're going to generate a bit of a revenue because we're taking the lead into the administration of that board. So the other municipalities will be paying for our services. So that will reduce some of our costs.
On the administration side, yeah. So we have some of our staff that'll be doing that. Any other questions? Je vous laisse continuer, Madame Bordeaux.
So the next item is addition of a shared office coordinator with the fire department for the amount of $50,822. And this position presently is divided, it's a different position. We have an office admin, a person divided between a fire and emergency and public safety. This person presently does emergency management, scribe, and the anticipated share would be 50-50 with the fire department, 50% fire department, 50% public safety. And the position would be working on the implementation of the new AMPS program, eventually the speed radar administration, would act as the Police Services Board Secretary, also the Emergency Operation Center scribe, will also act as a tribunal secretary. As the new regulations come out, we have to have more tribunals, so we need a secretary for that purpose, and would also be the backup for both admin, be it fire and emergent and public safety. The we have postponed the new hire for, as identified in the HR plan. So the new hire for bylaw enforcement has been postponed. And we are creating a reserve for emergencies in the amount of $8,000. So basically, most of the costs in this department are related to salary increases and not operational.
Conseiller Lalonde?
Just to get clarification on what the reserve would be used for typically.
Madame Bourdeau?
Yes, the reserve would be used when we have major events and we need to call back staff or have support for different occasions, such as, example, a boil water advisory and we have to do door-to-door, or we have a major storm and we need extra people to remove trees or whatever from the street. Then it's just, it helps out with the salary portion of things. Same thing with the, we have an amount set aside for cooling centers. So basically it covers the cost of staff.
Merci.
But it's just to have some sort of a cushion in the event of an emergency. So this is the first year this is presented.
Merci. Any other questions? Je vous laisse continuer.
Well, unless there's any questions about the operational side, we have the capital projects that are very minimal. It's tough books for officers, so we presently have them. They're getting older and need to be changed. Some have been breaking down, so it's a change, and a change of windows next door, which is very minimal. It's $4,500, and so the total capital this year is $29,500.
Councillor Lauren, then Councillor Deacon.
Yeah, just to confirm, so in the budget package that I have, not just the briefing, it has, and maybe it's just the department is listed incorrectly, I don't know, but it's got another capital project of $17,000 for cameras on fire station number 1, but it's listed under bylaw.
That has been removed. The reason for that removal is we're still proceeding. It's just that we have the money presently in the budget to do it. So we're just going to carry it.
I'll sit. Councillor Lauren, follow up.
Yeah, I guess we just scratch this one out. Is that the case? Is there
Yes.
any others, Mr. Godin, Mr. Dagenet, other capital projects that are either being carried forward, not being done, or not being proposed that are in this budget? And I know it doesn't touch
Monsieur-
the taxation piece because it's asset management reserves that are being utilized for this one, but just trying to understand.
Monsieur Dagenet?
Well, as we go through all the departments, they'll be able to tell you if there was a capital budget that's being removed. For this one is the money that were set aside for this project in '24. There's still enough money in there to cover this new this project for '25. So we're just using those funds. So.
OK, merci. Monsieur Godin, un rajout?
Oui, merci. Juste un simple ajout, juste pour mentionner aussi que any changes there are from the first to the second draft, they will be presented clearly with that report to council with kind of a comparison between GLs if they've changed, and also for capital projects if some are removed or amended, we'll have that opportunity to explain that to council.
OK,
Council,
merci. That's great. Thank you. Councillor Deacon?
Just looking at the capital project for windows here, it's a light bulb's going off for me. Is the township able to apply for retrofit grants for from the feds for windows and doors and things of that nature with, I think it's called the home efficiency rebate. I mean, it says home in it, but just wanting to make sure that we're looking at energy efficiency grants and rebates that may be available from other levels of government.
Monsieur Godin, Monsieur Dagenet.
Merci, Mr. Mayor. So we are always looking to find grants for all our projects. When we do have projects, we're looking into the different programs out there. I think you called it the home efficiency rebate, so we'll take note of that and we can look into it. But part of our process is when we're going through with projects is to always look at the different options that are out there if there are programs applicable.
Merci. Councillor Lauren.
So two things. The first one, on that note, wouldn't that be a wonderful opportunity for the consultants we just engaged to be looking for grant opportunities for us in things like this types of capital projects? That would be
Monsieur Godin.
the first comment.
Merci, Mr. Mayor. So on that comment, so we do have that, not with the firm that we just hired for lobbying, but with Grant Match, and they are actively always looking at programs, and we provide them with our capital projects so they know what we do have on the table. So to answer your question, yes, it is a good opportunity there.
Okay. Second comment is more towards, so we've got this budget brief that you're going through right now. Is there a way that you'll be able to, going forward, identify any items that are not listed here that are in this? Because if I wasn't following this at the same time as I was following this, I wouldn't have known that there was the $17,000 that wasn't going to be applied.
Councillor Lauren's referring to his cartable, because in case you could
Sorry,
see.
I didn't get the online version. I got the actual manual version, so I just want to make sure because, if I wasn't following along, I would never have seen it.
Thank you. It's just a note. I think that 17,000, is it fair to say it was probably a copy paste from last year that was just left on? Is that maybe something like that, or? But I mean, it's not there. That's the key. Correct?
Well, right now, it's not there, but as we go through this exercise, like, we're doing change, the error I mentioned earlier about the user fee, like, we're going through this process. The budget is changing every day, so it's that this was removed. We figured out a way to still go through with this project without bringing a new project in for 25. But I understand what you're saying, and yes, in the future we'll try to find a way so we can inform you of what we're removing instead of just removing it.
Well, I think, Monsieur Godin, like the next version, we'll see any changes anyways. Okay, it's a living document right now. Okay, thank you. Madame Bordeaux.
I looked into the window grant myself, and the municipality was not eligible from what I saw.
Okay.
For the funds for the cameras, there was another project identified in 2024 that we are not able to complete. So the funds from 2024 will be used for the fire station.
Merci. Councillor Lauren.
I'll move on from this after one more comment is, we got this last night. We got this last week. And already this one thing has been removed. So the question would become is, when did we know that the 17,000 was going to carry forward from last year when it was already included in this budget? If you say you found other things like the reduction of the water and sewer and were able to put it into this budget brief, it would have been very simple to put on this budget brief as well. Removed $17,000 project that's in your capital budget. That's all I'm saying is, I know it's a living and breathing document, but again, we got this yesterday with the corrections of that. So unless we knew only this morning that we weren't going through with the 17,000, which I'm assuming wasn't the case, because it's already off of here, I think we could have put a footnote that said, in your binder, in the actual budget document that you have in your binder or an online version, please remove this item from the list. That's all I'm saying. I get the fact that it's a living, breathing document, but it just leads the question, what else are we gonna miss if it's not listed? If we're not going through it, but.
But we are
page
going
by
through it, right?
page. Well, we're not going through this right now, page by page, so unless I'm turnkeying with
Okay.
this, I wouldn't have seen it.
All right, thank you.
That's my
All right,
point.
duly noted. Okay, Madame Bourdeau, je vois rien. Fini? Okay, merci. Any other comments on this part of the budget? Hearing, seeing none. Thank you very much. Okay, we're moving to fire services and building, and I believe Chief McBain is online, and we have Chef Adjoint Courville qui est ici. Bonjour, Monsieur Chef Adjoint Courville. Chief, nice to see you. That looks like Boston, not Portugal.
Council, hopefully you see me down here below.
Thank you. Can you, yeah, everyone? Okay, everyone could hear? Yeah, okay, thank
Everyone
you.
can hear okay?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for zooming in. I know this holiday was planned a long time ago, and we're sorry we're cutting in on it, but we really appreciate your time coming in online to join us here. Questions, comments, members of council? No. Go ahead, Chief.
Instead of having a full year salary. See if there's any questions.
Councilor Lauren?
Just a question, the cost for the vehicle, again, you said was?
117,500 approximately.
And is that listed in this year's budget?
That is in this year's capital project, yes. I believe it was mentioned previously in the brief under capital projects or under the.
Okay, just a sec.
So that's in
Mr.
the-
Goudet?
The asset management.
It's under asset management.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Deacon?
Before the hiring of this fire training officer, where do those training responsibilities fall now within the force?
Now they are under. Implementing the training. So we're relying a lot on volunteers to assist with that.
Thank you, Chief. Any other questions, follow-up questions? No? Okay, go ahead, Chief.
Excellent. Thank you for those questions. Also in this 25 budget, we are looking at different fire response protocols and ways to improve our response times. Fire service response times, just to provide you a little bit of background, is the time that it takes for volunteer firefighters to respond from their homes or their place of work and drive to the appropriate fire station, get dressed into their personal protective equipment, and wait for the minimum number of firefighters to arrive at the station, and then leave with the appropriate vehicle. In general, presently, we have an emergency call that the applicable station gets paged out, and there could be up to 24 firefighters responding, which is our current number of firefighters at the station. There are times where we struggle to get enough firefighters to respond. We would like to implement and phase in a firefighter on duty crew where 4 firefighters per station are available to respond from home or within the community at a cost of $57,000. Our initial phase would start May 1st and run to October 15th. Which is typically our summer months where we're really short on staff. This would start on a Friday evening and go to a Monday AM. At the same time, we would implement an on-call duty officer where an officer would be available to sign up for 12-hour shifts and be available to answer all after-hour complaints and will also respond to those emergencies. This initiative would be all year round, and it would provide relief for myself and the deputy chief as we are currently rotating on call every other week. I'll just stop at this point to see if there's any questions regarding the on-call strategy.
Thank you, Chief. Councillor Deakin?
It's so important to recognize that these are mostly volunteers that are at the ready, and I appreciate this strategy. I'd like to request, because this is the first time we'll be doing this, is it possible for council to get a report at some point on the outcomes of this strategy so that we can look at in the 2026 budget cycle whether that's something to continue or modify?
Chief?
Yes, Your Worship, Councillor Deakin, great question. I think that's a great question. We initially wanted to try to do this all year, but obviously it's not possible. So it's just I think it's a great idea to evaluate it and see if it is feasible to continue with an on-call availability to ensure that we can have a minimal amount of firefighters available to respond.
So just
But
clarification.
unfortunately, that's not how the service is working right now. We have so many firefighters, we hope we have X number available to respond.
So just a couple of points to clarify before we go to the other questions. So this is only from May to October, is that correct?
That's correct. That's what the current strategy that we're going to do a trial, I guess we could say, a trial period for 2025.
And so the rationale for May to October is when typically a lot of the volunteers take time off. Is that where it's more of a challenge?
It's a little bit more of a challenge in the summer months where people, typically their vacations, they're at their cottage, they're gone camping. So it will provide that amount, that reasonable expectation that we have enough firefighters back in our municipality to provide us our service. We did look at the whole year. It's upwards of $200,000 if we did it for a complete year. So that's why we're just testing it to see how it will go on weekends.
Yeah, so I
during
think
that summer period.
we appreciate you trying to make it fit within a reasonable amount. And as Councillor Deakin would say, it'd be good to get some feedback on that. So I have a question from Councillor Armstrong.
Yes. Not to open a big can of worms here, but are there standards or firefighting standards for when one would suggest a municipality go from a volunteer fire department to a full-time fire department or some hybrid in between? I know the City of Ottawa seems to have a hybrid, especially for the rural communities in the City of Ottawa. Is there some such standard for that we can foresee somewhere in the future going to a full-time fire staff?
Thank you, Councillor Armstrong. Chief?
Yeah, no, great question, Councillor Armstrong. There are guidelines, there are international guidelines that are followed, and it's up to us as the municipality and you as council to decide what guidelines or expectations you expect of your fire service. We are striving to meet those requirements. It's called response times. If you look at a full-time fire service, they're required once they get the call 90 seconds to be out the door. We obviously don't meet that because we are volunteers. We're up at the 6 minutes, 6.5 minute mark before we can get a truck out the door because we're responding from home. Since council in the last couple of years, we are moving to what we call a composite model, where I'm full-time, the deputy is full-time, we have a full-time fire prevention officer, hopefully with the training officer. That's 4 more people who now can respond in the daytime quicker and not rely as much on the volunteers in the daytime. So we are transitioning to that model. To be frank, Councillor Armstrong, as we look towards a full-time staffing model, yes, we will be getting there eventually. And in today's value, it's approximately $4.2 million a year if you want one full-time truck with 4 firefighters 24/7.
Thank you.
We're slowly moving to that, and it depends on our quantity of our responses and our calls. We're at the 300 to 350 mark right now for responses per year. But as that keeps increasing with the growth of the community, we will be transitioning to that model eventually at some point.
Thank you.
Yeah, answers your question.
Thank you. Councillor Lalonde.
Thank you. Just a clarification on what does the the on-call strategy look like in practice? Is it more people getting pagers, or is it staff that are required to, they're identified as being readily available given times and periods? Just exactly what does that look like?
Chief?
Great. Yes, great question, Councillor Lalonde. What we plan on doing is starting at 1,800 hours on a Friday until 0600 on a Monday. Firefighters have the opportunity to sign up for a 12-hour shift where they are committing to staying at home, being available, not going to a party and not drinking, being available to respond to an emergency from their house or within the community. They could be at their neighbor's house or a family member or whatnot. They'll be able to respond and go straight to the fire station and get on the truck. And we'd have a minimum of 4 people per station, and we would pay them an hourly on-call premium to be available. Right now, they're not being paid to be on call. They only get paid if they respond to the fire station and go to the incident. So with this, we're asking them to commit, not go to town and go to Ottawa, do any shopping. You'll have to stay within the township. And we're doing approximately a $2 an hour honorarium for you to stay back in the town and be available to respond.
Thank you. Does that clarify? And so is there, wait, juste par là. Wait, wait, the food has arrived. I don't know if somebody's there. So in line with that question, is there a reduction of need of volunteers when we get to this position where we have a steady stream of on-call members that guarantees you, say, 4 people at every call?
So it would be 4 individuals per fire station. So we'd have 8 firefighters available to respond within the municipality. And it really depends on the nature of the call. We look at our statistics of fires. 13% of our calls are fires where I need more than 8 people. Motor vehicle collisions, we probably do about 19% of motor vehicle collisions. So we need more than 8 people potentially for that. So at the lower end of the spectrum, we're still looking at 70% of our calls, 60 to 70% of our calls, I may not need more than 8 people to respond to that incident. And that's all going to be part of this trial period to evaluate the data, how many calls have come in during that time frame, and what is the type of incident. For like a medical call, for example, we do about, I think, 12 or 15% of medical calls in a year to assist the ambulance. I don't need 24 firefighters for that, but I don't know who's coming, and we could be paying 15 firefighters or 20 firefighters, whereas this way we'd only be paying for 8 firefighters to respond to that medical incident. So that's why we'd like to really try this trial period to see how it improves our response times, how cost-wise, is it going to be more effective? It's possible it could be more effective, but really a trial and error to see how it's going to work for us. There are other municipalities that do similar models that we've evaluated, and we had got this one model from a municipality. Actually, Blue Mountain is using this similar model.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Question in terms of process, and that might be to Monsieur Godin or on the financial side. We have Fire Station 1, Fire Station 2, and Fire Services. Is the goal long term to just have Fire Services, or are we always going to see Fire Station 1 and 2 with some direct expenses and revenues associated to that? I'm not sure who can answer that, but Monsieur Dagenet.
I can answer that, Your Worship.
Okay, go ahead, Chief.
I'll give it a try, and then I'll ask for Mr. Godin and Mr. Dagenet's backup if needed. We have the 3 accounts for a simple reason. The Fire Services, or the account 210, is, I guess I could say, the corporate shell of the fire service. And then as we get into 211, which is station 11, and 212, which is station 12, that is the needs of the station, the equipment that are assigned to the station, the assets within the station, and so forth. Whereas the personnel, the training costs, all falls under the shell of the corporate side of the fire services.
Okay, thank you very much. And did we in long term find any savings in terms of the amalgamation of into the fire services? And I know we're increasing costs, and that's based on increased service and so on. But were there savings that are worth mentioning here in bringing both fire stations together?
There will be down the road, but initially there is some initial costs associated to the amalgamation. Getting everybody to all the firefighters to look the same. The branding has to be the same. The equipment is the same. However, we might be on using different manufacturers, whereas we're streamlining the same manufacturers, purchasing from the same suppliers now. So there could be potential savings down the road, but we're not going to see them for another year or two regarding the amalgamation.
Okay, merci. Any other questions or comments, members of council? Anything else to add, Chief?
Not on that particular item for the on-call strategy.
Okay. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you. With the Ontario regulation, firefighter certification regulation that comes into effect on July 1st, 2026, we have approximately 16 firefighters that are required to complete their NFPA 1002 pump operation course. This course has to be completed prior to July 1st, 2026. We have applied to the Ontario Fire Marshal's Office to host this course locally instead of sending these firefighters outside of our community. This will also permit our firefighters to get more knowledgeable on our own equipment, and that will come at a cost of $48,000 for the year 2025. So just to recap, we've applied to have this course internally so we could teach it in-house. Myself, Deputy Corville, and 2 other firefighters will be the instructors. Instead of sending 2 or 3 people out to the regional training center to get trained, we're going to do this all in-house and get the batch of firefighters done so we don't have to prolong any further past that 2026 effective date. Any questions on that?
Councillor Armstrong?
Yeah, just one question. Is this only for the Russell Fire Department, or do we offer that days of training, or however it is training, to the other local municipalities?
Chief?
No, great question, Councillor Armstrong. This is strictly for Russell Township Fire Services because we're only permitted to have a maximum of 16 firefighters. So if we did not have enough firefighters, we would have been able to ask other departments to join us. But because we need all the spots ourselves, we cannot allow any other department to participate.
Thank you, Chief. Go ahead.
We're also asking for additional funds to perform weekly vehicle and equipment operational checks. And this will come at a cost of $32,760. This is for firefighters to attend weekly to the fire station, verify and check all the equipment in the vehicles, test the pumps, and make sure that all the vehicles are operationally ready to perform when needed. Prior to our amalgamation of our 2 departments, one station was performing this weekly and the other one was only doing it every 2 weeks. At that time, a decision was made to go bi-weekly, and now we have started to see some issues and some operational readiness delays that we feel that we should be going back to those weekly checks in order to minimize any equipment failures and so forth. We have noticed, for example, if we were a full-time fire department with firefighters in the station every day, we would be doing daily checks. So we feel that we should be going back to those weekly checks that we used to do to ensure our equipment is ready to go in case it's ever needed. Any questions on that?
No, go ahead, Chief.
In 2024, we had started an initiative where we became an authorized Canadian Red Cross service provider, and 6 of our volunteer firefighters are now certified instructors under the Red Cross. They are able to teach first aid, CPR, and also our medical first responder course to our firefighters. We are also planning on 2025 is teaching internal staff of the township first aid CPR courses. Instead of contracting it out, we can now do it internally. The CPR and defibrillator training equipment is required in order to do these courses, and this comes at a cost of $19,400 to buy the training equipment. Any questions?
Questions,
or
comments? In terms of that purchase, so we envision saving some money. So I'm assuming Parks and Rec, we do a fair bit of training for first aid, CPR, and so on. So is that taken into account in this year's budget? Madame Guittard?
No, it has not been taken into account.
Okay, so are we saying, Chief, that we are able to offer that service across the township municipality, like for the staff?
That's correct. So we started to work with HR, and we're making a list of all the employees who have first aid and CPR. So it hasn't, it's still work in progress. We expect by the end of the year to have a list of which employees have CPR, first aid, who needs to get renewed when in what year. So we'll have a better plan towards the end of the year on how many staff need to get renewed and what years and so forth. So it's still a work in progress.
Councillor Deakin, then Councillor Lauren.
I appreciate that question, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering if, understanding that daycare providers, daycare workers especially, need to have that training, and that's a considerable size of the workforce for the township now. So if I understand correctly, that would be considered for the future, for those sorts of trainings to be offered in-house?
So this particular year, Chief, we'll be able to do that as of 2025?
Within the 2025 year, yes. Like I said, we're working with HR to get all the numbers of how many employees need it and when they need the renewals. So we're still in that infancy stage because we just completed our certification in August. So it's still a work in progress. But yes, there could be some potential savings in 2025 where we don't have to outsource to an outside provider.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Deakin, follow-up?
Une question pour Madame Guittard. Do the workers in the daycares currently need to have CPR in order to get the job?
Absolutely, it's a prerequisite. They cannot start working. I think the ministry allows us maybe 2 weeks. So let's
From
say
time of hire?
That's absolutely, yeah.
I would really like to see us be able to incorporate that training for potential hires in their onboarding, to be able to just remove, I would say, another barrier for daycare workers to get online and working in our services.
Excellent point, Councillor Deakin. Councillor Lauren?
Yeah, that's where I was going as well with under recreation. You know, we have all of our facilities. We're going to have a new complex coming. We're going to have a lot more people working, the swimming instructors, the lifeguards, those types of people who would all need those types of certifications, that if they can now be done in-house, that would be an amazing savings to the recreation budget. So I guess that would be something, Mr. Godin, Madame Guittard, to be looking at when the second draft comes out. If there were any costs associated with any type of first aid training for 2025, that could be incorporated there and reduced, so.
Merci. Thank you. Chief, thank you for taking that on.
I will just clarify, though, if I may, Your Worship, it would not include the Life Saving Society, lifeguard certifications and so forth. So this would be just basic first aid, CPR, and all the firefighters, medical first responder.
Understood.
Certifications.
Yeah, I'll happily recertify as well. Thank you.
Excellent.
All right, I'll let you go ahead.
So that's it for the fire services. On the building services side, the operational budget side, we know that the building services department is funded through user fees and the building permit process. During the summer of 2025, we would like to hire a summer student at the cost of $8,974 to assist with administrative duties in that department. We had previously started a project where we were modernizing our filing system, and the summer student at that time was scanning all our paper files to electronic files. We also intend to apply for the student grant programs to assist with offsetting some of the cost of this salary.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Nope. Keep going.
Okay, now let's take a quick look at capital items here before your lunch hour. So the fire service is continuously updating the firefighters' personal protective equipment, where this equipment is required to be replaced every 10 years. This is a legislative requirement. This equipment includes their bunker gear, their helmet, their boots, their gloves, and their protective hoods, and this is projected to cost $61,000. I'll pause here.
Keep going. I'll stop if there's questions.
Okay. Okay, please do, because I can't see my my video. So we will also be purchasing 6 bunker gear drying racks that will thoroughly dry the bunker gear and other personal protective equipment. This is projected to cost $51,120, and we are hopeful to receive a $20,000 grant from the Ontario Fire Protection Grant, which we've already applied for in the month of September. After every fire or incident where the firefighter's gear gets contaminated, it's required to be separated and washed in our washer extractors. The drying process takes time, and these new racks will provide additional space to dry more gear at the same time. Of note, the longer that it takes to dry the firefighter bunker gear, the longer it is where the firefighter has no gear to respond to the next incident, since they only have one set of bunker gear. Next item. After our 2024 annual inspection of the helipad at Station 12 by Orange, it was recommended by Orange to install solar aviation lights to assist them with their nighttime landing. Currently, we have spotlights that have to be turned on once we are notified of their approach. However, these lights may be blinding to the pilot, and the solar aviation lights are now the recommended lighting method. This is an estimated cost of $25,300 to install these lights. Our current records management system needs to be upgraded at a cost of $23,730. The current system is no longer meeting the needs of our fire service. The new system will reduce our data entry time, provide scheduling capabilities for the volunteers, which will assist us with this new on-duty schedule, and improved analytics and reporting, and also improved fire inspection capabilities for our fire inspection department. At Station 12, we have to replace one of the furnaces and air conditioning units as they have reached their end of life and have been identified in the building conditioning assessment. This is expected to cost approximately $18,000. And finally, the last capital project for 2025 is pavement patching at Station 12. This parking lot is now 20 years old. The wear and tear from our fire trucks turning on the pavement causes it to break up over time. We didn't do any patching work in 24. We did do some in 2023. However, we're budgeting for $17,000 for 2025.
Councillor Deakin? Sorry, Chief. Councillor Deakin?
No, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Looking at the solar aviation landing lights, that would be, I just want to get better acquainted with the Orange service. So is that helipad here serving more than just our township, or is it exclusive to township?
Chief?
Great question, Councillor Deakin. No, it is for the entire Orange. It could be from any municipality that the ambulance has to come. I believe the other helipads in Hawkesbury, and then it's us. So the ambulance would go to the closest helipad if they had to get to the helicopter.
Follow up, Councillor Deakin?
My follow-up question is, are there investments coming to cover some of those costs from other municipalities that would be accessing, for which Orange would be accessing the helipad?
Great question. Chief?
No, great question, Councillor Deacon. So no, it is our helipad. It is owned and maintained by the municipality. We do have a contractual agreement with Orange. It has been at $3,500 a year that they provide us to maintain the helipad. It is being increased to $5,000 per year in 2025. We're waiting for the new contract. However, they will not pay for the investment costs to go along with this. It's we do have some reserves in that account because we don't use that $3,500 every year, and unfortunately, I don't have that number in front of me.
Follow up, Councillor Deacon?
And just to be clear, there's no aspect of this cost that would go into a mutual aid agreement with neighboring municipalities whose residents could perhaps, God forbid, need to use those services.
That's correct. No. Just maybe to give you some perspective, in 2023, they landed 4 times on the helipad.
Thank you.
And I don't know if they were for our residents or outside residents. Unfortunately, I don't know that.
Do we have an idea of the reserves for that account?
It would be minimal. It's not in the. Sorry,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Sorry,
I don't know
Monsieur
if you have
Dagenet, I
it
think
handy.
I believe he has.
It's around 4,000.
4,000.
Just a little bit more of 4,000.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Moving along, Chief?
Well, that is it. So that concludes my presentation for the Fire and Building Services for the 2025 budget. And I thank you for your time and allowing me to to present virtually.
Thank you, Chief. No other questions? No? All right. Thank you, Chief. Enjoy the rest of your holiday, and thank you for taking the time. Monsieur Courville was here on standby if you need it, so just so you know, everything's in good hands here. Thank you. Cheers.
Excellent. I'll be on the call anyways, on silent here watching. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. All right. So we are just a little over 12, so we are going to be pausing for lunch now, and so we'll take 1 hour. So return 5 past the hour after lunch. Thank you so much, everyone. Appreciate all the work so far today.
per year, and that's to reflect the implementation of our organic collection starting in April, as per the report that was presented to council a few weeks ago or a month ago. Another large increase, again, for mostly asset requirements, it's under our stormwater management and to do more conditional assessment. Well, we need to do more camera work, more flushing to understand the full condition of our system, to understand the asset requirement. Donc, notre système d'égout pluvial démontre quand même une augmentation de 140 000 surtout dû à l'évaluation de la condition de nos avoirs reliés aux égouts pluviales. Donc, au courant des dernières années, c'est un système que, opérationnellement, on a eu beaucoup d'augmentation, mais c'était aussi un système qui était négligé au travers des années. So we're catching up with the storm sewer system by putting those different increase in operational system, and again, ultimately, to have a full understanding so we can implement, or at least propose to council, our user fee system for our storm sewers. Once we have a full understanding of the asset requirement, and we already started to look at the catchment area of every storm sewer, we'll be in a position to present to council a user fee system for our storm sewer. On démontre aussi une augmentation de 15 000 pour l'embauche d'un étudiant dans l'équipe de travaux publics. So this student addition would help us for the beautification of our streetscape. So maintenance, grass cutting, runabout maintenance, or any other type of maintenance along our roadway in villages. So if there's no question, that's the highlight of the full operational for the infrastructure services. And again, it's to maintain the level of service that we offer currently to residents.
Questions, comments, members of council? Councillor Deakin.
I've got a couple questions on this. The user fee for storm sewer, is that something that you would be looking at for, that administration would be looking at for 2026 then, if it's being studied?
Mr. Bourgon?
So what we've done in the last couple of years, it's to work towards have enough information to implement the user fee. I don't think we'll be ready yet to present to council for the 2026 budget. If we are, good. But with all the information required to implement that fee, I think it would be more realistic for the 2027 budget.
Okay, follow up?
And I'm hearing you, Monsieur Bourgon, reiterate a couple of times now that it's to maintain the system, the level of service that is there now. We did hear from an individual at the public requests that indicated a concern about the level of service as it is now. So I'm just wondering if the administration has any further information on that, if there are concerns like that coming.
Mr. Bourgon?
Well, I'm not sure I don't remember for which service exactly, but if we are to increase some of our level of service offered, well, we'll need either extra resources in terms of personnel or increase some of our budgets to reflect if we would to increase the level of service.
Clarification? No.
Maybe, I believe it was storm sewer related. And I guess my follow-up question is the studies that you'll be running or the information gathering that will happen this year on storm sewer, will we have a better sense of the level of service that is apparent in that region that the resident brought forward? I believe it was south of Embrun.
Yes.
Mr. Bourgon?
So I guess I mentioned to council that we are maintaining our level of service, but for storm sewer, we are increasing to try to determine what exactly. So, but yeah, all those studies, again, to get to our user fee and to be able to put in place all their proper replacement that's required in our system.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Armstrong?
Yeah, one question. This 140,000 for this next this next year. Will that complete the investigation of the condition and extent of our stormwater management system, or will there be more information required in the future after that?
Monsieur Bourgault?
So the main of the older portion should be completed. Again, it depends too of what's the condition. If the storm sewers it's harder to get access, well, it costs more. So with our 140, we'll do a bit less. But that's our goal to be able to do that full condition assessment on our older parts of the system. And obviously a portion of that will need to be maintained, part of the regular maintenance moving forward.
Thank you. Follow up, Councillor Armstrong, we're good? Thank you. Merci. Any other questions? Okay, Monsieur Bourgault?
So I'll go with the operational highlights for the planning division. In the 2025 budget, we did update all the user fee related to that division. It's been a while since those were addressed, so there's been an increase reflected in all the user fee related to the planning activities. We are planning, once the official plan is completed, we are planning to start our zoning bylaw review. So we have 30,000 allocated to that activity, and there's a portion that does come from the DC in terms of revenue to update that document. And the other main highlight, it's the replacement of the director's role, so to create a new position. That position would be un urbaniste ou un planificateur pour l'organisation. Donc, cet individu pourrait assister la corporation dans l'implémentation et planification de divers projets, travailler sur le développement et la planification du parc industriel. Lorsqu'on pense à guider les différentes études, contacter les la compagnie, le gaz, les télécommunications. This position will assist the administration to develop different policies, will assist in different planning application under the Planning Act. When we do plan a construction project of any kind, the position will help us to plan and to make sure that we do look or consult all our master plan, that every study are being looked at, make sure that we do maximize any tax dollar when we do a rehab, that to make sure that there's a consultation and that everybody's needs is addressed when we do tackle a reconstruction. I'll take the Notre Dame rehabilitation as an example, just to make sure that all bases are covered. The position would help in coordinating any pre-consultation with the public, open house, major studies like the master plans, and could offer any planification advice to any member of the corporation. So, je vois un peu cette position comme venir à créer ou à pouvoir s'assurer qu'on a une coordination circulaire entre tous les départements puis toutes les différentes activités. So that position would be key in planning, even like a new subdivision, making sure, again, that all our studies are being looked at, that it's planned properly to address any needs that be required, that a subdivision is not planned on its own, but it's planned to be part of the entire villages and the township. Donc, ça, ce qui résume un peu là, les grandes lignes du nouveau poste qu'on aimerait mettre en place pour le remplacement du poste de directeur.
Questions, comments? Councillor Deacon.
Two's my magic number today. I have two questions. Did you name the position? I don't see it in the HR action plan specifically.
We're the title not 100% sure, but we see it as a organizational. Sorry, un urbaniste pour la corporation organisationnelle, exactement.
Okay, is that accounted for in the FTEs already?
Well, technically, it's only to replace an existing FTE, so it wouldn't be creating an extra one. It would be to replace the director's role.
Okay. Follow-up?
Puis la deuxième question, si j'ai bien compris, il y aura une étude pour le stationnement aussi. Je me demande si ça fait partie du zoning bylaw review ou si ça apparaît dans une autre ligne du budget.
Monsieur Bourgon?
Are you referring to any on-street parking?
Si on va faire une
the-
étude de stationnement cette
So
année.
the master plan will touch on it briefly.
Transportation master
The
plan?
transportation master plan will touch briefly on street parking. But it will be recommending that further studies are being conducted, and it's not planned at this time in the 2025 budget.
Go ahead.
That study would inform the zoning bylaw review, correct? Or would
Well-
that study inform a different?
The zoning bylaw would be, it's to guide or inform on private properties mostly,
I see.
but not necessarily on township property.
Any follow-up, Councillor Deacon? No, thank you. Any other questions, members of council? No. Okay, go ahead.
Donc, on va maintenant passer aux projets capitaux pour le service d'infrastructure. We are planning $15,000 for door replacement at the municipal garage. That's asset replacement. We are also planning the replacement of our gas and diesel pump. Those were, again, original from the construction and have reached their useful life, so needs to be replaced. In terms of paving, as presented in the plan, next year it's the Burton Road that's being planned to be repaved or reconstruct. It's a joint project with the City of Ottawa. So it's the entire length, so from Saint-Guillaume all the way west to Frontier, full road reconstruction. So the estimate of our share, it's at $1.8 million.
Councillor Lord?
During that, I guess the condition assessment review that was done this year and whatnot, was there any consideration given by us and/or Ottawa on removing the big
S-curve.
round circles like they did in Metcalf, where they got rid of that curve and they
and-
made it just a straight?
I asked the question to Ottawa staff, because exactly using that example on, I believe it's Victoria's Road or
Yeah.
And they did the same intervention on a county or the rural road, at the end of 400. So I did ask the question if that would be part of the analysis. I haven't heard back, but if that would be the plan, it would fit in the cost estimate. Being
Okay.
like our little roads, it's already existing. The road allowance already existing. So if that change proposed, it could fit in that full rehabilitation.
Okay. It's extremely dangerous there, especially in the mornings and at the evenings with cars going straight on Burton Road, turning into the roundabout, coming into Russell. Do they go straight? Do they turn last second? Do you put your signal on? But even more dangerous are the cars coming from Saint-Guillaume down Burton Road and blowing right through that stop sign to beat the traffic coming in the turn circle. Far too often that is happening and causing significant issues for the drivers and safety concerns. So I would absolutely love to see something happen there.
Yeah, so that was raised with Ottawa, and our master plan in discussion with our steering group, that issue was also flagged. So we'll keep doing follow-ups with Ottawa to address those issues.
Okay.
Mm.
And follow up.
Go ahead.
And you said it's the complete from Saint-Guillaume all the way to Frontier?
That's correct.
Or sorry, all the way to Frontier or all the way to Divine?
All the way to Frontier, because when you turn north, that's now 100% City of Ottawa.
Okay. Do you know if they're continuing on to Divine?
I'll ask, but I don't
You
have
don't know?
confirmation today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Monsieur Bourgon, can you confirm then, so in terms of du pavage comme tel, other than this project, are we doing anything else? Because I think it was 2.2 million, the investment?
Yeah, the 2.2 was the average that we were at, like in 24. For 25, we're only proposing the 1.8. Again, looking at the other project and other asset needs, and that's the reason why we're proposing only the 1.8 at this time. And our plan that was presented to council did reflect only the 1.8.
Okay, merci. Councilor Lord?
So in the road condition assessment, it had 2025 and it had a whole list of roads that should be done in 2025. But we're only doing the one road. So should those reflect now down to 2026 and everything else gets bumped down? Like how would that work? Because people are going to look at that and go, well, it's been identified for 2025, but we're not doing it.
Several of those roads, it's only for crack ceilings.
Yeah.
Which that falls under our operational budget for road maintenance, being, I'll use the word minimal investment, but that's why those roads are identified to perform crack sealing and part of the long-term maintenance.
So there's no, in that 2025 column, there is no other projects that are du pavage au complet?
No, we did adjust to reflect the budget that's being presented today.
Okay. Councilor Lord?
Sorry, can I make one general comment to Monsieur Godin right now? Because it's happening and it's very frustrating. Can we, at some point, do something with these screens? We had a meeting the other night, a planning meeting here, and every 5 seconds they were going off, and they're doing it now again, where they're flipping off like this, and it's very distracting, very annoying. If there are people sitting here during a regular meeting, like a full house of residents, that would be extremely unprofessional and annoying. So I think we need to budget something for that.
I think we have something budgeted for this rehab, do we not?
Through Ms. Mary, so yes, we do have some funds budgeted in the capital for the video and audio of the council chambers. But if there's a short-term issue, we can look at to see what we can do with the operations side. But it's noted.
Thank you. Councilor Deakin?
Just following up on Councillor Lorraine's question about the projects for 2025 moving down to 2026, because it's the majority of the projects for 2026, I believe, were those crack sealing jobs. Is it likely that those would all be batched together for that year, and that's why we're coming in a little bit lower this year?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the money is there where you're spending it, but not on full repaving. So that in 2025, the list is of the fixing of the roads is still there, and that's planned. That's not changing.
Okay.
It just comes out of operational as opposed to capital.
I see. Thank you for the clarification.
C'est ça? Oui, okay. Any other questions from council members on this? Okay. Vas-y.
Just a quick note, I realize that my list that I'm following may not follow the exact list in the binder in terms of capital project. So I apologize if there's some switch. There's the order, yes.
The order of ours
Yeah.
presented, that's okay. Okay.
So we have $1 million for the rehabilitation of a bridge on Saint-Pierre Road between Route 300 and 200. The design was completed this year. We're planning to go in tender next month. So that's an item that will be coming back to council for contract approval. The next project, it's the storm reconstruction of Notre Dame. So the $2.5 million, that's our share at 50%. Since we're projecting the contract to last over a full 2 years, we have a 2.5 this year, and we'll have another 2.5 in the next year's budget, or 26 budget.
Merci.
The other half, it's being financed or will be financed by UCPR.
Yeah. Question, Councilor Lalonde?
Maybe on a related, when you did the Craig Street system last year, because of its aging and infrastructure, had to be replaced. That is the same case for Notre Dame. I'm just wondering if there were any discoveries on the Craig Street that did sort of validate the need for it to be switched out. Were the pipes indeed found to be in tired and poor condition?
Yeah, so the Craig Street confirmed everything that we knew on our system. And again, to the investigation we did on Notre Dame, everything's in the similar state. So we do, and by the fact that we've done Craig Street after the big inflation, so we can base our cost estimate on that project per linear meter of construction. Notre Dame is a bit different in the sense that the UCPR will use that opportunity to improve traffic flow throughout the full corridor. And plus we'll, like we did on Craig Street, is if there's anything else to be repaired on the rest of the systems, the water or sanitary sewer, we'll take the opportunity to do so. So once we're done with the full length of Notre Dame, well, we're not touching it anytime soon.
Councillor Lalonde, follow-up?
Thank you. And I imagine there'll be, like was the case in Russell and Craig, sort of an open house for residents and everybody to come out and see what's planned here? Because the last one was quite successful.
Yes, I believe that's in the plans, Mr. Bourgeois?
Yeah, exactly. So once we have our next round of plans and we have a better understanding of our phasing of the construction, we'll prepare at least 2 open house, one being for the general public, and we want to have one specifically for our business owners. Since traffic flow and whatnot will be affected during the construction. So we just want to have a better sense of our phasing and which part will be completed first. So we have the best information to provide.
Yeah, it's going to be a beautiful change, but it will not come without headaches for sure. And so, yeah, the more communication's better with the residents. Make sure that they know what we're in for. Yeah. Councillor Deakin, you had your hand up?
For the storm sewer reconstruction on Notre Dame, I'm just wondering about how these different assets are named and understood, because in some places it refers to side streets, like kind of intersections, and in other places it's like a general reference to a neighborhood like Old Town West, for example. I guess I just want to say, as these reports start coming back this year and we look at making more major investments in the storm sewer system, if we can get clear on those, as we have the clear understanding of the assets, just having, for residents' benefit as well, a clear understanding of where those are and what that's referring to in the different studies that have come and will be coming before in the future. I hope I'm making sense. It's very nebulous.
And that's a good question. So is that infrastructure public knowledge, like where pipes are located and everything, or is that?
Yes, and we're in part of our brief or explanation or summary of every project in the binder. It does state where on Notre Dame, from where to where we're doing the pipe replacement.
But I think what Councillor Deakin was alluding to is access for residents to see that. Is that a common practice for residents to know where all the pipes are?
Not really.
No. Yeah.
I mean, we can try to put more detail in the summary.
Yeah.
We do.
I'm just not sure that that's a requirement or wise to do. I'm not sure in terms of the importance of the infrastructure, and I don't know. Just a sec. Councillor Lauren, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, just, if I heard correctly, you said that the project for the storm sewer reconstruction was a 2.5 this year and a 2.5 next year?
Our share.
Share, yeah.
Pardon me?
Our share.
Right. So wouldn't we see that reflected then under 2025 and then 2026, like you do have for the 120,000 for the replacement of 2 pumps in pumping station? You have an amount for 2025 and an amount for 2026, but the 2.5 isn't showing for 2026.
We'll have to look into it, but I know like it is budgeted that way. But I'll follow up with the financing, how come it doesn't show up here on that table.
Thank you.
But it should show
yes.
there, right? Stuff that we know? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Deakin?
I was looking at the 2019 WSP study on storm water system needs. And again, my point about the naming here is that we need to be able as a council to make sure that what has been identified as priority is indeed addressed in the plans. And if the references to that infrastructure changes in name, it's very hard for us to track and have that oversight that what is needing to be done is in fact prioritized. Just a comment, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Deakin. So if something comes up in a study a couple of years ago and we're wondering if it's getting done so we can compare apples to apples, am I correct? Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you. Go ahead.
So the next one, it's design of the roundabout and the intersection of Saint-Pierre and Route 300. So it's to have that's financed by DC, and it's to have to work on the design so we can be ready when our trigger of growth comes to light and we can implement the construction and also to have a better sense of the land required since there's a future subdivision coming next to that proposed intersection. So it would be important to us to determine what can be done, make sure it get reflected in the subdivision process.
Merci.
The next project, so it's the design of rehabilitation of a small bridge on Saint-Pierre Road, and that's the one located north of Hybrid Street, so within the urban boundaries. Again, that design of that box culvert, it's to be ready in when the infrastructure would be required for a future subdivision, and we need to replace that structure. We're ready, and it will be planned to accommodate future travel lane and bike lane. So make sure that we can accommodate future growth since it's a structure that will be replaced to last like the next 75 years. So we recommend to proceed with the design being the next one on the list. And the next item, it's the same logic to do the design of that culvert replacement. That would be our second one to come online, but again, with all the development and subdivision need surrounding those infrastructure, we want to make sure that we're ready. So as an example, if a water main needs to be extended by the local developer, we can address the replacement of our infrastructure at the same time, try to maximize any project. So again, that once we're done with a road segment, we're not going back for a long period of time. Next item that touch on our storm, again on our storm sewer, it's to do the design of rehabilitation or improvement of our storm pond. That pond, after some further investigation, doesn't work properly. It doesn't meet the requirement imposed by the province. So we need to do the design for the retrofit of that facility. So the next line item, now we're into our sanitary sewer. We're planning, or we need to put in place a program for our pump replacement for all the sanitary lift stations. Those pumps are worth anywhere between 60 to 100 grand each. So we just want to make sure that we're proactive and we have a program in place to have a cycle. We can get away with a retrofit, some needs new pumps. So we just want to make sure that we do have the preventive program in place, since when you lose a pump, they're gone for several weeks, or the lead time to obtain a new one can take months. So our major pumping station, we have always two pumps, so we want to make sure that we're ahead of the game and we're our asset replacement.
So
it's covered.
is this not covered through asset management?
Yeah, it is. So it's financed by asset, but we want to make sure that it's highlighted and we have the money assigned for that specific
But are we
activity.
increasing our asset management contribution?
It's part of our assets, so we are increasing, as we discussed earlier, but that's one of the item that we need, our asset contribution over the next years to be specific in that asset.
So we're allocating 120,000 of the annual asset management allocation for that.
For that exactly.
We're not double counting that asset
No,
management.
so by having it identified in the budget, it allows staff to be able to perform the purchase.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lauren?
So along the same lines, so I'm seeing a lot of capital projects that just say are being funded through asset management. My question is, because normally this was from taxation, this was from infrastructure fund, this was from this, and this. There's all these different lines. And it seems as though we've grouped a lot of it together into asset management. So my question is, that $120,000 request, does that impact taxation request of the 10.63% this year? Or is this already the asset management reserve that has already been provided for in past years?
Mr. Godet, Mr. Bogo?
Merci, Mr. Mayor. So it doesn't impact that 10.6%, to answer your first question. And yes, it is from that asset management reserve that's replenished by that, when we're talking about asset management, we're talking about monies that we're transferring to reserves, and then we're using those monies to cover the costs of capital projects.
Okay, so we're of the 10.6%, how much is going to asset management reserve? Because ultimately, you're just replenishing, right?
Yep.
So I just want to make sure, I'm trying to get the correlation. Because if I said, and I'm not saying this, but if I said, well, I don't want to do the 120 this year, we'll start the program next year. What does that $120,000 savings to this year do for me?
Right, and to answer that question, so it doesn't do anything for the 10.6%.
Yeah, it stays in the asset management
Exactly,
reserve.
so there's gonna be $120,000 that's gonna stay into our reserves, so our reserves balances are gonna be higher.
Which is
Unless I allocate 120,000 less to the asset management reserve fund that you're asking for this year.
the 2 points that you're asking for, right?
Yeah, but if we do that, we're just gonna increase the gap. Because the goal is to get to our annual
Yeah.
requirement.
Oh, I fully understand that aspect. But I'm just asking the question because I keep seeing asset management, and we're putting money into asset management and we're taking out. But what if I'm not taking out? Do I still have to put in over here? Yes, I'm gonna increase the gap because next year I'm gonna add the 120,000 because I'm gonna need it and make that purchase. But at some point, where I cut from capital projects will have an impact to the 10.6. Nothing?
Mr. Godet?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So, no, that's correct. So we're not using the operational budget to cover any capital expenses,
right.
right? So that 10.6% is really when we're looking at our operational budget and all the departments and their increases, the increase we need to be able to fund those. So the capital budget, where it does impact is where the money's transferred to reserves, or if we look at it two different ways, right? In the operational budget, we're looking at the long-term plan, and we're looking at how much we should be investing annually and trying to reduce that deficit, right? And what we're showing right now is that we need to increase taxes by 2% for 6 years to be able to eliminate that gap. So, and I guess the background of that is the way this is done, like that line that's being increased, it's a transfer into reserve. So our asset management reserves are increasing every time we do that. But then when we prepare our capital budget to fund those projects, that's where we take the money back from those reserves, right? So if we're saying we're gonna not do that $120,000 this year, it's not gonna change anything on the operational side. It's gonna mean that your asset management reserve is gonna have a balance of $120,000 more than it currently does. You could ask for us to reduce that contribution towards asset management by 120, and the reserve is gonna have the same balance as it does now, because we're reducing the expense and the transfer, but we're not advanced in reducing that infrastructure gap, because we'll have to catch up that $120,000 within the next 6 years if we wanna meet that.
Right.
target.
Or add another year to it.
Or add another year to it.
Thank you.
Councillor Armstrong?
Contributions to the asset management reserve are annual, the 2%. Does that include an inflationary factor? For example, 120,000 per year for pump replacement. What I could replace this year for 120,000 may cost next year 122, 125,000. Is that factor in the asset management contributions?
I think in theory it is, but Mr. Godet?
Yeah, it is. I mean, in theory it is, and our asset management software also allows us to increase yearly with inflation. And when we're saying 2% per year, that a 1% tax increase will increase every year as well, based on our tax increases, so.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay.
So our next project, it's an upgrade for the pumping station 1 in Russell for $500,000. We're currently in design right now, and that's in the 2024 budget. With findings in our master plan, some of those upgrades that we were planning for can be delayed a few years based on capacity in the system. So that's what we're trying to do here. It's to phase in those upgrades to that station. Then the next item, it's to repair a chamber at our Russell Lagoon. That chamber, it's used for when we do our discharge to the river. So that's just a repair that has to be done in order to keep on doing our discharge properly. Next item, we're planning the renovation of the offices at 851 Route 400. That building, it's over 20 years now, so we have a renovation to do on the roof. We have more staff now in the building, so there's a rearrangement of some working station. Bathroom need to be done. So it's the upkeep of that building. Next item, we allow $400,000 for the water tower cleaning and painting. At the same time, we are starting a condition assessment of all those towers. So we'll do that first in order to determine exactly what needs to be done in terms of cleaning and painting of the towers. Again, that's the asset management requirement. We just want to make sure that we maintain the steel at the proper state or proper level for the operational needs.
Alors, sur le 400,000 water tower cleaning and painting, what is the assessment side of it then?
The condition assessment, that's covered under the operational budget.
Okay.
So we did allocate 30,000, and that's already taken account in our operational.
OK. Alors, le 400,000,
fees.
c'est pour peinturer.
Pour peinturer et nettoyer, là, qui est vraiment les travaux physiques. Parce que juste nettoyer, si on prend la tour d'Embrun comme exemple, le côté nord, il y a déjà, tu vois on veut juste s'assurer que le mold accélère pas la détérioration de la tour telle qu'elle.
Et puis ça, c'est pour tout, parce qu'on a plus qu'une tour,
Oui, on a
right?
3 tours. Donc,
C'est ça, alors, c'est pour les 3 tours?
Pour les 3 tours.
OK.
Ouais.
Merci.
And the last item, it's a water fill station. Over the last years, we have several companies using hydrants to filling the sweeper trucks or to flush new subdivision. So we want to have a better grip or better control of who's using the water. So at the water reservoir, we want to have like a station where contractors that are, like, as an example, the sweepers, they can come in, they have their account so we know exactly how many meter cubes are being used by that specific company, and we can bill or we can charge that user. We are proposing in our user fee a bulk rate to for that service that would be available for the contractors. So again, it's to have a better sense and to control the usage of our water.
Ça, encore une fois, ça sort de nos réserves. pour
Ça
payer
sort de nos réserves, mais on a identifié un nouveau frais d'usager, en fait, de pouvoir s'assurer un revenu qui est le revenu est supplémentaire au mètre cube que nos résidents payent présentement, car c'est quand même un service qu'on offre, puis on veut s'assurer là, que d'ailleurs on a un contrôle. Aussi, ce que ça nous permet de faire, on a des backflow preventer aussi dans cette installation-là, c'est qu'il s'assure qu'il n'y aurait pas de contamination causée par un utilisateur externe. So that will help us to protect our system for any external contamination as well.
Fait que pour le 100 000, on peut commencer à ramasser des fonds sur l'eau utilisée par les contracteurs.
Exactement. Donc, on va avoir une marge de profit sur chaque mètre cube d'utilisé.
Est-ce que ça, c'est déjà été comptabilisé pour 2025?
On a mis le user fee, mais on n'a pas déterminé le revenu exact. Parce que c'est quand même difficile à comptabiliser puisqu'on n'a pas un bon
Pas d'histoire
grip.
dessus.
C'est exactement, on n'a pas de prix. Mais au moins, on a le mécanisme de pouvoir commencer à le facturer comme
Fait comme c'est là, il y a zéro qui est attribué à ça.
On a des feuilles, c'est tout manuel, qu'on donne aux différentes compagnies. Donc, c'est pas un système qui est fiable. Quelqu'un pourrait utiliser deux camions d'eau, mais aussi seulement en écrire un sur la feuille. Il y a trop de marge d'erreur.
Fait que déjà, on charge.
On charge,
avec
mais
le
c'est
système
minime.
d'honneur.
C'est minime, c'est exactement.
OK. Puis, qu'est-ce qui change au niveau des accès à l'eau? Comme une fois qu'on a ça, ils pourront plus aller aux fire hydrants?
Non, exactement. Donc, si n'importe quelle compagnie est vue à utiliser un hydrant autre que nos opérateurs ou nos pompiers, comme ça, on peut procéder à une amende immédiatement.
OK. Question, Councillor Lorne?
On that note, how is that monitored? If you said you don't know how many are using them now, how is that monitored if somebody does go and use one?
So they call in, we put, so we have an operator in the morning that goes and assists, but we're not there all the time. So we're trying to make our system more efficient. So right now, they're only one hydrant that they can use currently, but again, we don't have the resources to have an employee there all the time either. We've looked at other municipalities. We know Alexandria, they have that type of station that they can monitor and bill directly the user.
Okay, merci.
And that concludes the list of capital project for the department.
Thank you.
If I can add as well that we're in the process of completing the water and sewer master plan, transportation master plan. So obviously, in the upcoming years, we'll have more big capital project to highlight to council and to likely implement some financial strategies over the next year to finance some of those big investment coming along in the next 10 years.
Merci. Any final questions for this part of the budget presentation? Seeing, hearing none. Okay, we're going to move to the library section. Monsieur Godin, Madame Séguin, je vous cède la parole.
Bon après-midi, Monsieur le maire, conseiller, conseillère. My community, my special place, our library. Notre vision, ma communauté, ma place de choix, notre bibliothèque. Comme vous le savez, la Loi des bibliothèques publiques de l'Ontario requiert un conseil d'administration pour la bibliothèque, un CA. Nous avons 7 administrateurs et administratrices, dont une conseillère municipale. La bibliothèque publique du canton de Russell a 2 succursales, Embrun et Russell. Avec 55 heures de service par semaine à la communauté pour la succursale de Russell, car nous sommes ouverts le dimanche entre 10h et 14h, sauf les mois d'été, et 51 heures par semaine pour la succursale d'Embrun. Les services de bibliothèque représentent 4,6 des frais annuels de la municipalité. Avec 7,9 FTE, 4 full-time, 4 part-time et 3 étudiantes, la bibliothèque offre la programmation de façon inclusive. Pour les bébés, les tout-petits, les jeunes enfants, les ados, les adultes et les aînés. La bibliothèque comprend divers partenariats locaux afin de supporter son plan stratégique et de bien répondre aux besoins de la communauté, tout en reflétant l'amour de la lecture. La bibliothèque n'est pas juste des livres physiques. C'est aussi des livres audio, numériques, des livres qui parlent. Nous avons les Vox Books maintenant, des bandes dessinées, des magazines, des ressources en ligne telles que Ancestry, Mes Racines, des ressources en généalogie. Nous avons aussi des moniteurs de radon pour les maisons, des passes pour les musées, des prêts de tablettes iPad pour en nommer quelques-uns. C'est un centre, un hub communautaire. Avec le comité de finances et de gouvernance du CA de bibliothèque, il y a eu des rencontres avec le personnel de la municipalité afin de regarder de près chaque ligne budgétaire, et les administrateurs et administratrices du CA ont eu la chance de poser des questions et de donner leur appui à la première ébauche. Pour les coûts opérationnels, vous voyez les coûts opérationnels liés à la migration de notre serveur de bibliothèque dans l'environnement cloud. Notre système de gestion de bibliothèque est maintenant sauvegardé de façon systématique, en plus de la correspondance par courriel du personnel. Nous avons donc maintenant un frais mensuel pour ce service offert par une firme externe, ce qui nous sauvera à long terme, au capital, d'acheter un serveur physique aux 5 ans, par exemple. Le reste des coûts sont associés à des dépenses allouées pour notre fonctionnement et nos opérations annuelles. Depuis la remise de la première ébauche, il y a eu des frais de 5 000 $ qui ont été reçus d'une firme externe pour le revamp de notre style de page web, l'aide avec l'application de certains plugins, l'élaboration d'un staging site pour le testing et rendre le tout plus visuel et convivial pour les appareils mobiles. Il faudrait donc faire l'ajout supplémentaire dans la section 64,80 de 5 000 $ pour des frais professionnels supplémentaires. En plus, une entente de service entre la bibliothèque et la municipalité est en cours de rédaction. Par but de transparence et de clarification pour les deux parties, soit les membres du CA de la bibliothèque et du personnel de la municipalité de la bibliothèque, il est primordial de connaître les frais associés aux services obtenus et d'établir des lignes directrices selon les rôles et les exigences nécessaires. Le processus est toujours en cours. Pour le côté capital, nous avons toujours notre campagne annuelle « Adopter un livre » qui est présentement en cours, qui va nous chercher un bon montant pour l'achat de livres à la collection. On y ajoute en plus des livres physiques et un montant presque de 10 000 $ pour des nouveaux ordinateurs, des stations au comptoir de prêt et des laptops pour le personnel qui verront Microsoft 365. Et enfin, pour le projet de partenariat de la nouvelle succursale d'Embrun, qui passera de 1 000 pieds carrés à 5 000 pieds carrés au cœur du village, j'aimerais laisser aussi mon collègue Sébastien Dagenet expliquer ou répondre à vos questions par rapport aux stratégies financières qui ont aussi été présentées et revues par le CA de bibliothèque. Je peux toujours aussi répondre à d'autres questions et je vous remercie de votre temps.
Merci beaucoup. Monsieur Dagenet, à rajouter?
Oui, je vais vous parler un peu de la stratégie, comment on planifie financer cette relocalisation-là. Donc, comme on a mentionné, la bibliothèque actuelle comprend 1105 pieds carrés, ce qui limite sa capacité de répondre aux besoins croissants de la communauté. La nouvelle installation proposée s'étendra à 5000 pieds carrés, offrant un espace plus accueillant et fonctionnel pour les usagers. Un avantage clé dans le financement de cette transition est la possibilité de tirer parti des frais de développement qui couvriront une part impressionnante de 78 % des coûts du projet. Cette planification financière minimise le fardeau sur les contribuables locaux et garantit que la bibliothèque peut être établie sans dépenses excessives. La stratégie de financement inclut la couverture des coûts des 15 premières années du bail, les réserves de DC prenant en charge la majeure partie de ces coûts, tandis que 22 restants seront gérés par le fonds de déménagement. De plus, le financement pour les améliorations locatives et l'ameublement sera également obtenu avec les mêmes réserves de DC couvrant 78 de ces dépenses. L'autre 22 va pouvoir provenir de asset management. Pour assurer la durabilité à long terme de la bibliothèque, nous proposons une augmentation modeste de la taxation annuelle de 0,05 au cours des 17 prochaines années. Cette augmentation devrait générer près de 9 500 $ la première année et environ 198 000 $ d'ici la fin de la période. Ce financement sera vital pour renégocier les conditions de location et garantir que la bibliothèque continue de prospérer financièrement.
Merci. Questions, commentaires, membres du Conseil? Councillor Lorne?
Just along the same lines, Monsieur Godin, Monsieur Dagenet, the document, the page 225 with the capital projects reflects an $875 contracted amount for the library for this year. But again, nothing for 2026 or beyond. And if we've got a $2.625 million project, I would have assumed that the additional cost that they're talking about would have been shown in the other category since we have it on the sheet, right? If otherwise, those additional years that are listed there are useless, right? So let's just make sure we're putting all those costs in there, please.
Monsieur Godin, Monsieur Dagenet?
Yeah, it's 33% on year one and 66% on year two.
I think
So we'll
Councillor
be
Lorne.
Oh,
adding-
I completely understand the math
We'll be
and
adding it.
what I'm saying visually,
It's just that your columns are there, then we should show that.
you have columns that go from 2025 to 2031 that are all blank. But you have a project that's going to be multi-year. In some projects that are multi-year, you have the amounts in multi-year. But the last two that we just discussed, you don't have the multi-year. So I'm just asking that
Just
we
to-
have the
yeah.
multi-year so that we can see it.
Thank you. Councillor Deacon?
It's not every day that we get the CEO of the library here in front of council, and so I just wanted to make a couple of remarks about the growth of the library services and the growth that goes alongside the growth of our communities. I want to first and foremost commend the leadership of the library board, who has taken on a large slice of work in terms of growing the governance of that board to ensure that it reflects the needs of this community and the services of the library over time. Madame Séguin made reference to the governance committee, and I can assure you there are hours and hours and hours being put in every month by that board into bringing our governance up to snuff. And with that, the service agreement and the township administration's dedication to supporting the board and the administration of the library to ensure that we're making sound decisions as we move into a larger branch to meet the needs of the Embrun village especially. It's truly appreciated and growing alongside the governance at that board. And last but not least is the dedication of Madame Couture-Séguin aussi as the CEO of the library, and her dedication to grow in the role of leadership that the library is requiring in these coming years. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to really highlight all of that good work and that dedication that's on all sides at both the library and the administration to ensure that we're moving forward in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and well noted. Great to see this project move forward, and I, as a user, to see the Sunday hours are great. It's awesome. Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments relating to this particular budget item? I noticed it was an even 5.3% increase on the revenue and expense side. Was that on purpose, or just seemed like very kind of mathematical as opposed to needs-based. I don't know if that makes sense. Because on the revenue side, I think if I look, it was 5.3, and on the expense side, it was 5.3% in the proposed budget. Just pointing that out. Monsieur Godin?
Oui, merci, Monsieur Maire. I think I can explain that just in the way the library budget is set up in our system. It's a zero sum because the balancing line is where we transfer money from the municipality to the
Okay, je
library. So
comprends.
the revenues are always going to match the expenses.
Okay, all
I
right.
wish we could take credit for it.
Thank you. Okay, no other questions pertaining to that? Madame Séguin, merci beaucoup pour votre temps aujourd'hui. C'est bien apprécié, puis pour le beau travail que vous faites. All right, moving on. Madame Guittard, Parks and Recreation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. So Parks and Recreation, we include the 4 daycare centers, the Centennial Pool, the New York Central Trail, the Sports Dome, the bowling halls, the arenas, some few halls, the community grants program, the municipal programs, 27 parks and still counting, and of course the future recreation complex. So we have been busy in the last year. So for the daycares, if I may start with them. So in the last, I would say 16 months, we were able to increase the capacity and the attendance for 96 preschool age kids amongst the Russell daycares and also the Emblem one. And also by 339 before and after school kids, extra spaces that were filled. And we are still currently working and expanding the before and after school program. The preschool program will be full capacity in all the 4 daycares as of probably end of November this year. So needless to say that our next project will be an expansion, of course, of a new facility in a new area and a new building, if we can plan this in 26 or 27, but that'll be the new project for the daycare.
Councilor Lauren?
Are you fully staffed for all your daycares? Because I noticed in the staffing model at the beginning that we had projected daycare staff or approved daycare staff up to a certain amount, but as of the 2025 budget, we were short about 6 staff from the approved from last year. So is that we just over amount last year, or what's the difference?
Madame Guittard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure if you're talking about the FTEs. If you are, what we've done is we've merged more the positions to create a more realistic FTEs. And also, we had some what we call floaters here and there, so we've taken them out so that they're not accounted for in the salary base for the daycares. So we are not short of staff, we're just barely staffed. For the last preschool group that will be opening up at the end of November, we are currently in the hiring process. And of course, because we still have capacity for before and after programs, we're still seeking some hiring, but we are not short staffed for the groups that we presently have.
Thank you.
So,
Follow up?
yeah, so the 2023 budget had you at FTE of 63.2, up to 67.32 last year, to 58 for this year, sorry, and then to 58 for 2025.
Madame Guittard?
And yet we've increased by 2 facilities.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what happened also, you have to remember that I opened up 2 new daycares, so we had planned for the full capacity. So that's why the full capacity of FTEs were incurred in 2024. They were not incurred, I should say. They were anticipated, but not needed as of now. So that's why for 2025, we have planned as of, it's more realistic, if I can say.
Okay, so question follow-up.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, Mr. Godin, the additional, what's that? The additional funding for the 9 staff went where?
Monsieur Godin?
Merci, Mr. Mayor. So the daycares are fully self-funded, so there's no taxation going there in or out. Everything's being done through the reserves, sorry. Why, the reason you see it going up and then back down to 58 is, it was estimates when we created or when we purchased or opened those new daycares in 23. And this is highlighting maybe, overestimated payroll cost requirements. Now that we've gone through a year or two of operating in service, 22-25 is showing kind of a more realistic need. But to answer your question about where do we allocate those funds, we're not taking them from reserves as we were before, or the costs or the revenues and the costs are being adjusted to better reflect the actual reality. It's not creating a savings that we have to be able to be allocated elsewhere in the budget, given that it's really, all of the daycare operations are really dealt with as their own business center, if you will, or their own.
Right, so so you adjusted the cost of the service in 2024 to reflect 9 less staff? I don't think we would have reduced the cost, so you would have collected funds based on 67 staff requirements, but didn't pay for 67. So I'm assuming the funds went into a surplus reserve for the daycare.
For the daycare service.
I'm assuming, is that?
If there are surplus funds, because if you look at the actuals compared to the budgets of 23 and 24, you'll see the expenses are lower than what had been budgeted, so we have budgeted too much staff. But the revenues are also lower because those two correlate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Deakin?
We were speaking earlier about ways to find efficiency in training and also perhaps remove some barriers for folks looking to get into early childhood education. Every time I go to our job site, there's multiple listings for our childcare centers. I'm just wondering if there are funds in the reserve for daycare, have we explored every possible avenue in terms of removing other barriers for providers to get into this area of work, such as understanding that transportation is an issue for folks coming from Ottawa to work here, supporting them in that regard, or supporting interested residents of the township to pursue their studies to then work for the township. Have we explored the use of the reserves for that purpose?
Madame Guittard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. We already help in paying studies for students or employees that go and that wish to pursue a career in childhood education. So we do the same thing as if you take a course. Township will reimburse you as long as there's a certain conditions also. But we have 3 apprentices right now that are under our employment, and we are paying for their studies.
Follow-up, Councillor Deakin?
So those are for people that are already employed with the township and looking to get their graduate ECE, or?
We had an employee that she was part-time, and she decided she wanted to be a graduated childhood educator. So one of them was that's an example. But the other 2 were employees that came in. They were new employees. And we told them that if they wanted to pursue an education, we would help them with the studies, the fees for the studies. And so they enrolled, and because as soon as they're registered under the apprenticeship with Ontario Ministry of Education, they're allowed to receive the salary of an educator. So.
Certified educator.
Yep, certified educator.
One more follow-up?
So it's just the transportation piece then that it seems we're not able to address quite yet
Madame Guittard?
in terms of the
That
barriers.
is one issue. I can say that in the last year or so, we've seen an increase in the resumes coming in because we did increase the salary, so that really helped. So, but definitely some people from Ottawa don't have the public transportation use to Russell or Ambrim, so it is a barrier.
Are we tracking how many are, I guess it wouldn't be.
It's hard to say because they just don't apply.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, okay. Councillor Armstrong, I saw your hand up.
Yes, the daycare was one of the prevalent themes during my door-to-door knocking throughout the township, but especially in Limoges and Marionville. But these 4 daycares are in the separate schools. Is there restricted enrollment in those daycares?
I can't really talk for Limoges and Marionville because those 2 schools are outside of municipal boundaries, but I do know for a fact, because Limoges is the same school board as Ambrim, yes, they are. You need to be part of the Catholic French school board. Same thing for Marionville, I believe that's a French school Catholic board too, so, but it's Ottawa.
Okay, has there been any discussion on having other daycare facilities, municipally administered daycare facilities within the township that are not restricted to the separate school board?
We used to have one upstairs at the Ember Marina. That was one that has.
Wide open.
It was open to everybody. And then when we acquired the one in Saint-Jean-la-Croisée, we closed that one because there was no purpose of it anymore to have that daycare open. So most of the daycares are in schools. For our municipal daycares, they're all in schools right now. So that's why I said if we want to pursue, we'll have to pursue in our own building or rental property or something like that.
Okay.
Because all the schools have their daycares now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
And then we will be implementing for the daycare, a user fee increase for the years 6 to 12 years old. Because under the SPAJ CWELCC program with the province, we cannot increase the user fee for the age 0 to 6 years old. And also, we will make it mandatory the full-time registration for the before and after school. We will still allow either the morning or the evening, but it will have to be the whole week because it's creating a lot of issues because when you have a parent that is registered only for a morning or 2 mornings, then you're taking out a space for maybe a child that would be there 5 mornings. And it's very hard to manage because we have to respect all the ratios and we need to schedule the staff. So it's been very chaotic in the last year. So we decided to, and there are no other daycares in Prescott Russell that operate like that. It's very, very hard. So I think we've reached the peak to do that. So we will be going through that venue. We will still allow the morning or the night, the half day, we will still allow that. And then for the baseball diamonds, it's been an issue for a few years now because we had a lit and unlit user fee. And of course, we are never there to police when they open the lights or close the lights. So we're just putting a lit, unlit user fee. It's going to be just a flat rate fee.
Councillor Lauren?
Shouldn't we just call it a ball diamond rental fee at that point?
That's right. We're not going to call it lit or unlit.
Take the lit or unlit out?
Yes, we will.
Thank you.
Yeah. And then for the ice rental rates, we've increased the ice by 5%, and we want to make sure that everybody understand that's on the operational user fee and not the operational plus the surcharge. The surcharge is completely separate, and the 5% is not calculated on top of the surcharge. And that's starting only in September 25. Sports Dome, we will take out the 1/3 of the field because, again, that's very hard to manage. We do rent the 1/3, but at one point people are all over the field. They're all over the 2/3. It's creating also some security issues. So we want to encourage people to at least rent the 2/3 or the full court. So I'm not sure if there's any questions for the user fees.
Yeah, just a quick question pertaining to the ice rental rates.
Yep.
If I look at your proposed budgets for, say, Ember Marina, we've got an increase of 2.4% in forecasted revenues, but our expenses are going up 5.7%. Are we charging enough? Like the gap, our contribution margin is decreasing there. And so I'm just concerned, are we charging enough, to offset those increased expenses?
We've raised the fees by 5%.
Okay.
So we are hoping that, it's very hard to be neutral in the arena because it's a very expensive building to operate. And also you have to remember that there's a lot of, there's no charge that goes on in the hall. So we do recuperate some money from the rentals, but still, it's hard to say that it's only the arena. There's other charges that comes into effect. So we think that by increasing the ice by 5%, we should.
That's enough? Yeah?
Yeah.
And what about our policies on rentals and stuff like that? Are we still allowing, I think it was minor hockey, we were allowing them to book and then return ice at will, and we just wouldn't charge them. Is that still the current practice? Or correct me if I'm wrong?
Well, what they do is at the beginning of September, they give us a schedule, and they're not supposed to change or cancel any other dates. So we try to sell back whatever minor hockey gives back during the year.
But they are paying for it
No,
unless we resell it.
no. Whatever they don't want, they give us back the hours, and we do not charge for that.
And they do that at will or at the beginning of the season?
At the beginning of the season.
Okay, Councillor Lauren?
But if during the season, all of a sudden they say, we have 3 hours on this night, if you can sell them, they'll get credit for it. If you don't
Yeah,
sell
if
them.
they let us know that
Right.
they don't want the ice, absolutely. If we can sell, we can sell.
Yeah.
If we can't sell it,
They're still charged.
they're
They're still
supposed to
charged.
be charged.
And that was part of the agreement that
That
was
was
done a
part of
couple of
the
years
agreement.
ago.
Yeah.
We had a
Yeah.
long discussion
Yeah,
about
that's what I'm
that.
trying to, okay,
Yeah.
so we're still doing that, okay. So the only time that they can get credit for it without charge is at the beginning of the season, when they'll tell us ahead of time, and that gives us a lot of notice to possibly resell the ice, correct? Okay, merci.
Okay, so if we go on for the hiring, I know some of you were questioning, are we starting to hire for the recreation complex? So the first hiring will be occurring at the, hopefully at the beginning of the year 2025, where we want a program manager. This person will be overseeing all the coordinators, which will be the program coordinator, the recreation coordinator, the ice coordinator. That will be a new position for the 3 ice pads in the recreation complex, and the aquatic coordinator. So I would like to have this person on board at the beginning of 2025, so we can also look into hiring the aquatic and the ice coordinator at the very beginning of 2026, because if, we're opening in September, we need to be ready to open the door and welcome people with programming, adequate programming. So that's the new position. The other position, sorry?
Councillor Lauren?
This is a question more for Monsieur Godin, probably, or Monsieur Dagenet. When we talk DC charges for growth, does it speak just to material, or does it speak to staffing as well?
Monsieur Godin?
Merci, Mr. Mayor. So no, DCs are more for capital projects and material for infrastructure, so we can't use DCs for staffing.
Okay, thank you.
And the other position will be a project manager. This will be support to the operation manager. As you probably know, we've had an operation manager for the last 3 years, and the work is quite substantial. So we had put that position 2 years ago as a lead operator, but as the years, we never filled it up. And as the the months went on, I kind of realized that this is more than a lead operator that we need. We need somebody to do the projects and to assist the operation manager, the administration work in the office. There's a lot of field work to be done every day. The day-to-day is really busy. So right now, we kind of see that, there's stuff that is maybe not done in the right time, finished in the right time. So we need assistance. So we really need this position to be filled.
Councillor Lauren.
Question, I guess, again from Mr. Godin. If I heard correctly, you had a position that was not filled from a couple of years ago, and this is an evolution of that position. Is there a possibility to take from the HR reserve to pay for that position for 2025, seeing as how the funds for that were budgeted previously, and any surplus would have went into the HR reserve?
Good question, Councillor Lauren.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the logic is sound, and I see you getting creative to help our budget. Technically, that could be the case. However, I would just argue that would help for year one of that
Yeah.
employment, whereas next year we would automatically have that increase. And just to touch on these two positions being proposed by Mme. Guittard in the budget, right now we are not using that 10.6% increase for these positions specifically. They are being budgeted through the rec complex. So where it does impact is, this is kind of the first year where we're allocating resources specifically for this project. Not meaning that these two positions are specifically 100% for the rec complex, but we realize we're gonna have to have some more staff for the operation of that rec complex. And already we're allocating a lot of manpower and hours towards the project management of the rec complex. So what these two positions are, how they're impacting the budget is those values aren't being put into that reserve for the down payment of the rec complex, but they're built in for the long-term plan as far as having that allocation to pay for the payroll.
Follow up?
Yeah. So is there a way then to go back and go, this is part of the 10.6%? And I understand 1% for the rec complex. I understand 2.91% for the OPP or whatever the number was, 2% for the asset management plan. I'm assuming a 2.5% for the OCF fund shortfall from 1.8 to 1.4 million. That gets me to about 8%. So is that what we're talking about when we're saying that? Because everywhere we're looking at being able to either split, push, do something different, I'm asking the question, I'm being told, well, no, it's not part of the 10.6. Well, then where do we get down from 10.6? If we can't, if nothing that we cut affects 10.6?
It's the $1 million question.
It is.
Mr. Godin?
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. So I understand what you mean, and I think if we refer back to one of the appendices in the first draft budget, I think we had a bit of a breakdown there as far as how we got to that 10%. In these budget briefs here, there's always different wordings that could be used to clarify that and maybe to be more clear. It's a balance of having too much information, not enough, but that's why we're kind of presenting and providing more context verbally here at these meetings. But your point's well taken, and I understand it, and I think it will be a challenge to find what can be adjusted to reduce that 10.6%.
Merci. Conseiller Deakin?
I hope I'm not jumping ahead. I'm looking at the community grants program, and we're talking a lot about HR. So understanding that there would be a community development officer coming online, I'm wondering if that's going to be part of the future, would be that community grants program would move off of the Parks and Rec mandate and into that officers and economic development sphere. And if that would start this year, I suppose is my question.
Monsieur Godin?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so I'll take that question, just given that it touches different departments. As we're adding positions, we're having those internal discussions to make sure we're not, there's no overlap, and we work together to make sure we're addressing things as efficiently as possible. As of right now, there isn't a plan to transfer that towards that position, but as that position becomes up and running and we have a better feel for the time and available effort, maybe it is something to consider down the line. We have had some initial discussions on that specific topic, and right now that's not a priority to transfer that, but it could be a possibility in the future.
Thank you. Madame Guittard?
So that's pretty much for the operational. So if there's any other questions?
Conseiller Lalonde?
Just for clarification, so those positions that were being talked about, project manager, program manager, they're all, I guess they all come under the HR strategic plan, that they were identified as being positions to be filled.
Monsieur Godin, Madame Guittard?
There's nothing new coming out of this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so in the HR plan, we did have a line which was basically, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it was staff for the rec complex, so knowing that we would have to have some additional staffs, not knowing exactly how many FTEs that would consider. So this would be the first two the first impact that we're feeling of that.
Thank you. Merci. Any other questions for this part of the presentation so far? No? Okay. À vous, Madame Guittard.
Okay. So then if we go on with the capital projects for the year, we have about 259,325 worth of capital projects. All these projects will be financed through the cash in lieu reserve from Parkland. So it will not be affecting the taxation. So the first project that we have is to replace the Yahoo Park with all wood fiber. The base is due to be replaced, so we would like to replace it with the wood fiber. And then also the infield for the Joe Belil and the La Fortune diamonds. Those are the two diamonds in Embrun. We would like to redo the infill. We did the two diamonds last year in Russell. Then we need to replace a playground equipment at the Yahoo Park. That's in Embrun. We need to replace our electric ice edger at the Embrun Marina. And everything that we will be replacing for arenas, and some of that equipment we will be able to transfer to the rec complex. The overall compressor one at the Embrun Arena. We need to replace the stairs, the entranceway at the bowling. It needs to be revamped, so we're planning to do that. We need a new floor scrubber for the Russell Arena. The heat exchanger for the boiler, that's the heat provider at the Russell Arena for the hall upstairs. That needs to be changed. A new handrail and cement footings at the pool. Compressor replacement at the dome for the AC. And then for the church museum, we need a new furnace. So those are pretty much the necessities that we can't go without. So these are the projects planned for. And also, we also have the recreation complex, of course.
Merci, Conseillère Deakin.
I was wondering specifically about the $15,000 for the overhaul compressor for Embrun, I believe. So are you saying that that would be a long-term asset that we would be using regardless of the future of the Embrun Arena, or is it really on its...
As for the compressors, I'm not sure if we will be able to transport these in the new facility, but definitely we'll be able to sell.
I see.
Through our supplier, Simco. Usually when a plant it closes, they always help us, because we've bought some equipment from Rockland, for instance, when they closed the Rockland Arena.
And just a follow-up, I appreciate that everyone's thinking about resale for these assets that are at the end of their life, or surplus. That one's out on its last legs then for Embrun?
It needs an overhaul, so this means it needs to be revamped.
I see.
So we have a life cycle with all our equipment, all our plant, refrigeration plant. And this is usually done by Simco, who's our supplier. And so we need to rehaul. So this is it's preventive maintenance.
Okay.
We've always done that, so.
Merci. Councillor Armstrong.
The compressor replacement for the sports dome, it's only about 7 years old. That's a pretty short lifespan, isn't it?
It is very disappointing, yeah.
Do we have more of these? Can we expect more of these?
Madame Guital?
Yeah, this is a disappointment in I think what the equipment that we were supplied with. It was not, I think, the right size of equipment that we should have gotten. But, yeah, after 7 years, we've come to the fact that it needs to be replaced, and we've already put some money in repairs, and so.
Thank you. Any other questions? Conseiller Lalonde.
Maybe just to go back a little bit, I could have asked this sooner. It's not in the capital projects, but just wearing my accessibility hat here for a sec. And we had that council-approved investment for the New Frontier program. I see that there's no amount of money identified for it in the 2025 budget. Is there an explanation for that?
Monsieur Dagenet, Monsieur Godin?
I can answer that.
Oh, okay.
First, because it's part of operational budget, it's part of municipal programs, and it was asked, and it was part of the public request, and I did answer through the public request that it will be implemented for this summer. And usually those programs are self-recovery, so I don't need any funds, and if they're not, the other programs will cover for it. So I'm not sure if we're talking about the same thing, but yep, so there's no problem.
Follow-up, Conseiller Lalonde?
Well, this was in the case of being able to offer it year-round, and there's no need to list it in the budget, because if it's self-recovery, it doesn't have to be shown.
No.
Okay.
No, because we'll just offer it through our programs, and if we have registrations, a program will be happening for sure. And it's quite popular. We've done our fall programming, our New Frontiers at the bowling, our New Frontiers on a weekly basis. We have 2 courses, well, 2 classes, if you can say, every Tuesday night, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll be doing that for this spring, summer. So if we have enough registrations, the program will still be going. We were doing that a few years ago. We had to stop because we had no more registrations. So we'll see how the summer goes. Sometimes we see a very big decline in the summer because people are busy doing something else. But we will definitely try it, and we've already spoke to the instructor.
Merci. Any other questions? Councillor Deakin?
I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I'm noticing the church museum furnace and thinking again about the renovations for 851 Route 400. I just want to be doubly sure that our grant match service is helping us find these retrofit grants as well, thinking about the Federation of Canadian Municipalities ongoing retrofit program. I realize these aren't as big or as shiny as our new rec complex build, for example, but I want to be doubly sure that we're being supported by that grant match service to look for smaller pieces like this as well.
Madame Guital?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we can surely bring it to their attention. Sometimes with furnace, it's not really considered retrofit, but we definitely can look into it. And I have some contacts at FCM, so we could check with them.
Merci. No further questions. I think we've been going for a while here. I think we're good for a break. Monsieur Godin, the next section is operational budget summary, and then we go into reserves and capital budget summary. What's the timing do you envision for the next? So once we're finished those,
Just based on how things have been going, I don't envision an extreme amount of time being passed on the last few pages of the budget brief, so we'll be able to go through those and maybe discuss next steps as far as are we okay with the budget? Do we proceed and bring it back on?
So have a discussion.
November 12th? Yeah.
Okay, so let's, Councillor Deacon?
Are we taking a look at the public requests as well, separately?
Yes,
Yeah.
sorry, I forgot to
Okay.
mention that. After the budget brief, we do have the public requests as well that are in the package, and we'll go through those.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's take a 10-minute break. It's 22. Let's reconvene 10:02. Thank you. C'est beau. Alors, merci beaucoup. On est de retour pour notre session budgétaire 2025. On s'en vient. On tire la troisième partie de notre première journée. Alors, sur ce, Monsieur Godin, Monsieur Dagenet, on va parler on fait le sommaire et après ça, on va toucher sur les réserves. C'est ça, le sommaire comme tel. Right? OK. Alors, la parole est à vous.
Oui, bien, à la fin du budget brief, on a des tableaux. Le premier qui démontre d'où que l'argent provient, donc les revenus de la municipalité. Ça démontre que 40 des revenus de la municipalité proviennent de la taxation, 18 des frais usagers, le water and sewer. Il y a 1 en grant. Il y a un autre 15 pour les autres user fees, qui sont pour les autres départements, à part de water et sewer. On a un 6 qui provient des réserves des DC, puis on a un 20 qui provient d'autres revenus. Ça, on a mis un autre tableau qui démontre où que l'argent va. Donc, qui démontre un peu les dépenses opérationnelles là, de la municipalité. Fait qu'on a un 7,9 qui est corporate service, un 14,9 qui est développement économique, un 7,17 qui est fire, le département de feu, un 38,7 qui est infrastructure, 1,9 pour la bibliothèque, on a un 21 pour parcs et loisirs, puis on a un 8,2 pour public safety.
Merci. Questions, commentaires, membres du conseil là-dessus? Non. On continue?
On arrive au Capital Budget Summary. Fait qu'ici, on explique un peu en projet capital, dans le budget 2025, on propose pour 10 627 000 en projets capitaux. On démontre de où vont provenir ces fonds. Fait que l'Infrastructure Fund, qui est de 4,2 millions. On a un Asset Replacement qui est de la partie User Fee, donc pour Water puis Sewer, il y a un 755 000. Les autres réserves, on a 1 786 000. Pour les Development Charge, les DC, on a 1 103 000 qui provient de là. Pour les Development Charge qui sont reliés au département User Fee, on a un 500 000. On a le Cash in lieu de 259 325. On a 1,5 million qui provient des grants. On n'a aucun nouveau prêt. Le User Charge, on a un 461 000. Puis le Tax Levy, on a un 20 000.
Merci. Fait que there's communication there for sure that, we are investing, close to $11 million. We're planning to invest close to $11 million in 2025. And through proper asset management, we're not relying on any loans for that. But I would say about 86% of that comes from our reserves, right? Which is sound fiscal decision-making from the past around that, which is good. Okay. Questions, comments, members of council? No? Okay. Oh, sorry. Councilor Lure?
Yeah, and the infrastructure fund that was developed back in 2009 and has been built upon over those years, right? Like that was a huge undertaking back then, and to see that now, as someone who was there at the time and is here now, and to see the growth and how it's been used and the comments that were made back then to now how it's just an ordinary topic and process of the budget is significant. So, I mean, that like you said, took a lot of forethought and, I'll say the word guts or something to implement a user fee system and keep that money in the budget rather than rolling back the budget 16, 17% at the time. And then where would we be today? So I think that that's a huge a testament to the staff who've done a great job with it, and to previous councils as well who have maintained that, so.
And I think that goes to say about those difficult decisions, you know, that are for the future benefit, right? At the time when you make those decisions, they're definitely, I'm sure, not very popular to benefit us right now. So, all right, thank you. Monsieur Dagenet? Oh, sorry, Councillor Deacon.
Can you remind us where the sale of municipal assets would factor in terms of where these funds would go? I'm speaking specifically about the 417 industrial lands, but also wondering about future assets that may be deemed surplus.
I think those
If
go-
we have a policy driving that?
I think those go back in the reserve, but correct me if I'm wrong.
For the 417 industrial park, yes.
Uh-huh.
When we sell our land, it goes in the reserve, because we use those reserves to
Yeah.
do the investment. And for other asset, it would go back into asset management.
For that specific reserve.
Yeah.
Like that.
Asset management. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none? Monsieur Dagenet? Bless you.
Now, the next step, well, the next part of the presentation is infrastructure funding. I think we went through this when we were discussing about the AMP at the beginning of the budget discussion session. And we're also mentioning the grants. So here you see a breakdown of what we're expecting in '25 from these two grants. So the OSIF, we're expecting $804,000, and the CCBF, it's $641,000. Reserve and development charge. Here it's a recap of our balance of our reserve, of how they will stand at the end of '25 if we go through this budget without any amendments. So again, we're in a good financial position. Everything is positive, so we're not depleting our reserve to even if we're progressing with the rec complex this year, where the rec complex reserve will be affected, we still have other, like, we're not using all our reserve all at once, so it's good also on our cash flow. And for the debt portion, well, there's no new debt in '25. We're continuing on doing our monthly payments, and our total debt payments in '25 are estimated at $1,377,000, well within our borrowing limitation.
Question, comments, members of council? Councillor Lauren?
Yeah, I just have one question, though. So, because I didn't see it in the capital projects, and when I go through the capital budget, like in the section 4 that talks about capital projects, I know we're not adding any additional costs, but shouldn't the rec complex be somewhere? Because I'm sure we're paying out money this year from somewhere, from a reserve fund that we've developed, and that would be a capital project. Do we not show that somewhere in this list?
Monsieur Dagenet? Monsieur Godin?
Merci, Mr. Mayor. So that project is actually it's fully in the 2024 capital budget. There will definitely be some expenditures in 2025. So that when we do the year-end exercise, all the projects that aren't completed that are being transferred to 2025, that's going to be part of that list, and we will start seeing it in our capital updates that we bring to council every quarter during the year 2025.
So it's
It's
not a new project. as
Yeah,
such.
that's where I was going. So when we do prepare our capital budget, so we present all the new projects that we need to fund with new monies to be able to show the impact of those. But for sure, the rec complex is going to be
Right,
going
but
for the next couple
like we've seen, like I mentioned for the two other projects that we've seen, you've got multi-year project, right? So I guess I would assume that I would see that progression in the cost broken down that way similarly to the other two projects.
And through Ms. Mayor, and I've taken note of those comments earlier, and I think it's it works into, we're working more and more towards long-term capital planning and long-term just budgeting in general. So those are things that we can consider when we have those discussions and update our processes.
Thank you, Councillor Lauren. Any other questions? Councillor Deakin?
The grants that are listed here, the OCIF and CCBF, those are annual year-over-year grants that we're looking to receive, albeit they are in decline, or the OCIF is. I'm wondering about two other grants that have appeared in the budget that we've looked at today already. The Seniors Community Grant, which I believe we're setting aside $50,000 for in the, no? Has that been removed from the Seniors Committee?
I'm not sure. Monsieur Dagenet?
This project was, we were going forward with it if we would have got a grant. So we didn't get the grant yet. We did apply.
Yet.
Well, we did apply to a grant this summer, and we didn't get it. So if there's other opportunity, we will apply.
So just to follow up, so those grants or these are kind of guaranteed amounts of money coming in. So grants that we apply for that are not guaranteed, we don't account for, but the projects are contingent on receiving that grant. So we don't account for the project, or we don't account for the potential revenue unless we see it. Is that correct? Councillor Deakin?
So if I understand, then I'm mistaken, and that 50,000 is not in the budget at all? I thought I had seen it in the lines under CAO and corporate services. Maybe I was misreading it.
Well,
Monsieur
it was
Dagenet?
in 24.
Oh,
the
okay.
24 budget.
So it's at a zero for this year.
Yeah.
And the other one was the train station grant. I believe that's contingent on a matching grant as well for 60,000?
So, Monsieur Dagenet, you applied for those grants with the group, so
With Héritage Canada,
Ouais.
we applied in January. We're still having back and forth, but as of now, I don't have an answer if we have it or not.
so that money, again, is not being spent. It's not on the budget. We talk about it in here. I know there was a discussion on it, but it's only contingent on receiving those grants.
Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Councillor Lauren?
Now, if there was a project that was for 2025 and it was dependent on a grant, it would show in the budget, correct? Okay, just making sure.
Everyone good? Follow-up questions? Seeing, hearing none? Okay.
So that completes the budget brief.
So transfer to organizations.
Excusez.
Just a small amount.
So, the last page of the budget brief is essentially the transfers to organizations for services. So we're just mentioning here those costs that are in the budget that we're just, are essentially transfers to other organizations that we don't necessarily have control over, such as the OPP, which is for 2.8 million, is a significant one. Then the South Nation Conservation Authority for just under $200,000. And just a note as well, and this is more for public consumption, so that everybody's aware, but when we do send out our tax bills, a significant portion of the tax bill is not coming, is not to fund our operations, but for 37.4% of the tax bill is transferred to the counties of Prescott Russell. And there's also about 16% of our residents' tax bills that is for the different school boards.
Thank you. For South Nation, this figure that you have here is based on what? Just because at the last South Nation meeting, we were à la dernière réunion de South Nation, ils présentaient un budget qui était pas mal plus élevé. Alors, je pense que, à moins que ça, c'est les 2 dernières semaines, là, je pense pas que le numéro est accurate. I think it's a little bit higher than that.
Oui, donc si la réquisition n'a pas été annoncée encore, nous, on fait des estimés basés
OK.
sur
OK.
l'historique. Donc, il peut encore avoir des ajustements
OK.
à mesure qu'on avance.
OK, merci. Questions, commentaires sur ce morceau-ci? On this piece, anything? So, as it stands at the, and I know we still want to go through individual resident requests. Do we have access to that list it's not in the brief, it's,
It's not in the brief, it's in the meeting package, I believe, though, in the agenda.
okay. So before we look at that, so right now at 10.63 is the threshold, or is the ask on this first draft budget. I wouldn't mind having a discussion with council after seeing the presentations around thoughts on that. I know we all believe it's very high, but it is after the presentations. It's hard, certainly not obvious to see how we can adjust or work with that. And just again in perspective, I know it was presented earlier on, 10.63 represents how much on a monthly basis for the average home? Not to diminish the value of that, but just to present another perspective on it.
It's $18.83.
So about $19 for an average home of about 350,000? Okay, all right. So on that note, oh, what's that? 1%? No, the 10.63% represents an increase of about $19 per month per household on an average house value of 350,000. Monsieur Dagenet?
It's $18.83 per month, so $226
For the year. Okay. Councilor?
Yeah, I think we talked 1% is $21 and change for the average household.
Total
for the year, per 1%. So times that by 10.63 gets you to $226 and change. Divide that by 12 gets you to your 18 and change.
So just again, recap, 1% is, what did you say? On est à combien pour 1% sur $21 dans le coin de $21? Et ça, c'est pour l'année. Pour 1%. Ça, c'est pour une maison de valeur de 350 000. J'en connais pas beaucoup à 350 000, mais on s'entend, ouais. OK.
Ça, c'est basé sur une évaluation d'impact de 2017.
OK. OK. It's an average. Non, mais ouais, OK. OK, on that note.
Après le COVID.
Okay, on that note, so I would like to just open the floor for council to kind of have that discussion now on where are we at with this 10.63 before we look at individual resident requests as well. So the floor is open. Who would like to start? Councilor Lauren?
I mean, I'll start. I mean, there's no secret that I'm not happy with 10.63. I think nobody is, but a couple of areas that I've noted in for today so far. I think Councillor Deacon mentioned a $25,000 top up to the CIP improvement. Could that be deferred to maybe next year? Might be a good idea. I mean, we have to remember that this year we're being hit with almost a 3% OPP one-time increase. That next year, you know, I wouldn't expect another 3% from the OPP coming at us. So, you know, could we move a couple of things to next year? That's where I was talking to Mr. Godin earlier, and I understand our position where we'd like to be aggressive on our infrastructure deficit and get it done within 6 years, 2% a year. You know, could we defer that 1 year to 2026 budget and start it then, and understand maybe it's not 6 years then, maybe it's 7 years. I get that. But in a year that we're already being hit with a 3% unexpected cost, next year maybe we have that flexibility to absorb the 2% a little bit better than we can this year with this additional 3%. So the 25,000 CIP is one. I have also that 36,000 from the insurance cost amount that, again, we don't have to take that and put into reserve this year. We do have some legal fee lines that we could use in case of any claims. That's always a possibility. And then the $57,000 on-call strategy for fire services. Do we have to implement that this year? Could that be a project or a pilot project for 2026? So those are the areas that I had marked down, the 2%, the 57,000, 36,000, and 25,000 gets you to about a 0.7, probably a 0.6, 0.7% plus the 2%. So in and around that number, if I'm doing the math correctly. So those are my initial thoughts based on everything we've discussed today so far.
Thank you, Councillor Lauren. That's good detail. I had some of those noted myself as well, so thank you. Any other thoughts, members of council, on the current proposed amount and on possible savings? Councillor Armstrong.
Yeah, I would agree with Councillor Lauren, except on one point, the deferral of the infrastructure increase for our infrastructure reserves. I think that the sooner we get our infrastructure reserves up to speed, the better. We're just doing the designs on several things, and we're looking at the more investigation on our storm sewers, 140 grand on storm sewer investigations. That will undoubtedly evolve into more major capital projects for the asset management of our storm sewers. So I must say that I want to keep that 2% for our reserves for infrastructure solid right now. And if anything, I'm not suggesting we should, but if anything would come up, I would increase that as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Deakin?
I agree with Councillor Armstrong on the infrastructure piece. What I'm hearing today is that we're doing the best with the information that we have, which is always coming forward and helping drive the administration's strategic thinking on these investments. We're also hearing that more information is coming. And so I don't want to kick that can down the road any further and be looking at even larger increases potentially in future years. It's the responsible thing, I believe, to keep that in this year. And just to reiterate the CIP piece, and I take Councillor Lauren's point on the fire services coverage. I'm on the fence about that, but if it were the will of the majority of council to look at that again, I would be open to that as well. This is not a fun exercise. The people of Russell Township work very hard, and a lot of them are struggling, and we have to do our very best to keep these costs as low as possible today and tomorrow in a responsible way, and that's the way we need to be thinking here.
Thank you, Councillor Deakin. Councillor Lauren?
Yeah, I just also want to, I do want to make the point that, I mean, over the last, I don't know, as many years as I've been on council now, we've been doing an amazing job in our financing, our asset management reserve. I mean, when I first started, we had no asset management reserve. We barely had a working fund reserve. And Madame Bazinet said they're smiling because it was like non-existent. We didn't have DC charges that were set on an annualized basis. It was water and sewer, and that was it. Like the amount of work that staff and council have done over that time period has been incredible. This municipality is one of the, and I'm biased, but probably one of the best in terms of the fiscal financial responsibility in the province. And unfortunately, sometimes that backfires on us. We're doing so well. Yes, every municipality has an infrastructure deficit. No one is immune to that type of issue. And yes, we'd love to be aggressive and get us outside of that deficit. And, you know, down the road, there's got to be some programs coming from the province that are gonna help us on that. You know, if we do find something with our stormwater management, there's, you know, the province and the federal government, they're going to put programs out there like they have in the past, and we should be able to look at getting some funding. My only comment, my only reason of saying all of this is, and I agree with both Councillor Armstrong and Councillor Deakin that we can't always kick the can down the road. However, in a year where we get hit over the head with something that we weren't expecting, now we have something that we know will come next year, and we can anticipate that amount going forward. That, to me, because we're already doing a good job. We're putting money into our infrastructure fund. It's not like we're not putting anything into it. I mean, we're over, what, $2 million in infrastructure costs that we're identifying and doing projects this year. So I get, while we want to make sure that we don't, set ourselves up for failure down the road, we also have to make sure, like you said, people are struggling, and to continue to add additional cost when all in one year, when we could kind of blend that out over the next couple of years. To me, I think we need to take that into consideration, because we're also increasing $100 on water and sewer. Well, $100 is the equivalent of 5%, right? If I do the math, $21 per 1%, we're adding 5% in water and sewer. We're adding how much for the organics collection? $75, $50 this year? $50, that's 2% right there. So that's another 7% if we look at it from a tax perspective. So could we shift that 2% for the infrastructure, knowing that we're doing that for 1 year? I think we have to look at it. And, I understand council's will, and, council will make that decision, but I think we have to factor everything into account when we're talking about it. And to me, that's the only place that I can see in this budget that can reduce a little bit this year. So thank you for allowing me to.
I appreciate that. And the other thing that we can think about as well on that 2 points, the 2% for that AMP gap, there is the elimination of it, or there is the staying with it, but there's also somewhere in the middle where we can take 1 point from that and adjust as we have a clearer picture. And again, going back to the logic of Councillor Laurent, where in a year where we don't get hit with an major OPP increase that we weren't expecting, that could be something. So from my perspective, I would agree with the 25K CIP program. I would also look at the 100K fill station. Not that it has no value. It's a great project and value, but is it in a year where we're getting hit with a double-digit increase in taxes? So can that be postponed? The 3 towers, water towers, cleaning and painting, there's 400K there. And I know that if it's cleaning and painting just to make it look good, obviously important. But you did mention that there was some structural pieces in there, so I wouldn't touch that. Obviously, it has to be safe, but is there anything there that could be looked at? I looked at the 75K renovation, 851 Route 400. I know that if the roof is leaking, that's one thing. Obviously, we don't want that. But is it something that could be postponed a year? So that's another thought around that. There's really not a lot, and that's a credit to the work that everyone did beforehand in trying to optimize this as much as possible. And again, I go back to thinking that $21 as a 1%, and what kind of difference are we trying to make here today for the resident, considering all the other user fees that are going up and everything else. So it is not an easy position to be in, so that's the challenge. So anyways, those are my thoughts. Conseiller Lalonde?
Thank you. I tend to support a lot of what's just been said in terms of where some potential for cuts could be made. Speaking with the CAO yesterday, talking about the idea that in this budget it would be the equivalent of a death by 1,000 cuts. We'd have to literally find a bunch of places to take a little bit of money from to come up with something meaningful. And that's certainly the case. I mean, we're scratching around here. I would like to see, I think 1% in terms of in the budget is worth about $160,000 equivalent. 183. So if I thought, we could, again, so little cuts here and there, but the on-call strategy, I don't know about the water thing. It's, that we're not able to follow the amount of water being taken and what they should be paying for. That could be a real source of revenue if that was installed. But it's not a bad idea, but I'm coming to rest on maybe deferring the on-call strategy. That's worth $57,000. The CIP is $25,000. It's not much of an increase. It's slim pickings. But those two together make up $92,000. So if we're looking for the difference between the 180 and the 92, sorry, not the 92, but the 82. No, 92. Then it would be to scratch into the reserve of the 2% to make up the difference of the missing 68,000. And I take the point that we really shouldn't touch the reserve. And Councillor Lawrence said that became something to be proud of when the infrastructure reserve was put in place years ago. So I don't want to be the one that suggests let's go scratch a little out of it. But what's 68,000 out of the 2% reserve? Does it leave us with 1.8 reserve still going in? I mean, I'm trying to come around to seeing how we could rustle up 180 grand to take it down a percentage point, an interest point. And the on-call and the CIP and a little bit out of the infrastructure for just this 1 year, because to Councillor Lauren's point, this is a bit of a hit. And with inflation already coming down and interest rates dropping significantly, and I know there's a lag effect to all of that, but I want to hope that at the end of 2025, because of those things happening now, that we're gonna be looking at a brighter future than we are right now. So that's where I rest.
Thank you, Councillor Deacon.
I appreciate Councillor Lalonde's ability to tie it together and see the bigger picture. I have a couple of questions on some of the remarks that have been made, just for clarification. The DC study that will happen next year, do we see that impacting DC charges for the 2026 budget?
Mr. Godin.
Merci, Monsieur Maire. So if we do this study in 2025, there's a long process, a long public focus process as well. So we'd likely have it finalized and adopted by near the end of the year, and the new rates that are the resultant of that study would be in effect for 2026.
2026.
Follow-up?
And my other question was, there's remarks about us not getting hit as hard on the OPP municipal billing next year, but my understanding is that we also had to dip into that reserve to minimize the impact this year. So if we're hedging our bets that the billing won't be as much of a sticker shock next year, if it is, will we not have less in reserve to mitigate that?
Monsieur Godin, I don't know, did we use a reserve there? I don't.
No?
No, we're not using a reserve at this
No.
point in time. The full invoice is being funded through.
Yeah.
I see.
Fully funded.
My apologies. I thought there was a reserve.
We talk about reserve with the police board. There's a 10,000
Yeah.
reserve for the board, but not the OPP.
So in the DC charges where it lists policing, that doesn't go into a reserve?
And it goes directly in the operation
Okay.
budget.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so if I summarize, if I look at, based on everyone's comments, we're looking at somewhere from a 0.6 to a 2.5, 2.6 reduction, kind of based on what councillors were talking about, ideas that they were proposing. And so I wonder, Mr. Godin, feel free to jump in here, but perhaps I would feel more comfortable if, and again, maybe we can go through council again to see if that range that I just mentioned is accurate, but Perhaps the way forward at that, once we kind of agree on what we're looking for, is maybe to have staff work with staff to kind of look at opportunities there, and present something back to us maybe tomorrow, relating to that kind of direction. So Monsieur Godin first, and then I just want to check back with council that I'm gauging that pulse accurately.
Merci, Mr. Mayor. So a few things I'd like to touch on the commentary that just occurred. So just a clarification, Mr. Mayor, on a few of the items you listed. So the water fill station and the water towers, and I think it was a $75K for renovation, if I'm not mistaken. So I just want to clarify that those items, they can be
DC.
looked at, but they're not helping the 10.6. It's kind of
All DC, all
they're all asset
reserve.
reserve. They're all right. So if we're looking at capital projects, that's not where we're going to find help for reducing our 10.6%. If like I said, we can
Yeah.
still look at those projects if it's not something council really wants to entertain. But I think I would push more to keep those in there and to keep the plan as far as the asset management plan, and to have those. I guess the 100K for the fill station is a new one, so that's a separate question. But for the water tower, for example, I think we need to keep it,
It is, yeah.
to minimize or to.
But so if the 100K, for example, for that fill station comes from reserves,
Yeah.
and we choose not to do that till next year, then technically we're not using those reserves, so that 2% reserve gap is reduced by that 100,000, is it not?
So the reserve balance is going to be reduced by it's going to be increased by $100,000 if we don't use it.
For the annual,
But it comes back to what I was explaining earlier, where we still need to get towards that annual requirement, right? So it's separate from the capital budget. So.
okay. So on that note, the ideas that we gave perhaps are not as good, so you'll need to find better ones. Councillor Lauren?
Yeah, so when I just did the quick math, again, I'm only speaking for the ones that I mentioned, because those are the ones that I have at the top of my head. The 36,000 insurance cost, the 25,000 CIP, the 57,000, and I say that one very begrudgingly, because I really would like to see that project go, the on-call project for the fire department, which is an operational item, not a capital, if I read that correctly. Is that?
Through Mr. Mayor. So that 57, yes, it is operational. I would definitely, if we do go down that path, I like the idea of staff working together, because I'm assuming Chief McBain is still there. I'm sure he would have some words to say about that. And I do as well. I think there's two components to the on-call strategy. There's that having those crews available during the summertime, but there's also having someone every day that's on call, which, like Chief McBain said earlier on, is himself and Deputy Chief COVID, who are doing that free of charge right now, and is something I really would like to change moving forward. I'm not sure how much of that $57,000 is allocated to that versus the rest, but
Okay.
I like your suggestion that staff work together to kind of maybe develop some options or look at how we can use those recommendations to see if that number can go down a bit, but so there's only a few minor things.
Councillor Lauren?
Yeah, just finishing up there. So just by those three numbers that I talked about, that's 118,000. That's 0.65%, right? 0.65%. With the 2% infrastructure, with the AMP that I was proposing, that would get the number down to 8% at that point in time, rather than 10.63 if we're using just straight math. We haven't even looked at any of the projects for the public at this point in time, which means I would assume there'd be some projects in there that council would like to actually add to the budget, which means even if we were to reduce down to 8% from there, we're probably still looking at another % increase on top of that. So that to me is the starting, again, to me, the starting point is there, and you know, if we can maintain 1 to maybe 1.5 on any additional items, you know, to keep that in single digits. But right now, I would be at 8% based on those those four items being removed from the plan.
Thank you. Conseiller Lalonde?
Can I just add something? Because right now there's a current strategy for asset management and there's a new strategy. So the current strategy is about 1% because we're growing the allocation every year of 5%. So it's average out to almost 1% this year. So we can't just take the 2% out. We can stay with the current strategy, but that's going to represent 1%. But we could, again, sit down and we could see, okay, well, right now the strategy, we put it on 6 years. Maybe we could bring it an 8-year or a 9-year strategy instead of 6. But for sure, like, we can't scrap that 2% because that means we're not putting any money aside for asset management this year. So that means, like, it's just when we were presenting the new strategy, it represents 2% instead of 1%.
Yeah, so status quo was 1% every year, adding on, and that's based on trying to fill the gap, but now we're worried that the gap is much larger than it was.
But with that strategy, we're going to fill the gap in 2039. So
Okay.
it's gonna,
But-
so we'll never reach the gap because at that time costs are gonna go up and.
But realistically speaking, we're not even sure where that gap is. We just know we have to add more to it. And so whether we wait a year, as Councillor Lorraine said, to go to the new strategy, it's not fiscally maybe as responsible, but it may be, I guess we're trying to balance out with this OPP requirement that kind of came out of left field this year. And so I'm just trying to mitigate that as much as possible, so.
And also, there's a $30,000 savings with the COLA, because when we did the budget, we thought the COLA would be 2.6%, the increase for our the yearly increase for the employees. It's 2.4, so there's a 30%. There's a $30,000 savings there.
Compared to what's presented now?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's equivalent to.
So you're already finding
insurance.
some. You're already finding some. That's awesome. Conseiller Lalonde?
Yeah, I just want to change my mind on what I said earlier about scratching into the infrastructure 2%. I changed my mind. We shouldn't touch that. That's like an RSP in another comparison. It's critical, and Councillor Lawrence sold me a long time ago on that one, that it's critical that we put money away, and Councillor Armstrong as well. This stuff is probably going to go up in cost over time, certainly not down. So 2% is actually probably a bit conservative, which means to say that, and true to the CAO's comments yesterday, the budget's been gone through with a fine-tooth comb, and it kind of shows because there's very little wiggle room here. And then when I think of trying to maybe part of the inspiration for me coming in today is to see if we couldn't get it into a single digit instead of double digit. But I mean, we're looking at 1% or 180 grand. That's $21 a year difference in taxation. I mean, what are we trying? You know, it's not the 1% that we're concerned about or preoccupied with here. It's the upper end of the 9-10%, the 1%, the $21. So I changed my mind. I would want to keep the infrastructure, the 2%, to keep that bulletproof. And now I'm down to like $70,000 worth of wiggle room, which doesn't amount to a whole heck of a lot.
Okay, so
Also, if I can add, then I know we're just looking at the percentage here, and like that's probably a reason why we're in this situation. Because if in the past we were looking at 2, and hey, let's not go over 2, or we're looking at 4, and let's not go over 4, well, that's why we didn't do the proper increase in the past. So if we still continue with that strategy and we don't go over 6 or we don't go over 9, well, we're going to be there next year. So.
Councillor Deakin?
Can I be reminded about the paving at the parking lot at Fire Station 12. That's a capital project. Is that absolutely essential this year? Oh, sorry, that's coming from reserves? Okay, never mind.
Councillor Lauren?
Yeah, no, I'm not going to say it. Never mind.
Okay, so we're back to our previous discussion. So what's the will of council? Councillor Lauren is looking for somewhere around 8, if, correct me if I'm wrong?
Well, based on what I thought, so let me just revisit something. So there's stuff that we can't that accounts to the 10.63. 1% is recreation fund. Fair? 2.91% is OPP. Can't touch that. 2% is the AMP plan. Correct? 2% is the OSIF funding, the provincial grant funding shortfall, 1.8 to 1.4. So we've had to make that up somewhere.
For that one, I would say no, because that one's made up in capital, so we've just had to use more reserves than grants for our capital projects, so that doesn't factor into the 10.6%.
Okay, so the rest is cost of living and operational increases, just based on new staffing or whatnot. Okay, so when you look at that, the only place in my mind at this point is to not do any asset management reserving, but not implement the entire plan as proposed. And if we just maintain what we were doing at 1%, then we go down 1%. And I understand all of the things that we've talked about. And if you can, you tell me you've got 30,000 in COLA savings, okay, well, maybe then we save the on-call program. And to me, 8.5%, 9%, and I haven't even looked at the public requests. So that's where I can't be at 263. Me personally, I can't be at 263 and still be looking to add to that number. 1063 and adding to that number, right? So my mind is I'm at probably 8.5%, 9% right now. And if we have to add a little bit more based on the public request, then so be it. If you can come back tomorrow with more fine tuning and microscope looking stuff and say, I got a 10,000 here, a 5,000 there, a 6,000 here, and that gets us down a little bit more, then great. But that's where I am right now. I can't visualize a 10%. I've sat here at a 7.8% operational increase with no increase to capital. And that was a very difficult day as well with lots of cuts. So,
Thank you. So, is it and this is to council. So perhaps we give staff a chance to, and we can speak some more on this. But perhaps we can give staff a chance to kind of convene, and we can take this up, because what's left here, technically speaking, is to review that and to review the individual the resident requirements, right? And I'd like to have this kind of ironed out before we do the resident requests. Monsieur Godin?
Merci, Mr. Wallace. So, sorry, so you would like to have what? I don't know exactly.
So is it fair to
Just
say
know.
that, and members of council, please jump in here, but so perhaps we adjourn shortly and let staff kind of review the comments and suggestions that came through council here, and then meet back tomorrow morning to look at where we're at, if there was any micro tuning that was left, that was available, and then we can do the residents' requests and kind of try to finalize everything tomorrow. And I'm throwing that out, but I'm very open to alternative ideas, suggestions, or so any members of council or staff, if you have a different approach, please jump in. Conseiller Lalonde?
I think it would be appropriate to take a bit of a pause for the cause here and let them reflect on this. So I'm good with coming back tomorrow morning, so everyone has a chance to do another overview or review of the thing. I'd also just like to, the last comment I'd like to make on that is that, we're talking about this 10 point whatever, but it's not to forget. I know no one has forgotten, but there's 3% of OPP in there. So really our budget, for what it is we're controlling and we have control over, we're talking about 7%. And we're trying to get that down to maybe 5.5 or 6. I find that a difficult exercise, quite frankly, with what we've gone through, recognizing that we've got to get that extra money into reserve and the rest of it. So it's not really for me, it's not really a 10.4% budget. It's a 7-point-something% budget, because we have I wish that OPP could be just set aside and dealt with in some other way other than through taxation, but it can't. But our budget is really 7-point-something, and to try and get that down to 5-point-something, I think it'll be easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than to do that. But anyway, the time away from here, I think, would be appropriate.
Thank you. And just to let you know, Councillor Lalonde, there were discussions and there was ideas to try to set that amount aside from OPP so that residents could see that it's something that's completely outside of our control, but to no avail at this stage. So, Monsieur Godin, I saw you reach for the microphone, so I just assume you want to say something.
Oui, merci, Monsieur Maire. Two thoughts. So I'm not sure about putting aside the discussion about the public request, if we want to have that now versus tomorrow, in the sense that I'm not sure what's going to come out of there as far as are there things in there that we really seriously want to consider. And I think a majority of those projects are capital, which would not necessarily impact operational. If we do decide to add some, we would have to look at how to fund them. It would be through, do we have some reserves to fund them? And there would be some analysis to do on our end to see what really fits into still maintaining those proper levels of reserves at the end of the year. But I think it would be beneficial to have those discussions so that if there are projects that council would like to add, we can have that as well to look at and to understand the impacts before getting the official direction to add them.
I think that's fair, yeah.
On the other piece, we can definitely convene. I mean, staff can if we recess until tomorrow, staff can still stay and have some discussions. I guess I can't put it on council to provide us more direction as far as where to look, as you've provided us with some certain areas where you're willing to go. What seems to be the line that makes it easy is the one that there's maybe division or not necessarily a common vision as far as should we reduce the asset management or not. I'm hearing more that we should not touch it, which I support, but outside of that, I think it is worthwhile that we as staff sit together maybe and think about what's been said by council tonight and to consider what can be brought more forward. I don't know that we'll have something concrete and strong to suggest for tomorrow morning, but I would definitely suggest to keep that meeting open for tomorrow morning, to have that, even if it's a few different options that are thrown on the table. We could still continue that dialogue after having a night to sleep over it. I think it would be beneficial.
So I agree. So perhaps a 10-minute recess, and then we'll come back and look at resident requests. I would like to note, I think it's really important that we, as a council, certainly this is a major increase for the community. No matter how you slice it, it by all accounts looks like the right thing to do, and we have to make those difficult decisions. But I think because of the size of it, and the arguments are compelling on both ends, but because of this size of this increase, I would like us to at least try, to get to a point where the entire council agrees on the direction. And I know we're not there now, but I think it's worth investing a bit of time and trying to find, because I think we owe it to our residents to, in a perfect world, we'll come out unanimous in approving this budget. And I don't know if that's possible or not at this stage, but I would like us to give it a good effort at doing that. And so I'd appreciate if we can do that with staff afterwards. And so a 10-minute recess, and then we'll come back and look at residents' requests, and then we'll recess from there and reconvene tomorrow morning at 9. Members of council, does that make sense to everyone? Yeah, Councillor Deakin?
I just wanted the opportunity to give my number, and from what we're hearing today and the different elements that we're looking at, I know that we're really grasping here, but it does sound like we should be able to keep it under 10% with the OPP in there, and I'm confident in the expertise of the people in this room and the dedication of council to the community, that's a compromise that we'll be able to reach, and without compromising again the future of our community's well-being.
Thank you. I appreciate you. When I put the range in, I had you down between 0.6 and 1.2 less, and so I just assumed that I did take you into account. Just
Total,
so you know.
or
yeah, no total of the 10, but thank you for adding that. I appreciate that. Okay, so on that note, it's 10:02. Let's reconvene at 4 o'clock to look at residents' requests and see where those take us. Thank you. C'est beau? Oui? OK, alors on commence. That's good. OK, Monsieur Godin, who's going to take us through this list?
Merci, Monsieur Maire. So we can put it on the screen. Ça serait dans une des annexes qu'il y avait au rapport.
Oui, je pense que on avait ça sur section 3 dans notre...
Donc, il y a trois, oui, puis il y a trois annexes. Il y a Public Request, il y a Committee Request, puis il y a Council Request. Donc, on peut la mettre sur l'écran, puis peut-être juste descendre la liste. On indique là-dessus c'est quoi le projet, c'est quoi la demande, quel département ça l'impacterait, si c'est au budget ou pas, puis ça peut ouvrir la discussion. Donc, je ne sais pas si vous voulez, est-ce qu'on les liste, puis après ça, on a un échange, ou est-ce que vous voulez regarder...
À fur et à mesure. Conseiller
Just one
Armstrong?
question, can we also have an indication if it's funded from the
Yes, it's on here.
taxation or from other
Oh, that's a
budget?
good point. So just if it's a taxation or an asset reserve. Okay, and council, how would you like to proceed? Do you prefer to one after the other or comments at the end? Councillor Lauren?
Yeah, I think if I read this correctly, there's only $7,000 that has been included in this year's budget already, of all of the projects that were requested from the taxpayer. So do we need to go through the 7,000, or do we just go through the ones that were unfunded and have a discussion about the unfunded ones in the budget?
That's a good point. Members of council, you're comfortable with that? The unfunded ones? Yeah, okay. C'est beau. Monsieur Godin, c'est bon?
OK, donc je vais juste passer à travers, puis on peut we can have the discussion as we go through. So the first one is from the presentation from Monsieur François Marion from the Marionville Citizens Committee. So that one, we do have some funds included in the operational budgets. Madame Guittard, I don't know if there's anything to add.
No, for what Mr. Marion was asking concerning some maintenance and repairs, they've almost been all completed as of today. So it's operational 2024. Other than that, he's asked his amount of money for different activities during the year. It's all part of a community grants program, so that's all been pre-approved again for 2025. There was a $500 for Meet Me on Main, and I think this was confirmed by the Economic Development Department that he would still receive his $500 to help pay for the band. Other than that, he wanted to have some LED lights and replacement for the ceiling. This was not planned for 2025, but we definitely will look into it, maybe have this project completed for 2026.
Thank you. I note Club Bellage use of the community hall, so that's
all part of Monsieur Marion's request.
Yeah.
And it's all granted. It's all fine. This is
Okay.
an existing agreement
Ouais,
that we
c'est ça que je
have.
pensais, but it's
Yeah,
written that it's not included
It's
in
not
the
even part of
budget.
the community grants. They use the hall free.
OK. OK. Alors ça, c'est un point.
Donc, c'était un
1.1.
point 1 qui était sur deux lignes, là, donc la liste des demandes de ce comité-là.
OK. Alors, on va à 2. Monsieur Smurl?
Exact. Donc, funding request for the construction of the new Dundas Manor, so there's no funds included in the budget at this time.
Members of council, anything on that?
How much was that request again? Wasn't there a total amount that they had requested? It's just not listed, that's why.
Yeah, I know, Mr. Smurl was mentioning about 5% of residents are from Russell Township. But I'm paraphrasing here. Councillor Deacon?
I believe that they were looking for 100,000.
So that's the number that sticks in my head as well.
Yeah.
Are you looking for comment? For this year's budget, I would say no.
Yeah. All right. Any other additional comments? Conseiller Lalonde?
Well, something I didn't say at all today is that, I had hoped to come in here to make a pitch for a reserve fund to be created for purpose-built housing projects in the same style of some of the other reserve funds that we have. I was hoping maybe half a percentage point or a percentage point to get ready for stuff like that down the road, where we would be asked to, in a partnership or collaboration, to make a small financial contribution. Obviously, coming in this morning, I thought that would not be in the circumstances, the right thing to do. So I thought if I was to think that we had 75 or 100 grand available, I would come back to pitch that new reserve fund unfortunately, before I could support this sort of an initiative.
Councillor Deacon?
They made this request to us last year as well, to council. Just in terms of the way that we bring the public requests year over year, I do wonder, well, it would be my preference to have, when it comes, the previous year's requests as well, to look at and consider, because our situation is changing year over year, but it takes time and effort for a resident to come and make these requests, and I have a little bit of a rule that you don't make them request twice. And this is a good example of this. I would like to look at this again next year. Do they need to do a whole presentation to us again? I don't know. Hopefully I'll remember. I'll put it on a little sticky note, but it would be my preference to see a history of public requests at every budget rather than just that year's.
Noted, Monsieur Godin. Yeah, so maybe add a column saying previously presented or annual request or something like that. Is that a question, Councillor Armstrong? No? Okay. Okay. All right. And so at this stage, I think this is a no on this one. Moving to item 3.
Item 3 is the request for the extension of a sidewalk in Marionville along Grégoire Road. It's valued at $145,000 and is not included in the budget.
Councillor Deacon?
I'd like to speak to this one. Madame Rochon, when I was in touch with her when she was raising this concern, it seemed to me that the proposal of a sidewalk was the solution to a problem that she perceived, but I believe that there are other ways to perhaps address this problem of pedestrians not being able to walk on the paved shoulder due to vehicles being parked. So I would like to hear from administration if it can be more clearly communicated that that is a no parking area, and that could perhaps be communicated then back to Madame Rochon, some other ways to address the concerns that she has.
Monsieur Godin? Councillor Lauren?
Yeah, just, are there no parking signs there now? Then maybe is that a potential, is that an option for us to put no parking on the paved shoulder area?
Monsieur Bourgon?
Also, Mr. Mayor, so we want to look at that specific location, try to find other ways before going to the no parking zone and have signs all over the place. So we have that type of installation elsewhere, so we want to relook at that carefully before just putting the no parking zone.
So parking is currently allowed?
Well, it's a facility for pedestrians, so we just want to relook at that to see what can we do.
So it's an area that's supposed to be for pedestrians to walk on, but people are parking on it?
That's my understanding of how that was done that way back in the days, yeah.
Okay, so then do we give direction, Mr. Mayor, to come back to council with some sort of
Recommendation.
options to council? And then bring this back at 2026 budget if that hasn't been resolved?
Thank you. Monsieur Godin?
Merci, Mr. Mayor. I think included in the previous request of just keeping track of the older requests and not putting them aside. It can be included in next year's budget, and as Mr. Bourgon just said, if we're going to be looking into other ways to address the issue, and that can hopefully be addressed, and we can report on that to council when we come back.
But so, yeah, so a report on that, not waiting until next year's budget, but early in the new year, I gather, to address that. Okay, makes sense. Councillor Lahr?
As part of that, report that comes back to council, can we also put under communication that the requester of that public request to fix that area be communicated to by administration that something has either gone to council or has been approved by council? Because they took the time to make a request. I think we should communicate back to them, not just make them listen to our meetings or watch our meetings or look for our communication. I think we should actually be letting the people know who made specific requests to us that when we've done it, that they know that we've done something.
Mr.
That's a good point, and we were planning on doing this starting with this budget.
So we're confident that we will then have follow-up with every one of these, whether they're approved or not. Okay, merci. Thank you, good suggestion. All right, so moving along to item 4.
So this one, again, is not included in the budget. It's for the paving of Bordeaux Crescent in Embrun. If Mr. Bogo wants to speak to that one.
So the storm sewer needs to be done there?
Yeah, that's part of there's a big section of storm sewer that need to be repaired prior to the paving. So again, that's in line with what I mentioned earlier to council. When we are to pave that section, we want to make sure that we can
Yes.
address the storm sewer at the same time. So that just makes the investment even bigger for that section.
In terms of that storm sewer timeline, do we have anything there?
We don't have a specific timeline at this time. Just we're trying to make sure that we can manage our full, let's say, 10-year plan with
Okay.
the available money yearly.
Okay. Councillor Deacon?
I remember when I was knocking on doors on Bordeaux all those years ago, 2 years today. Residents there were saying that they had the impression that it had never been redone since the time that it had been paved. And I'm wondering, I'm just being reminded about the work that administration did to see if water and sewer services should go in there. It was one or the other, water or sewer. I'm just curious if that's part of the reason why these roads are that had to happen before the storm sewer, before the paving.
Mr. Bogo?
Well, yes, that investigation was done or inquiry to resident, but really following our strategy for paving, those streets were not
Okay.
part of our paving plan. Last year, council did allocate some funds to start paving that subdivision, which we paved a portion which fit into the amount available, and that we didn't need to fix the storm sewer. So in that specific case, we know there's deficiencies that would need to be fixed to our storm sewer before paving.
So we have messaging for that resident that until that storm sewer work gets done, there won't be any paving.
Well, the decision could be made to pave, but
No, it
to
doesn't.
be, again, to maximize our investment, it would be prudent to fix what's underground before paving.
Yep. Okay. Item number 5, to have all of township bylaws accessible on the website. So this is all bylaws, because we did have a discussion about certain bylaws as well. So Monsieur Dagenet, Monsieur Godin.
Merci, Mr. Mayor, I can take this one. We can reach out to Madame Tucci for more information, but we did recently add a list of bylaws to our website. We do have some bylaws that are on our website, some that are not. We have a lot of bylaws. I think it would be a bit overkill to have them all there, but definitely some of them are more pertinent for the public.
Resident-facing
and the resident.
bylaws, yeah.
So for sure, we can have those on there, and if there are any others that aren't there that a resident would want to have access to, we can always provide them with it. But yes, those bylaws that are requested more often, we can definitely add them there. And if ever, as council members, you have some requests directly, you can forward them to us so that we know that those requests are there and we can consider if they should be added there or not.
So right now, would you by chance have a list of which ones were added, if it's not too lengthy? I think there was just a few, like I know the fireworks, the Madame Bordeaux, yeah? So they were already added?
I had an email this morning from communications, and the bylaws that were added are property standards, sign bylaw, noise bylaw, fireworks bylaw, clean yard, firearms, dog licensing, parks and recreation.
Thank you, and I'll just mention that that was initiated by Councillor Deacon's request, and so that's moved forward. So I have Councillor Lauren and then Councillor Deacon.
Would it be that hard to put them all on there? Like, I'm looking at it from a staff time perspective, right? If a member of the public or a member of council is looking for a bylaw, they have to email either corporate services or whatever the email, the generic email address. They're going to wait whatever the time period is. Someone's going to get back to them what exactly you're looking for, emails back and forth, and then they got to find it and send it to them. I mean, wouldn't it just be easier to have them up on the website and the people can just pull them down themselves?
So I know we have talked about that. Monsieur Godin, if you want to elaborate on that.
Sure. I mean, I don't disagree with you. It's not necessarily complicated to put it up there. We do try to we try to keep our content on the website accessible, so but it's not necessary. But at the same time, I don't think we want our website to be I don't know what the term to use, like just a place to dump all our data, right? And that it gets harder to shift through and to find information. Like for example, and bylaws, for example, like to award a contract for, there are a lot of bylaws that they're really not,
Front facing.
members of the public wouldn't understand what it actually means. When we do have.
So let me
bylaws-
rephrase.
Yeah.
Let me rephrase. The ones that you have grayed out on the website, can those ones be added to the website that are actually ones that touch residents? Not necessarily a bylaw that we put out every single meeting, but the actual ones where there's a full bylaw that has impacts to the resident. Whether it, I hear now the sign bylaws there, but council remuneration bylaw, like all zoning bylaw, like all of these other ones that people may or may not touch at some point in time, or that council is going to touch, is to have them accessible. I know that there's been quite a few times where I go on there and it's grayed out. It's a bylaw, it's showing, but it's grayed out, we can't access it publicly. And then I have to email off to yourself, Madam Kennedy.
Okay.
Those circumstances, could we not have those ones accessible? I don't necessarily need the one where we're awarding a contract to XYZ company. I'm not talking those ones.
So
I'm
anything
talking just
front-facing. Front-facing. I think that's the general direction we're going. Yeah. Councillor Deacon?
I've been through this exercise with administration this year, and I'm really grateful for their willingness to listen to the input that was gathered from residents on what the priority bylaws are. We had, as I was doing my exploration, I even at one point pitched having a hard copy of all bylaws at the library, and I was told in no certain terms that wouldn't be feasible, and I understand. I believe in iterative cycles, and I believe that we'll continue to hear from residents on the types of bylaws that they need to see on the website. And so when I had come forward with 8 suggestions from input from residents that Mr. Mayor and administration were very accommodating, then we listen and we figure out if there's 5 more to do next year and 5 more to do the following year. Just as with our budget here, we don't want to be seeing any big spikes in things that would take resources from the township. And I believe that if we hear of a few year over year, that's a much more that's a reasonable approach to take. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that's the direction. My only fear and concern with it all is that they're easily accessible, and whichever ones, like that, they're the accurate ones. And so, right now our system is we have them in in a shared drive, and it's based on someone's knowledge that, oh yeah, that's the most recent one. So that just scares me a little bit. I might be missing that, but do we have an actual database where it's in
I
SharePoint?
can maybe let Madam Committee Laflamme answer this one, but we do have a list of, like, when we have bylaws that are repealed and replaced, so I guess, I'm not sure if, like, on the actual website, there would be that risk, because if we do add.
Because
bylaws-
now they're in two places, right?
But I mean, that can be,
As long as we have a system, that's all.
we can look at it.
Yeah.
And I don't think there's any budget implication
No.
to add bylaws to the website, so this can be looked
Okay.
at separately.
Okay, Councillor Deegan, we'll finish on this one.
Yeah, just one more thought that I had as we have a new member of council, as well as to ensure that all members of council have an understanding on how to use SharePoint and how to be accessing documents that are available to us for us to do our work there as well.
I agree. It's a, Councillor Armstrong, it's a 1-month course. No,
I can show you.
I'm kidding. All right. Okay, moving along. So that I think it's fair to say that we can respond to this resident, and there's no impact here. That's great. Moving along, item 6. So the 4-way stop at Edie Road, and I know that that's as part of the study that's going on. So no decisions at this point, but we are going to be receiving a report shortly, right?
Yeah, merci, Monsieur Mayor. So as soon as the all information is available, it will be presented to council. And if any stop sign need to be implemented, it will be part of the operational budget.
And so, on that note, if it's more stringent kind of, or more costly kind of intersections like lighting or something like that, are we able to quickly turn that around? Or is that something that happens over time?
You mean like a,
So let's say you're-
a street light or just like a
Let's say a flashing light.
flashing light? Well, we'll be able to present to council the cost that
And
would
then-
be involved in that installation, and the time to implement would be coordinating with Hydro One.
Okay.
You know,
And that would probably,
if power would be required.
okay. And that would probably come from reserves anyways, right?
Yeah, or we can present to council, like we can shift expense in the operational if required.
Okay, thank you. All right. Number 7, paving of Centenaire Street in Embrun between Saint-Jean-Baptiste and Saint-Augustin. And so I guess that goes back as item number 4, same thing.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the same for all the other paving projects. Some don't necessarily require the storm sewer, but what we can do, and I realize that, so to circle back to resident, we can inform them of what's the projection based on the report that was presented to council last week.
Okay. Okay.
Question.
Yes, Councillor Armstrong?
Those streets, do they still meet the minimum maintenance standards prescribed in the law?
Yes, they do. Oh, sorry, true, Mr. Mayor. Yes, they do.
Yes. And correct me if I'm wrong, but we always meet those. That's a non-negotiable.
Exactly. Yeah. We, with the regular maintenance and patrol, all our street does meet the minimum standards.
Okay. So item 8, I see includes paving of Drentex. So it's not included?
Not included, but for the total costs, being 2 smaller streets side by side, we just put the total amount for council information, that it would be like that full crescent, if I can put it that way.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Councillor Deakin?
Could we do some proactive communication now that we have the new road assessment, just to publicize that for folks to look at, in addition to responding to these requests?
And I think.
Or has that been done?
I think we do that, but correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Nguyen.
We do that, but it hasn't been really done. We, only in the highlight of our last council meeting,
Yeah.
but it was not publicized individually.
Because I know it's on the website, and it's available for residents, but you do have to look for it. And so I think it's a good idea to maybe put a press release on that after our budget discussions. Okay? So no changes there. So number 9, Maple Street and Russell, not included. Nothing, okay. Okay, Emblem Station Phase 2 planification, funding request, and so here is it's a $20,000 that was included in the budget. The 140 is based on grants, right? So there is no additional impact. They're just asking for it.
Which one are you talking about?
At number 10.
20,000?
Yeah, 20,000 is included in the budget.
What
Are we not looking at the same thing? I'm
No.
reading this.
No.
It's the Embrun train station.
Yeah.
We
I don't
forgot
have
the
that.
word train. But the 20,000
My
was.
10 is the benches.
Yes, mine too.
Okay.
Oh, wait, am I looking at?
Page 2 of 10, page
Hold
2
on.
of 8. No.
That's why. Never mind.
We're good. Nouvelle section. Councillor Armstrong, do you
There we
have 10 pages in your?
The updated, this is the updated one that they were talking about.
The updated one.
Oh, I'm glad I wasn't reading the wrong stuff. Okay, so we do have it. So that, I mean, it's there. We have 20,000 in the budget right now. The extra 140 is the value of the project, but that's already kind of in the budget, right? Okay. Number 11, 2 more benches close together to the bike path, and number 2, in winter, to have snow removed from the benches on the main street in front of the Ember Marina bus shelter. And so, first of all, the additional benches. Thoughts on that, Madame Guittard?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, yeah, we do usually add some benches at this time of the year, almost in the
So
fall.
that's in the
And garbage receptacles.
Okay, so that's
That's when
included
we do
right now,
that,
right?
Yeah.
And then to clean off the benches in the winter on the main street. You have a question, Councilor Lawrence? Yeah, go ahead.
My question is, where does the $500 come from per time?
The estimate, yeah. Monsieur Beauvoir?
Yeah, it was the estimate of staff time in our vehicle going around all the benches. So by each time, we mean by each snow event or every time.
Not
that
each
we-
bench.
Not each bench, but like
No,
each,
I get that, but it's a township employee that would be going around who's driving the snow machine or whatever for the
sidewalk.
sidewalks, that he'd have to get out and clean the bench?
well, it would be a separate operation. So it would be one of our employee going with our pickup truck and clean all the, so we still feel like we want to put a value to the operation for council consideration.
At the end of the day, it's an operational cost, not a capital cost.
No, not a capital cost, operational, and at this time, we're not doing that exercise.
Thoughts, members of council? I think, you know, if it's on by a sidewalk or something, if residents want to take a break, I don't know, it doesn't seem far-fetched. Any thoughts, members of council? Councilor Lauren?
I would just suggest that if the person from the township is going by the benches and going by the bus shelter, that they clean off the actual snow from those things to allow public to sit down. Just seems logical to me. And I get the additional operational cost if you have to send out somebody else, but if somebody's going by and it's there, let's just do it. It's a simple win,
Yeah,
in my opinion.
I would agree with that.
What type of level of service would be acceptable for council?
No snow on the bench. Councilor Lauren?
That's my point. If that's the question, then when we have snowfalls that require the snow machines to go out and clean the sidewalks, that the benches be cleaned at the same time. That would be the level of service that I would be looking for.
Yeah, just reasonable. I mean, it not every 10 minutes, you know, making sure there's no snow, but after a snowfall, just to clean the main benches on the, if there is a.
But for us operationally, it makes a difference if it's while, like, when we do our snow removal operation, or if it's after a snowfall, that's two different things
Well,
entirely.
I would think it's fair to say after a snowfall. And how is that different?
It's
and-
timing,
yeah.
timing-wise, and just
Is that
time-
simpler after the snowfall?
much simpler.
Yeah, I think that's what the requirement is here, so that the next day when it's sunny and you're going for a walk and you need to sit down, you can sit down. Councillor Deacon?
Can I just confirm operationally that that's 500 for not just the village of Russell, but Embrun, Marionville, and
And all
Limoges?
the locations,
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a rough estimate.
yeah. It was just to put a figure here
Yeah.
for council consideration.
Councillor Laura?
No, I'm good.
Okay, so I think that's something that we agree on, and so we can let Monsieur Claude know that. Right, item 12, paving of Parkland Avenue as well as a portion of Tweed, Crescent, and Russell, and so that's not included, so again, that goes back to the previous comments. Paving Route 500, Saint Joseph and Saint Albert Road, same with the report. Councillor Lauren?
I would suggest the paving of 500 be considered not in this year's budget, but in a future budget as one of those unfunded projects that we would never get to, because it wouldn't be in our paving, in our 10-year or 20-year paving project. And we had added that 1% a few years ago to deal with those types of requests. So the question becomes, how would we ever deal with that request if it doesn't, it would never meet those criteria. So we have to look at that separately from our regular paving projects is what I'm getting at. So again, not this year, but maybe in a subsequent year where we can add a 1% like we did a couple years ago and do the project, take the loan out and
So
do
the
the
bottom
project.
line, yeah, that will never meet the criteria, right?
No, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Councillor Deacon?
And just a question on those. What would implore the administration to look at the alternative to paving, like the tar and chip approach for a road like that? Or is that not common practice now?
Monsieur Bourgon?
We look at the volume of traffic. That's one of the things we try to look at to determine the type of surface that would be appropriate. We know in that segment, there's a few farms nearby, plus I believe a different, like not an industry, but like a farming, un commerce agricole. So those are usually a factor that we looked into for the type of surface. So we will review that request for next year's, and as well to review the paving plan that was presented to council.
Yeah, and so in years where there is room, we've done that in the past, as Councillor Lauren was alluding to, is where we get those bottom of the list ones that would never.
And for, again, now that we're increasing, over the years, we increase a lot the budget towards the paving. There's more and more of those roads that are included in the paving plan as well.
That's good. Councillor Deacon?
Yeah, just a follow-up for my information. Because we have full road reconstructions in that area coming as well, when we're talking about reconstructions, we're looking at full paving again, or are we looking at alternative improvements if we're starting from scratch?
Mr. Bogo?
We are rethinking of the alternative, again, based on volume of traffic or what class of road we're dealing with. So if a reconstruction is required, well, based on the geotech analysis that we do prior to. So that's all part of the analysis before doing the construction. Not sure if I answered the question.
Councillor Deacon?
Yeah, I guess I just want to be sure because I know that it's such a priority in that corner of the township in particular. It would surprise me if those were considered high volume areas, but the folks that live there have had roads that need improving for quite some time. My hope is that we're looking at that list with the possibility of, if we're not doing a full pave and there are savings to be had there, that those could be considered sooner. depending on when you get the information, you need to make that decision as administration.
Monsieur Bourgon?
Well, I was gonna add that first step here would be to, although, like I mentioned, we haven't looked at, I haven't taken the time to do the cross-reference with our paving plan that was presented to see where all those requests could fall. I think that could be the first step.
Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, item 14. So first of all, money aside to establish a lobbyist registry. I'm not sure if anyone has had a chance to look at that. What is the cost of that? What is the implications of that? Monsieur Godin?
Merci, Monsieur Mayor. No, we haven't had a chance to really look into what that would actually look like, other than reading Mrs. Bradley's document that she sent, where it seems to be a common practice in bigger municipalities and certain smaller ones picking it up of late. But no research done as of now to see how that could be applicable to Russell Township and what, and if it would be helpful or not as far as transparency and.
Okay, thoughts? Councillor Armstrong?
Yeah, I would see this as a lobbyist would register to have pay a fee, and it would be user fee financed an operation, not one that would come of our operational or capital budgets.
So it'd be a zero cost kind of initiative. Councillor Deakin?
I would like us to look at this in the next year and perhaps revisit. I'm very supportive of something like this being established, but it doesn't sound like we have the information that we need quite yet.
But, yeah, so we would agree in that direction, just to come back to council with associated costs or possibility of doing that. Monsieur Godin, Councillor Lauren, sorry.
As well with some sort of a terms of reference for it, like what would it be, who would be part of it, what would it be used for, like what's the end result of it, of having it,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Monsieur Godin?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I think what we can do is we can make some quick researches and talk with Ms. Bradley as well to see exactly if there are specific goals to be targeted here. And before spending too much time in it, just having a general idea of it and coming back to council to see if it's
Excellent.
something we want to do.
Merci. Okay, that's good. Development of a community-led public engagement policy and strategy for the township. I think we are ongoing in that direction right now, and there is money in the budget on that. Correct? That's what's indicated, Monsieur Dagenet, right? Yeah. Okay. Parfait. Would like monies developing agriculture and agricultural food sector lens and priority for economic development activities. So that would be under EcoDev. Thoughts and comments on that?
We'll look into it. Right now, I don't have any figures, but with the, I think it's a good time to bring up and ideas like that, because we were planning to redo our strategic plan. So we'll be able to add it into the discussion and see where we get with that.
Okay, Councillor Deakin? No? Okay, thank you. Okay, moving to item 15, paving Route 100. So everyone sees that, so I see a counter across the road, be aware of the number of cars on the road. Anyways, so comments there right now, that's not included, so a letter to that, and perhaps answer the question around the counters that were there. Nothing from council, no? Okay. Item 16, Stanley Park was getting overhaul. I guess it's not happening this year, but township should have cleaned up the space this year so it could be used. So Parks and Rec installed in November 24, none in 2025. Madame Guittard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Letters were sent early spring to all the surrounding neighbors to seek their interest in having a new play structure, what kind of play structure, so we gathered the information. The new play structure will be installed in about 2 weeks, just before year end, and we've cleaned up. Last year, we took out all the old rink boards, and so
Okay.
that'll be a new
So,
park.
okay, excellent. At any point, council members, if you want to jump in, just let me know. Item 17, stop signs on back roads. I think we've already addressed that. Number 18, sidewalk be part of the cost of doing business in Russell, one side for minor streets or both sides for major streets. That's not included. Any thoughts, comments on that? Councillor Deacon?
I see that it's reviewed at time of site plan. For my own education, I would like to know what sort of guides are there for that process, because I'm not familiar with them yet.
Sure, so that's in the development process. I'm not sure if anyone could speak to
Policies
that.
or,
Monsieur Bourgon or Councillor Lauren, I know that we see those in planning.
Well,
Mr.
exactly.
Boban.
So, well, one, we weren't sure exactly what that request was towards like the municipal budget. But if in terms of sidewalk, as an example, if there's a new subdivision, well, part of the planning process and under our OP, there's guidance of where sidewalks should be.
Yes.
We'll have the transportation master plan that will speak to the active transportation. And for the site plan, well, if you need to create a link or if you need to extend a sidewalk to get access to that commercial or high density, well, that could be put on the site plans throughout the planning process to add some pieces of sidewalk if required.
Councillor Deacon, follow up now? Conseiller Lalonde.
My apologies, I'd like to go back to item 17. Excuse me. I don't recall what was said about that, but I think the resident, and for the area that they live in, I know of what they speak. What did we say? I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention to making sure those stop sign areas are cleared, especially along routes like Route 200 and 300. I know of late I was out on one, and it is difficult to see. There's a warning stop sign, and then there's the stop sign. I think it's on 200 going east before you get to North Russell Road. What do we go out there on a regular basis to make sure that those signs, especially in the county road areas, are visible?
So before you answer, Monsieur Bourgon, this item here is also part of the study of the rural intersections as well, right? So recommendations will be coming pertaining to all those intersections and what kind of measures we need to add or not add, and if there's visibility issues and so on. Having said that, for Conseiller Lalonde, we do regularly go through those. Can you just advise?
So there's patrol done on a regular basis depending on the class of the road. So there's some types of road that it's need to be weekly, others it's bi-weekly. So those type of things are always looked at. And there's sometimes like it from, the guidelines or from the real point of view, it may be clear and some residents believe it should be maintained. So there's always that analysis that needs to be done too.
Okay, merci. Councillor Lauren?
Yeah, just touching on, I guess it would be 18 and that process. It's, it gets dealt with at site plan. And the department goes through with the developer, and most times the developer doesn't want to add the additional cost of the sidewalks, and then it comes to the planning committee, and the planning committee will take a look at it and make recommendations at times. And I know over the last few years, some of the times where we've added as part of the approval process, we've added sidewalks in, but then it comes back to council. And it depends on the comments and recommendations from staff after review of the recommendations from the planning department. And then ultimately it's council that decides to either add the additional sidewalks into that subdivision or not. So in terms of this, deals with site plan, yeah, it's all part of that process, so.
Councillor Deacon?
Thank you, Councillor Lauren. And I'm understanding as well that would just be for the exceptional pieces that aren't falling in the official plan or the transportation master plan as it feeds into that already, correct? It would be for links and the above and beyond what those plans already indicate? We don't go against the official plan on sidewalks, or does council?
Well, it all depends, again, and we don't have a historical person here with us to make comments, but regardless of whether there's links, major sections of subdivisions, there are the guidelines through the, whether it's the OP or our, whatever, I'm trying to, the transportation master plan. But at the end of the day, staff makes a recommendation and council decides if we were adding or deleting sidewalks that have been recommended or not. Regardless of whether they are in our master plan or not, or with under the Planning Act or anything like that, council makes that decision. And unfortunately, more times than not, we've reduced the amount of sidewalks rather than increased the amount of sidewalks. So for Mr. Campbell's request, I totally agree with him that we need to ensure that we have proper sidewalk coverage in our new subdivisions.
Yeah, and if we look back at some of the older areas, like Saint-Augustin, for example, that's growing and doesn't have a sidewalk extended to where there probably should be one. Monsieur Bourgon?
Well, that's a really good example that we ask the future developer, the future subdivision, to implement the sidewalk on Saint-Augustin.
So the one that's being added in now?
Exactly.
is
So
gonna
that's a
pay
good example that council did add that condition or to the draft approve of subdivision to have a
Beautiful.
sidewalk being extended along Saint.
All the way,
Saint-Augustin.
so that it's, okay, excellent. That's great news. I'm glad to hear that. Councillor Armstrong and then
Yeah,
Councillor.
I have to reiterate that, and you know where I live on Saint Augustin, and I know and Mr. Bourgon also has knows where I live driving down the street often. The number of kids that are walking up and down my street, plus the increase in traffic because of the subdivisions, not
Of
our
course,
subdivision alone, but the ones that are going on all around it, all going to that school,
Yeah,
are really demanding additional sidewalks. And that's where we have to jump in and ensure that those sidewalks get built either through our transportation or active transportation master plan or through the subdivision site planning process, whatever, or both probably, has to be done.
And in this case, the subdivision is being, so the developer is being asked to fund sidewalks outside of the subdivision, right? And which is great. Excellent. Councillor Lauren.
If I'm not mistaken, we did that in Russell as well, to extend to Sunset Flats. The developer paid that connection from Russell Public to Sunset Flats.
Excellent. All right. Okay, moving forward. So project proposal, outdoor harmony through instrumental infrastructure, suggested location, Jonathan Pitt Park, and that was brought to us by Altruism Goutart. This was not included. I think every member of council saw that email exchange. Okay. Paving Route 100, not included. Number 21. Would like council to put money aside for the placement or replacement of or enhancement to the streetlights at the intersection of St. Thomas and Notre Dame and the intersection of St. Thomas and Route 300. It's very dark, and the lights, more lighting would make it safer. Any questions on that, or any kind of addition to that, Monsieur Bourgon? Because I do recognize that. I agree with that.
Yeah, so there's one, if we look at the St. Thomas and Notre Dame, we did look at that in the past. Which we work with Hydro One, but there's simply no room. But both intersection will be going through upgrades in the upcoming years. They're both identified in our DC study. So at that time, we'll be able to address those issues. But as for now, we don't have the room to implement a new street light.
Okay. Merci. All right, going to item 22, an increased street sweeping schedule for main streets in the township. Concession Street from Arena down to Mother Teresa School often has pine needles completely covering catch basins and has an increase in dust from an increased gravel grading schedule. by the township and Fair Board in the parking lot. Dust suppression methods could also be considered. Anything to add on that? And I know that during the fair it does get dusty there, and I guess we have Conseiller Lalonde could maybe speak to that.
Yeah, so I'll just state ahead of time my conflict of interest here. I live on the street a few doors down from the arena, and I have to say, even though the street sweeper comes faithfully every spring, that it takes about another 3 weeks afterwards with traffic in the summer through the Ball Diamond parking lot. So I empathize with the resident. There's a lot of stone dust right now, all in front of our homes on the street. On the street, mind you, not on the sidewalks, but it's coming out of the unpaved section of the curling club area and the whole Ag Society Ball Diamond area. It gets tracked out slowly but surely, and honestly, it could use a whole other sweeping again right now, just like it's done in springtime. There's probably more there right now than is there in the spring after the winter with all the salting and sand. So I don't know what that would cost, but I think it's a legitimate comment or critique of what that street looks like right now with all that stone dust being accumulated on it. I know there's a suggestion of looking into the paving of the curling club area and the Ball Diamond parking lot area. It would be a great, nice to have, but it probably costs a lot of money. But anyway, I have to say that I sympathize with the request. It's all sitting in front of our houses right now.
Thank you. And Councillor Lauren, before I give it to you, it just kind of ties into the other request that speaks to that particular paving. Councillor Lauren?
Yeah, I'll make one comment and then I'll tie into the next 123, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's great.
So I think the terminology that Councillor Lalonde wanted to use there was he has an interest in common with his neighbors and not a conflict of interest, just to ensure that we have the proper understanding of his situation. Well, one's more difficult to deal with than the other. But in terms of the paving in front of the curling club, and I know that that area is owned by the Ag Society, if I'm not mistaken. And under the snow removal contract, do we remove snow from that area?
Monsieur Bourgon?
Yes, we do.
Would there be any possibility to have a discussion with them about that area to see if there may be some sort of a venture there that can happen? I know that under their building project where they expanded, there was supposed to be the paving of that front area. So is there a way that we can have a discussion about that with them and see if something can be done there? Because it is quite dusty in that area in the front and would probably help on the paving side not paving, on the
residents.
snow clearing of that area as well in the wintertime.
Monsieur Bourgon?
We already had the discussion a few times in the past years with them, but it never led to any conclusion.
Can we check the building code, the building requirement?
It was under the site plan.
Yeah.
So yes, it's an item that was not addressed at the site plan, and we also don't have any. There was no letter of credit retained for that site plan at the time.
But it was in the site plan.
Yes.
So it's a requirement.
It was a requirement and they didn't do it.
They didn't do it.
And what repercussions do we have on that if they didn't do it?
We don't have any letter of credit like we typically do for any other site plans.
How much would it cost to pave it? Do we know? That front section?
I did the analysis a few years ago, but I would need to go back to that estimate because it's likely much more now. because that, it was paving and curbs and a few things for drainage as well.
Okay. All right.
But we did provide them with an estimate a few years ago for their own benefit.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you. So we'll move to item 24. Installation of a night light as opposed to a traffic light at Marcel, at the corner of Notre Dame and St. Thomas. Again, we'll go back to that, and streetlights on St. Thomas. I think this was brought up already, right? Monsieur Bourgon?
Yes, exactly. That would be the same intersection.
All right. Okay, and so we'll advise the residents. Number 25, continuation of sidewalk from Eldon to Edie is also very much needed, 250,000. Comments on that? Councillor Lauren?
I would like for that to come back to council with an updated cost of the drainage and all that stuff, and maybe have it back for next year.
Thank you.
Can I go back to 23 for a second?
Sure, go ahead.
I'm assuming we signed off on the building permit, and we signed off on the construction, we signed off on everything, and even though they hadn't completed that aspect of it?
Mr. Bourgon?
For the building permit, I would need to double check with the building inspector, but I would say yes, everything would sign off for the building itself.
So when in a project like similar to that, and there are requirements that were put in under the site plan that were not fulfilled, and we sign off, do we then take on that liability for that item?
It's a good question. I would like to double check and get back to council. The
Okay.
appropriate answer.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to know who's responsible, because it's a pain in the butt, and I'd like to understand that process, please.
Yeah, and I think if it's impacting multiple residents, I think it's